Section 91 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Conquests and Imperial Coronation of Charles the Great, Part 2, by Gerhard Seeliger. In the spring of 788, in spite of papal opposition, Charles at last complied with the wish of the Beneventines and appointed Grimoald Duke, first requiring of him a solemn oath to recognize the Frankish supremacy, to place Charles' name and decrees on coins, and to forbid the Lombards to wear beards. When a Greek army landed in Lower Italy under the Sicilian Patricius, perhaps bringing with him Adalgis, son of Desiderius, who had been chosen as a Byzantine vassal prince, the Lombard dukes of Benevento and Spoleto remained faithful to the Frankish cause, joining a small Frankish army and inflicting on the Greeks a decisive defeat in Calabria. The Greek danger was finally removed. No further restoration of Greek rule in Italy was attempted, and from that time Adalgis lived peaceably in Constantinople as a Greek patricius. But the supremacy over Benevento could not be fully maintained. Grimoald soon made himself independent, and later attacks by the Franks had no lasting success. Through the fall of the Lombard kingdom and the subjugation of Italy by the Franks, the relations of Charles with the Pope necessarily underwent an essential change. On his Easter visit, 774, Charles had given the Pope the solemn assurance that he had not come with his army to Italy to win treasures and make conquests, but to help St. Peter to his rights, to exalt the Church of God, and to make sure the position of the Pope. But the result of the journey to Rome was that Charles himself laid claim to the rule of the Lombard kingdom. When, after the fall of Pavia, he assumed the title of King of the Lombards and added it to that of the King of the Franks, he assumed also the obligations which belonged to his new office. His policy in Italy was the same as that of the Lombard kings before him, and of all great rulers of Italy after him. The vigorous ruler of a part striving for the possession of the whole. It was on account of this that the Lombards fell into opposition to the Pope. Though Charles and the Pope avoided serious conflicts, and always worked harmoniously in their endeavour to reduce the Lombard duchies and to drive the Greek power out of Italy, this was due to the peculiar position of the Frankish king. Charles was not only king of the Lombards, but, as patricius, was protector of the Church and her possessions. Hadrian often reminded Charles of his promise of 774, and demanded its full performance. The papal claims were only partially satisfied. Thus in 781, Charles promised to see to the restoration of the patrimonies in the Sabina, but the Pope afterwards demanded in vain the evacuation of the whole territory. So again, in 787, a donation of Beneventine towns was promised, also of several Tuscan towns, especially Populonia and Roselli, but their fulfilment did not perfectly correspond with the Pope's wishes. For when the royal plenipotentiaries handed over to him the episcopal buildings, the monasteries and fiscal estates, and also the keys of the towns, but not sovereign power over the inhabitants, Hadrian complained bitterly. What use to him, he asked, was the possession of the town unless he had power over the inhabitants? He must rule them by royal dispensation, and he was willing to leave them their freedom. Without doubt, all these acquisitions meant for the Roman Curia more than the mere gain of profitable rights. Political rule would secure constitutional privileges. What clearly appears as the leading thought in the forged donation of Constantine was aimed at by the popes of the 8th century on a more limited scale, an ecclesiastical state freed from all secular interference. Hadrian and his successors never forgot the thought that no earthly power might govern where the spiritual head of Christendom had received his seat from the heavenly ruler. Charles was not only king of the Franks and Lombards, but he was at the same time, as patricius, protector of the Republica Romana. As successor of the Lombard kings, he had to accept somewhat narrower limits, and above all to set absolutely free the districts belonging to the Pope. But as Patricius, he was entitled to exercise a suzerainty over those territories too. This meant for the Pope and his deputies the enjoyment of profitable rights and immediate authority over the subjects, but for himself the supreme political control. This was not a process of right, but of might. The relations changed gradually. On his first visit in 774, the king asked permission to visit the city of Rome. Later on, such a request was needless. In all matters of state, Charles felt himself supreme lord of the Pope and of all papal possessions. If he asked the Pope to remove abuses which came to light in the papal territories, or if he laid upon him a command to expel from the Exarchate and Pentapolis the Venetians who carried on trade in men, it was only an application of generally recognized principles. Protection implies sovereignty, and the protector of the Church became sovereign of the protected territory. Thus did Charles found a lordship over Italy. The different legal titles which had created it fell more and more into the background, and even the political prerogatives of the Pope became more like the secular authority of other great churches in Gaul and Italy, which received confirmations of privileges from the state. The Roman Church appears endowed with rich possessions, with great revenues, with important state prerogatives, but over them stood Charles as supreme lord, as the sole true sovereign. Charles' power, meanwhile, stretched further beyond Francia and Italy, and became more absolute. The Patriciate raised the protector of the Church to the position of Lord of Christendom, and absolute master of the West. That is, of course, the Patriciate, not as the Pope bestowed it, but as Charles made it. Later on, we shall see how the Frankish monarchy assumed universal and theocratic elements. The Christian theocratic ideas were to justify, as it were, the violent conquests of Charles. The important point was the acquirement of real power. The great conquests were necessary, as the theocratic Frankish monarchy was to become the empire of the West. It was not the relief of the oppressed Christian Spain, or the support of political allies, but the spread of his power which guided Charles in his wars against the Arabs. At the Diet of Paderborn in 777, Ibn al-Arabi, apparently governor of Barcelona and Gerona, asked help from Charles against the Umayyad Caliph of Cordova. The Arabian governor of Barcelona had already in 759 offered to Pepin to recognize Frankish supremacy, and Pepin had formed alliances with the Abbasids, the enemies of the Umayyads, and in 765 he had sent ambassadors to Baghdad. The subjugation of Aquitania and Vasconia in the last years of Pepin's reign afforded the basis of further extension of Frankish dominion towards the south. In the spring of 778, an army summoned from all parts of the empire marched in 2 divisions across the eastern and western Pyrenees into Spain. It is significant that Charles' first achievement was the siege and capture of Pamplona, which was inhabited by Christians and belonged to the Christian kingdom of Asturias. No great military successes were gained. Many fortified places recognized Charles' supremacy, but the expected great movement against the Umayyad Abd al-Rahman did not take place. Among the Arab opponents of the Caliph of Cordova, there was no unanimity. Charles saw that he had been deceived. He advanced as far as Saragossa on the Ebro, and perhaps took temporary possession of the town. Then he turned northward, and Ibn al-Arabi, who bore the blame of the failure of the expedition, was taken back with the army as prisoner. The Christian Basques of Spain were treated as enemies, and the fortifications of Pamplona were razed. And as the great army passed through the defiles of the Pyrenees in long columns, unable to open out for any military manoeuvres, the rearguard was attacked by the hosts of the Basques and destroyed. In later legends, the place is called Roncesvalles. Even if the reverse was not in itself important, it was regarded as serious that the attack could not be avenged. And certain heroes among Charles' friends had fallen. The Paugrave Anselm, the Seneschal Gerhard, and above all, Grootland, the prefect of the Britannic March. Legend, however, seized upon this event of 15 August 778 and wove around the whole Spanish expedition of Charles but especially the surprise of Roncesvalles, the halo of Christian glory. It exalted the defeat into a catastrophe, and made the death of Hrodland the martyrdom of the heroic soldier of God. In the 11th century, these legends took their poetic form in the Chanson de Roland, their final form in the Pseudoturpin, and in the Rolandslied of the Pfaffer Conrad of the 12th century, the most popular form which they spread over Germany. The expedition of 778 had completely failed, but the project of a conquest in the south was by no means given up. In the first place, it was necessary to settle the position of Aquitania, which, though it was finally conquered, had not yet become Frank. In 781, Charles raised this land with Septimania to a kingdom, and had a son Louis, Ludwig, who was born during the expedition of 778, anointed king of it by the Pope. On the border, the boy was invested with arms and placed upon a horse to hold his solemn entry into his kingdom. Charles wished his son to be brought up as an Aquitanian. He rejoiced later on when the 7-year-old boy appeared at the Diet of Paderborn in the dress of Aquitania, with his little mantle and padded hose. But it was not intended that the grave Frankish character should be obliterated, or the Frankish dominion over Aquitania in any way shaken. The regents whom Charles appointed in 781, and later Louis himself, only had influence so far as Charles liked. He remained the supreme head, and gave orders in all important matters, and even in unimportant matters. It was a political system that answered perfectly. The people of Aquitania, proud of their kingdom, willingly complied with the arrangements of the empire, and never proved themselves the readiest to fight the Arabs. In 785, Gerona placed itself voluntarily under Frankish rule. The coast district was one in addition. In 793 there was another advance on the part of the Arabs. It was at that time that the distant enemies of the Franks combined, and political intrigue stretched from Spain to the land of the Saxons and to the Avars. Hisham I, Emir of Cordova, the son of Abd al-Rahman, arranged an invasion. Gerona was taken, the Pyrenees were crossed, and the Arabian army advanced as far as Narbonne and Carcassonne. A bloody battle was fought against the Margrave William on the river Orbieu, and the Arabs marched back laden with booty. Soon, however, the Franks were in a position to make a victorious advance. From Gerona westwards, the territory south of the Pyrenees was gradually won, and a series of places fortified. In 795, the Spanish March was established. Dissensions among the Muslims and private undertakings of daring adventurers prepared the way for further conquests. In 801, Barcelona was compelled to surrender, and Louis, the king of Aquitania, was hurriedly summoned at the decisive moment that he might have the credit of taking the proud city. In 806, Pampeluna and Novara acknowledged the Frankish dominion. Tortosa also, after a long siege, surrendered its keys to Louis in 811. Although neither here nor at Saragossa or Huesca was Frankish dominion regularly established, the Spanish march did not reach so far as the Ebro, but only to a line drawn north-northwest from Barcelona and parallel to the Pyrenees. In 799, the Balearic Islands, which in the spring had been ravaged by the Moors, put themselves under Frankish rule, and from that time enjoyed at any rate occasional protection by the Franks. Bavaria was almost an independent state at the beginning of Charles' reign. After Duke Tassilo had faithlessly deserted the Frankish army in 763, in the middle of the war against Aquitania, the connection of Bavaria with the Frankish power became looser. It was not that Frankish supremacy was completely renounced. Charles even appears to have exercised influence in the appointment of Bavarian bishoprics. But Tassilo nevertheless acted quite independently, and it is certain that Bavaria did not regularly take part in Charles' warlike undertakings, even if we assume the cooperation of the Bavarian army in the Pyrenean campaign of 778, which is doubtful. When the king and the pope in 781 demanded that the duke should return to his former allegiance, and Tassilo found himself compelled to comply with the demand, his independence was assured, and it was not till his personal safety had been guaranteed by hostages that he appeared at the Mayfield of Worms in 781 to renew the oaths and promises he had formerly made to Pepin, giving 12 nobles as hostages. This did not bring about good relations. There was soon friction. After 784 there were manifest differences concerning rights in the Etsch districts, but most serious were the different conceptions of the conditions of dependency. Charles deduced from the oath of fidelity an obligation of obedience and services such as the provincial officials of his kingdom were accustomed to render. Tassilo, on the other hand, understood the subordination as more indefinite, and thought he was not bound to surrender his independence. In 787 the Bavarian Duke sought the intervention of the Pope with a view to the restoration of peace with King Charles. Negotiations were opened, but came to nothing, because views differed as to the degree of obligations involved in the oaths of fidelity. The Pope, who was entirely the tool of the powerful king, threatened anathemas in case Tassilo did not fulfill Charles' demands. As these were not satisfied, the Franks invaded Bavaria from 3 sides with an overwhelming force. Tassilo dared not venture a battle. He met the king, 3 October, on the plain of the Lech, acknowledging himself vassal, and placed the duchy in the hand of the king to receive it back from Charles as a Frankish fief. The Bavarian people were obliged to take an oath of allegiance, and Tassilo had to give as hostages 12 nobles and his own son. Why the end came nevertheless the next year is not rightly understood. Our information is drawn entirely from Frankish sources. What is reported in the official annals is not conclusive without confirmation. From them we learn that Tassilo afterwards confessed that he had incited the Avars to make war against the Franks, that he had attempted the lives of the king's vassals in Bavaria, that he had recommended his own people to make secret reservations in taking the oath of allegiance to the king, and had even said that he would rather lose 10 sons, if he had them, than hold to the treaties, that he would rather die than live under them. The decision came at the meeting of the Empire which was held at Ingelheim in the summer of 788. Tassilo, who had been invited like other nobles of the Empire, had appeared. He seems to have had no suspicion of what threatened him, and this unsuspecting appearance certainly does not look like guilt. He was immediately arrested, while royal messengers departed for Bavaria, to seize the wife, the children, the treasures, and the household of the Duke. Then Bavarians appeared as accusers, and proved Tassilo's disloyalty. But the charges could not have been very serious, for they had to go back to the Hereslitz of 763, an incident which must have been regarded as long previously pardoned by the royal declarations of grace in 781 and 787. The meeting, however, so it is reported, unanimously pronounced sentence of death on Tassilo, and only the intervention of Charles procured a mitigation of the sentence. Tassilo was shorn and sent into a monastery as a monk, he and his 2 sons. His wife also was compelled to take the veil, and they were all immured in different cloisters. But the ceremony of deposition was not yet completed. 6 years later, at the Synod of Frankfurt of 794, the deposed duke was made to appear, to acknowledge his guilt publicly in the assembly, and to renounce all rights for himself and his successors, in order to obtain the king's pardon, and to be received back into his favour and protection. Of this event a report was made in 3 copies, one for the palace, one for Tassilo, and one for the court chapel. When we consider all the steps of Tassilo's fall, we easily recognize that he was sacrificed to the policy of the great king of the Franks. They were not acts of justice, they were acts of violence, which were only in appearance connected with any definite process of law. Suspicious is the use made of the Hereslitz of 763, which legally must have long been regarded as done with, and even more so is the solemn renunciation before the Synod of 794. Any breach of faith by Tassilo after his homage at the Lech cannot have been very serious. But even if in his treatment of Tassilo Charles appears to us less as a just judge than as a strong statesman, the part which the last independent Duke of Bavaria played in this drama remains pitiful. His deceit and bad faith are only known to us from the official history, but his weakness and political incapacity are shown by the facts themselves. He did not understand the tasks of his age. During his long rule, he favoured and enriched the churches like any Christian prince. But while he furthered the monasteries, he showed but little understanding for the episcopal organisation with which lay the future. It was precisely this circumstance that immediately sent the leaders of the church, the Bavarian bishops, over to the enemy when conflict broke out with the powerful Frank. Brave to fight for his hereditary rights and for the political independence of his race, he did not dare, or rather he was unable, to take a comprehensive view of the political situation, and he went unsuspectingly to Ingelheim to be taken prisoner, to be condemned to death, commuted for the life of a monk. Perhaps the result answered to the man's personal wishes, for his hopes and fears were set upon the other world. Properly speaking, the wide district of Bavaria was not won for the empire of the Franks till 788. After the subjection of the Saxons, it was the second great conquest of German territory, a conquest without bloodshed or struggle. This was a fact of immense international importance. It was decided that the Bavarian race should share the destinies of the West German peoples, just as the wars with the Saxons decided those of the Northeast and West Germans. The borders of the Frankish kingdom extended over the Middle Danube district as far as the Enns, and at the same time over a district of the Slavs already conquered by Tassilo, over Carantania, Carinthia. Before long they were extended still further, for the subjection of the Bavarian kingdom was naturally followed by the struggle against the Avars and the Slavs, the eastern neighbours of the Bavarians. The Avars, confused by the Franks with the Huns, to whom they were related as belonging to the Ural-Altaic family, had for some centuries come in contact with the Byzantines and Franks. About the end of the 6th century, as we have seen, chapters 9 and 14, they held a great dominion, but by the end of the 8th century, the period of their greatest power was past. They had never risen above the level of barbarian nomads, and the Slavs of the southeast had long thrown off their yoke, and even their own sense of unity was gone. It was remarkable how this uncivilized people sought to make use of the civilized labour of other peoples. Agriculture, like all other productive labour, was unknown to them. In the plain between the Danube and the Theiss were situated the rings, the strong circular walls round extensive dwelling places. According to the assertion of a Frankish warrior, quoted by the monk of St. Gall, the rings extended as far as from Zurich to Constance, therefore about 60 kilometres, or nearly 38 miles, and embraced several districts. In these rings, of which, according to the monk of St. Gall, there were 9, the Avars had heaped their plunder of 2 centuries. End of section 91. Section 92 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Conquests and Imperial Coronation of Charles the Great, Part 3, by Gerhard Seeliger. In 788, the Avars had advanced westward in 2 divisions, but had been completely defeated near the Danube and in Friuli. In 791, Charles had taken the offensive, not only to acquire rich treasures or to punish the invaders of 788, but to obtain a natural closed frontier towards the east. The Franks advanced as far as the Raab without making a permanent conquest. Their important task in Saxony for a long time hindered new and decisive action. Political alliances began to be formed among those who were at the time threatened by the Frankish sword. The Saracens, the Saxons, and the Avars knew of each other, and Charles' enemies in the north and south counted especially on a successful advance of the Avars. But the Avars lacked endurance. In the year 795, the Margrave Erich of Friuli, supported by the Slav prince Wojnemir, advanced over the Danube and took the principal ring. Large treasures of gold made their way to the Franks, and even if the opinion is scarcely tenable that great changes in prices in the Frankish Empire were the result, still his success was great. In the following year, Charles' son, Pepin, completed the work of conquest. He destroyed the ring, subdued the Avars and opened large districts to the preaching of Christianity. In later years, small risings had still to be put down, and Frankish blood still flowed in battle against the barbarians. In 811, a Frankish army was sent against Pannonia, but these were only echoes of the past. The Avars themselves are mentioned for the last time in 822. Even in the last years of the 8th century, Christianity and colonization had been introduced among them. The Christian mission was entrusted to the dioceses of Aquileia, Salzburg and Passau. The settlement of the Middle Danube district began under Charles. That extension of the Germans, i.e. of the Bavarian, later also of the Frankish race, which finally embraced the present German Austria and the western districts of Hungary. Under Charles, the Danube district, about as far as the Leitha, and the district of the Upper Drave and the Save, the latter as Carantania, were reckoned politically as part of the empire. The more eastern district, Pannonia, only belonged loosely to the Carlovingian Empire, and in consequence of the long wars it was greatly depopulated. With Charles, ambition and religion worked together. Successes in arms were for him at the same time successes for Christianity. The ecclesiastical motive was especially strong in the Saxon wars, and the Saxons resisted ecclesiastical subjection as much as political. They resisted with their utmost strength against the Franks for their political freedom and for the imaginary blessings of their national religion. The Franks had fought against the Saxons even in the 6th century. Clotaire I is said to have laid upon them a tribute of 500 cows, from which Dagobert freed them in 631. In the 8th century, profiting by the weakness of the royal authority, they repeatedly ravaged Frankish territory. The mayors of the palace, Charles Martel and his sons, were the first to fight successfully against them. They brought the tribes on the Frankish border into some kind of subjection, and under Pepin, the payment of the old annual tribute of 500 cows was regularly demanded. But Christian teaching found no soil. The two Huvades had paid with their lives for their first attempt to convert their kinsmen. The mission of Lienhart was fruitless. The noble work of Utrecht and its school of missions failed in the case of the Saxons. At the beginning of the reign of Charles, the Saxons were in the same state as they are said to have been at the beginning of our era, small independent political communities which only combined temporarily in time of war. The three greater subtribes, the Westphalians, the Angers, and the Eastphalians, were not regular political units. The pure morals of the uncorrupted natural peoples still prevailed, but also all the brutality and cruelty of barbarism. The unconditional reverence for the gods and the blind obedience due to supposed utterances of the divine will exercised a fatalistic and fanatical influence. Whether Charles had from the first intended the complete conquest of the whole Saxon territory, or whether he was led to it by the force of circumstances, cannot be determined. It is certain that from 775 he aimed at the unconditional surrender of the Saxons. The first campaign was decided on at the Assembly of the Empire at Worms, in the summer of 772. In the territory of the Angers, Charles, advancing from the south, took the Eresburg, marched northwards, destroyed the Irminsul, a tall column of wood erected on the Holy Heath, which was honoured as the symbolic bearer of the universe, universalis columna quasi sustincus omnia, and finally reached the Weser, where the Angers professed their submission and gave hostages as guarantees of peace. During Charles' absence in Italy in 774, the Saxons made an incursion into Hesse and destroyed Fritzlar, but were quickly driven back. Charles, on his return, planned radical measures. According to the Annales Einhardi, as they are called, he resolved to fight and ravage the faithless Saxons till they accepted Christianity or were utterly destroyed. The Frankish army in 775 marched from the west through the Westphalian country, took the fortress of Sigeburg, and advanced as far as the Brunisberg on the Weser. The three Saxon tribes seemed to be entirely conquered, and an unsuccessful rising in 776 only completed the work of conquest. The Eresburg and the Sigeburg were made strong centres of the Frankish power. Karlsburg on the Lippe was built. The people were compelled to accept Christianity, and their hostages were trained for Christian propaganda. From that time, Saxony was looked upon as part of the Frankish kingdom, and Charles no longer treated the people as enemies, but as rebels. The Westphalian Widukind, the head of the national resistance, had fled to Denmark. In the summer of 777, the annual assembly was held at Paderborn in the land of the Engers, and the first foundations was laid for the lasting nurture and maintenance of the Christian life, the land being divided into missionary districts and entrusted to the neighbouring bishoprics and great monasteries. Though in the time of the Great Spanish Campaign in 778, the Saxons made another plundering expedition to the Rhine, and as far as Ehrenbreitstein, a detachment of the army that had returned from Spain quickly drove back the rebels, and in the summer campaign of 779, Charles reached the Weser and subdued the 3 tribes. In the summer of 780, an assembly was held at Liebspringe, at the source of the Lippe. An advance was made to the Elbe, and again a new important permanent ecclesiastical arrangement was made. 2 years later, the Frankish assembly was again held at Liebspringe. All the Saxons appeared, says the Frankish annals, only the chief rebel, Widukind, remained away. Charles now went a step further. Saxon nobles were made Frankish counts, and the land joined politically to his empire. And at that time, apparently, those regulations were made which were intended to prevent any rising and to ensure the full acceptance of Christianity under the threat of the severest punishment, the Capitulatio de Partibus Saxoniae. Any who broke into, robbed, or set fire to a church was to be punished with death. Any who from contempt of Christianity ate meat in Lent, any who killed a bishop, priest, or deacon, any who, according to heathen custom, burnt men as wizards or ate men, any who, after heathen rites, burned the dead, any who offered human sacrifices, or even any who omitted to be baptized and remained heathen, were to be put to death. Many other ordinances for the maintenance of Christianity and for the political authority of the Frankish power were made, and also for the material foundation of Christian churches, surrender of the ownership of land and tithes. Even if there was a mitigation of this unusually severe legislation in the ordinance that the death penalty was to be remitted for those who had fled to a priest and after confession were ready to do penance, yet the law must have been found harsh, and the final Frankish ordinances of the year 782 must have incited to the utmost resistance those who looked on the conquest as only temporary. When Charles had left the Saxons and had sent a Frankish army to the east in order that with a Saxon levy it might fight against the Sorbs, a general rising broke out under the leadership of Widukind, and when the Frankish army marched against the rebels, it was defeated on the Suntil hill on the right bank of the Weser. Thereupon Charles himself immediately hastened to Saxony. His appearance gave the upper hand to the party among the Saxons friendly to the Franks and to the Christians. Widukind fled, and the chiefs obeyed the order to deliver up those who had taken part in the rising. Charles, however, held a strict inquiry, and had 4,500 Saxons beheaded on one day at Verdun on the Alle, a cruel deed for which we have sufficient historical attestation, though it has been wrongly disputed by some modern authorities. But Charles had deceived himself as to the effect of these punishments. A general rising of the Saxon people was the result. The campaign of 783, which procured Charles the 2 victories at Detmold and on the Hase, and had brought him to the Elbe, was only a passing success. The Frisians also rose. The year 784 was taken up with the warlike undertakings of Charles and his son of the same name. The king remained with his army in Saxony through the winter also in order to undertake raids from the Eresburg, the headquarters of himself and of his family, and to quell every attempt at a new rising. In the early summer of 785 he marched northwards to Paderborn, held the Frankish assembly there, and then pressed on into the Badengau on the left bank of the lower Elbe. All resistance was broken. Friendly overtures were made to Widukind and the other Saxon nobles who had hitherto fought stubbornly against the Franks. At Christmas 785, Widukind with his men appeared at Attigny, was baptized and allowed to depart as a loyal subject, loaded with rich presents. The event was looked upon as an important success. A special embassy announced to the Pope the victory of the Christian cause, and by papal ordinance, thanksgivings were offered all over Christendom to celebrate the fortunate ending of the 13 Years' War. But Widukind, the great hero, the most mighty personality in the older Saxon history, lived on in the memory of his people and became the subject of numerous legends. History tells us nothing of his later life, but legend has much to say. The most powerful Saxon families sought to honour him as their ancestor, and the church and ecclesiastical literature made use of him. His bones worked miracles, his day was celebrated in later centuries, and he was even honoured as a saint. The year 785 was an epoch in the history of the Saxon Wars. Years of peaceful Christianization followed, and a beginning was made with the episcopal organisation that was still wanting. The Northumbrian Lienhart, who had been long working successfully among the Frisians and Saxons as a missionary, was consecrated Bishop of Worms, 17 July 787, and the northern districts between the Elbe, the Weser and Ems were given to him as his diocese. In Bremen he built St. Peter's Church, which was consecrated, 1st November 789, as the see of the first Saxon bishopric. The bishoprics of Verden and Minden must likewise have been founded then or soon afterwards. The terrible Saxon wars of the first period of Charles' reign had their sequence. In the summer of 792 the Saxon people rose once more against God, the king and the Christians. This was a national heathen reaction. Perhaps the heavy taxation of which the Church was the cause aroused the wrath of the lower elements of the population. If the easy yoke and the light burden of Christ had been preached to the obstinate Saxons with the same persistence as tithes and hard penances for light sins were exacted, they would not perhaps have shunned baptism. So wrote Alcuin at the time, not without irony. The Saxons sought to enter into alliance with the surrounding heathen, and they turned to the distant Avars. A new period of the struggle began, and at the same time a period of further violent measures to master this obstinate people. In the year 795, Charles for the first time had crowds of hostages sent to Francia. The third part of the population was forcibly deported, reports one group of sources, and the number of exiles is given as 7,070. In the years 797, 798, 799, similar measures were taken, and at the same time Franks were settled on Saxon soil. In 804 in particular, whole districts of northern Saxony and Nordalbingia were robbed of their population, i.e., the Saxons were dragged away with wives and children. It is certain that no small portion of the Saxon race was at that time removed from its native soil. Traces of them are still to be found in later centuries in Frankish and Alemannic regions. At last the war, which with interruptions had lasted 32 years, could be regarded as ended, and the wide German territory, as far as the Elbe and further, was incorporated permanently into the Frankish Empire. Charles carried out his purpose of either subduing or destroying the Saxons with wonderful persistence, but at the same time with brutal severity. The Saxons are certainly not to be regarded as stubborn heathens who resisted the blessings of Christian civilization, but are to be admired as a people of strong purpose, defending their national characteristics. But the unavoidable demands of the world's progress could not be resisted. The future belonged not to the small German states which remained politically isolated. The Saxons had to fall a sacrifice to the great central development which was at that time the ruling factor in the political shaping of the West. The extension of Frankish rule over Saxony was followed by connections with the Danes and the northern Slavs. The court of the Danish king Siegfried was for a long time the centre of Danish resistance to Charles' Christian propaganda, and it was there that Widukind had always taken refuge. But in 782 the heathen king had sent a friendly embassy to the Franks, though without any wish to make concessions to Christianity. Later also friendly relations are mentioned. In 807 a Danish chieftain submitted, but in 808 King Gerhard marched against the Obodrites who were in alliance with Charles, and when the younger Charles tried to interfere to punish and to help, though he was only able to lay waste districts on the right bank of the Elbe, King Gerhard had a strong wall of defence built, it is supposed from the Trine to the Schlei. In the following year, however, after the failure of attempts at a treaty, Charles called the fortress of Itzehoe to be built. In 810, the Danish powers seemed to be making a dangerous effort. A Danish fleet of 200 ships ravaged the Frisian coasts and islands. A tribute was laid upon the subjects of the empire, and King Gerhard, who had remained at home, boasted that he would defeat Charles in open battle and make his entry into Aachen. Charles hastened eastwards with a strong force and took up his headquarters at Verden, but he had no need to interfere, for Gerhard was assassinated by a follower, and his nephew and successor, Hemming, quickly made peace. In 811, 12 deputies from the Danes, and as many from the Franks, met on the Eider, and solemnly swore to keep the agreements that had been made. Of the Slavs of the northeast, the Obodrites on the lower Elbe, who were nearest to the Franks, always stood on good terms with Charles, while the Wiltzi on the Baltic always remained hostile, and the Sorbs between the Elbe and the Saale were variable. There is evidence of friendly relations with the Obodrites after 780. They probably by that time recognized Charles' suzerainty, but were disinclined to Christianity. They repeatedly took part in the Frankish campaigns, and in 810 Charles appointed their chieftain. In 782 the Sorbs made an unimportant attack on Thuringian territory. In 806 they were defeated by the younger Charles and compelled to submit. But the subsequent building of 2 fortresses on the right bank of the Elbe, at Magdeburg and at Halle on the Saale, shows that there was no incorporation of the territory of the Sorbs into the empire. Still less is that the case with the Wiltzi. In 789 Charles undertook a great campaign of conquest. He crossed the Elbe and advanced ravaging as far as the Peene, and the chief Dragewitz and the other leaders of the people even took an oath of fidelity, but we can find no trace of permanent subjection or toll, such as Lienhart records. Again, there were struggles afterwards. In 806 fortresses were erected against them, and even the submission of 812 was only nominal and transitory. The proper boundary of the empire on the east, apart from the district of the Nordalbingians, was the Elbe, more to the south the Saale, and then the Böhmerwald. For even the land of the Czechs may not be reckoned as part of the empire. The passage of Frankish armies did not trouble the Czechs, who were only loosely organized, and the campaigns of the younger Charles in the years 805 and 806 certainly laid the land waste, but there was no lasting submission. It was a proud empire, that of the great Charles. From the Pyrenees and the northeastern part of Spain it stretched to the Eider and the Schlei on the north, from the Atlantic Ocean and the North Sea on the west to the Elbe, the Böhmerwald to the Leitha, the Upper Save and the Adriatic Sea on the east. Further, the whole of north and central Italy and the greater part of South Italy belonged to him. But his influence extended beyond this. The Slavs and the Avars who dwelt on the east were even reckoned as his, and certainly belonged to the sphere of his interests. It is true that the Christian states in Spain and the British Isles were independent, but even they recognized his friendly superiority. With the Abbasids in Baghdad, Charles united against the Umayyads of Spain and against Byzantium. The Caliph is even said to have agreed that the place of the Holy Sepulchre at Jerusalem should be under Charles' authority. Even in the East, Charles began to be regarded as the representative of Christian power. Thus the Frankish king had raised himself above the narrow limits of his nation. His authority had taken a theocratic and universal element. While in the age of Pepin, the ecclesiastical idea with its tendencies to universal authority had strengthened the papacy and had sought to give the Pope the position of the Roman Emperor in the West, under the reign of Charles, all the elements of authority connected with the Church had been serviceable to the Frankish king. The Patricius, the protector of the papal possessions, became the protector and patron of the Church generally, and moreover the representative and leader of the spread of Christianity. This was the necessary result of the forces developed by the needs of the Church itself. If the Christian teaching was to conquer the world, political power must be aimed at along with the spread of the faith. It was precisely in those times of active Christian propaganda that the need of political power was especially felt. The realization of the theocratic ideal required a dualism: ecclesiastics for the spread of the holy doctrine, laymen to fight for the faith. At the head of the former, the Pope, according to the hierarchical view that had prevailed for centuries, and at the head of the others, the King of the Franks. But the privileges of the actual political power answered the needs of the theocratic idea of that age. Towards the end of the 8th century, a mosaic was placed in the refectory of the Lateran. In it we see St. Peter sitting on the throne with the keys in his bosom. On the right and left kneel Pope Leo and King Charles. To the one Peter hands the pallium, to the other the banner of the city of Rome, and the legend runs, "Holy Peter, thou bestowest life on Pope Leo, and victory on King Charles." So was the relation understood in Rome at that time. Two central forces prevailed in Christendom, a spiritual and a secular, the one by spiritual means, the other by might. But how far did the power extend that Peter bestowed with the banner, and how far the power conferred with the pallium? As a matter of fact, the relation of spiritual and secular powers turned out very much to the disadvantage of the former. End of section 92. Section 93 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Conquests and Imperial Coronation of Charles the Great, Part 4, by Gerhard Seeliger. The government of Charles did not limit itself to secular matters. Just as the Frankish kings had long been rulers of their church, and as the work of Boniface had done little to alter this, so it was under Charles. The position of governor of the Frankish church Charles extended over the Church of the West generally. Charles felt himself called to care not only for the external maintenance of church order, but also for the purity of the faith. Numberless are his measures for the supervision of church life and the ecclesiastical ordinances. But he also took an active part in the settlement of purely dogmatic questions. As the holy Josiah, so it runs in one capitula, endeavoured to bring back to the service of God the kingdom bestowed upon him by God, so Charles would follow his example. But it is not the Pope who decides what is right and Christian and then informs Charles. The Pope was not allowed the leading part even in matters of doctrine. On the contrary, Charles took the initiative repeatedly, consulted with his bishops, and demanded from the Pope acceptance and execution. His treatment of two questions is specially characteristic. To deal with adoptionism, which originated in Spain and greatly stirred the Western Church, Charles caused synods to be held and to decide under his own presidency. At the Assembly of Frankfurt in 794, Elipandus of Toledo and Felix of Urgell were condemned. Charles took a personal interest also in the matter of image worship. When a Council of Nicaea in 787, by the influence of the Empress Irene, reintroduced the worship of images and condemned those who taught otherwise, threatening ecclesiastics with deposition and laymen with outlawry, Charles offered strong opposition to the heretical teaching of Greeks, as he considered it, and caused a learned and comprehensive work, the Caroline books, Libri Carolini, to be prepared, perhaps by Alcuin. It is of no further present interest to us that to a great extent the matter dealt with misunderstandings caused by unfortunate renderings of decisions of 787 composed in the Greek language. It is enough that the doctrine of the Greeks was rejected in the sharpest manner, and the Pope was required, though he was entirely on the side of the Greeks, to take the side of the Franks and to excommunicate the Greek emperor as a heretic. Hadrian did not dare directly to repudiate the king's interference in the settlement of questions of doctrine, although he prudently appealed to his primacy, opposed the royal opinion point by point, and defended the Greek view as the orthodox one. Finally, however, he declared himself ready to fulfill the king's wish and to excommunicate the Greek emperor. He would demand of Constantine the restitution of the patrimony of Peter, and if the emperor refused, he would exclude him as an obstinate heretic from church fellowship. Charles seems to have left this very remarkable proposal unanswered. He simply caused the pseudo-council of Nicaea to be repudiated, and the Pope said nothing. "This do we praise as a wonderful and special divine gift," writes Alcuin to Charles, "that thou dost endeavour to keep the Church of Christ inwardly pure, and to protect it with as great a devotion from the doctrine of the faithless as to defend it outwardly against the plundering of the heathen and to extend it. With these two swords has God's power armed thy right hand and thy left." In the Caroline books it is declared that by the gift of God he had taken the helm of the Church throughout his dominions, and that the Church had been entrusted to him to steer through the stormy waves of this world. The first letter of Charles to Leo III contains a formal programme of the relation of Pope and King. It is the King's business to defend the Holy Church of God outwardly with arms, and inwardly to maintain the Catholic faith, and it is the business of the Holy Father to support the royal work by his prayers. The representative of God, who has to protect and govern all the members of God, so is Charles called, Lord and Father, King and Priest, the leader and guide of all Christians. These are courtly expressions, but they agree perfectly with the facts. The Frankish kingdom had become a world empire, the Christian empire of the West. And yet the old fundamental political ideas were still in force. The supreme lord of this power still called himself King of the Franks and Lombards and Patricius of the Romans. Carolus gratia Dei, Rex Francorum et Langobardorum, ec Patricius Romanorum. Must there not be a change in this respect? Must not the increased power find expression in a new title? It does not appear that Charles definitely sought this, nor does it appear that tendencies of this kind prevailed about Charles. Even in the year 800, Alcuin explained that three powers were the highest in the world: the papacy in Rome, the empire in the Second Rome, and the royal dignity of Charles. And the last precedes the others. Charles surpasses all men in power, in wisdom, in dignity. He is appointed by Jesus Christ as leader of the Christian people. If Alcuin does not wish thereby to set the title of king above that of emperor, but only to estimate the royal dignity of Charles as higher than that of the emperor of East Rome, yet so much is clear that in the eyes of Charles' contemporaries, claims to the highest earthly power were compatible with the title of king, and that the monarch in Byzantium, in spite of his title of emperor, was to be regarded as of less importance than the King Charles. With proud self-consciousness, the Franks set themselves, on occasion, in opposition to the Roman idea of the state. Thus the prologue to the Lex Seeliger, composed in the 8th century, spoke of the glorious Frankish race that after a victorious struggle had thrown off the hard yoke of the Romans, and after their acceptance of Christianity had enshrined in buildings decked with gold the bodies of the martyrs, burnt and mutilated by the Romans. And in the last decade of the 8th century, expressions directly hostile to the Roman Empire were uttered by the confidential friends of Charles. In the Caroline books, the Imperium Romanum is characterized as heathen and idolatrous. Here speaks hatred for the East Roman Empire, of Constantine and of Irene. But in it there is also seen Augustine's conception of the Roman world empire as one of the great civitates terreni, and further the idea which the Christian writers had spread, using the interpretation of the dream of Nebuchadnezzar by the prophet Daniel, the idea that 4 empires follow one another, and that the Roman Empire is the 4th, upon which follows the setting up of the heavenly empire, i.e., the end of the world. 4 civitates terreni, and the last of them, the Roman Imperium, stand in characteristic contrast to the civitas Dei, truly a conception which could hardly lead to the assumption of the Roman imperial dignity by the Franks. But on the other hand, the Roman imperial dignity still lived as a universal power in the historical life even of the West, and Byzantium was still looked upon as the head of one Roman Empire. It is true that the development of civilization had brought about a separation of the Christian East and the Christian West, complete political separation, and made desirable the limitation of the universal Roman Empire to the West. These were social exigencies which help us to understand the efforts of the Italian exarchs of the great emperors for emancipation, including that of the eunuch Eleutherius, who in the year 619 marched to Rome to set the West Roman Empire up again, and wished to be crowned by the Pope. And then the Pope himself had taken up the idea of Roman universalism, and regarded himself as the sovereign representative of the Republica Romana between Byzantium and the Lombards. Finally, the supreme power of Charles had arisen, and he had united in himself the power of the kings of the Franks, of the Lombard kings, and of the Lord of the Republica Romana, and the universalist tendencies which were peculiar to Rome and the Christian Church of the West. There was great need in the 8th century for a political union of the Christian West. In the Empire of Charles, these tendencies were eventually satisfied, but the way to the re-erection of the Western Empire of the Romans was not yet clear, for it contradicted the still recognized position of the Byzantine Emperor as the supreme head of the Imperium Romanum. Also in contradiction to it was a deep-seated opposition of the friends of Charles to the Roman imperial idea itself, against the Imperium Romanum, the fourth and last of the great world empires that were founded on the power of the evil one, and stood in opposition to the kingdom of God on earth. There is no doubt that at the end of the 8th century, the development of affairs in the West pressed for a certain formal recognition of the universal power of the Frankish king which had prevailed, but the friends of the great monarch did not seek the settlement. They could not seek it in the assumption of the imperial dignity by Charles. The position was still obscure, when the solution came through a spontaneous act of the Pope. Pope Hadrian I died on Christmas Day 795. The Roman Leo III was elected on the following day, and consecrated on the day after. He did homage to Charles as his overlord. He sent to him the decree of the election with the assurance of fidelity, the keys of the grave of St. Peter, and the banner of the city of Rome. And he asked for envoys before whom the Romans could take the oath of allegiance. Formerly, the popes had given in their documents the years of the reigns of the Eastern emperors. Since 772, Hadrian had admitted this, and Leo III reckoned the years of the Lord Charles, the illustrious king of the Franks, and of the Lombards and Patricius of the Romans, since he has conquered Italy. Charles answered the papal message in a manner which expressed the exalted position of the king. Through Angilbert, he gave the new spiritual ruler a strict warning to lead an honourable life and to observe the decrees of the Church. Leo III was hard and cruel, and soon forfeited the sympathies of the Romans. On 25 April 799, when he was taking part in an ordinary procession, a conspiracy broke out. Leo was attacked, torn from his horse, severely treated, and sent to the monastery of St. Erasmus. During the night he escaped with the help of his chamberlain, being let down the wall by a rope, and hurried to St. Peter's, where the two Frankish envoys, the abbot of Stablo and the Duke of Spoleto, were staying. These, on news of the movement in Rome, had hastened there with an army. Leo was brought to Spoleto. Soon he was extolled as a martyr on whom the grace of God had wrought miracles. His enemies were said to have destroyed his eyes and torn out his tongue when they attacked him, but during his imprisonment his sight and speech were restored by miracle. And when the two envoys brought him to the land of the Franks to seek help, his triumph was worthy of one on whom the grace of God had so wonderfully lighted. And the people hastened to kiss the feet of the Holy Father. In Paderborn, Charles prepared a brilliant reception for the Pope, and Leo was received by the king with kind embraces. But when his Roman opponents, accursed sons of the devil, also sent messengers to Charles, and raised the gravest charges against the Holy Father, accusing him of adultery and perjury, there were not wanting voices round Charles that Leo should either clear himself by an oath or renounce the papal dignity. Others among them, especially Abbot Alcuin of Tours, saw in such demands a serious blow to the papal office itself. This opinion Charles shared. He sent Leo to Rome accompanied by royal envoys, and on 29 November 799 there was a brilliant entry into the city. Then Charles' envoys brought the conspirators to trial. As the serious accusations against Leo could not be proved, the opponents of the Pope were sent as prisoners to Francia. But the investigation caused the Pope many anxious moments, as may be seen from the letters at Angilbert. Rome was not yet pacified, and Charles himself wished to set things in order permanently. In the autumn of 800 he went to Italy, and, 24 November, held his solemn entry into Rome. 7 days later the great assembly of Franks and Romans was held in St. Peter's to consider the charges brought against the Pope. They agreed to leave it to the Pope to clear himself by an oath voluntarily and without compulsion. It was in that manner they found a way out of the difficulty. No trial of the Pope was to be held, for this must inflict the gravest injury on the papal office, but yet the suspicions which remained were to be removed. Leo agreed to the proposal, and 23 December, holding the Book of the Gospels, he solemnly declared in the assembly that the most gracious and exalted King Charles had come to Rome with his priests and nobles to investigate the charges, and that he himself of his own free will, condemned and compelled by none, at length cleared himself before God of every suspicion. Never had Charles appeared so manifestly the Lord of Christendom, and just at that time came the legates of the Patriarch of Jerusalem, bringing the keys of the Holy Sepulchre, of the Hill of Calvary, and of the city, as well as a banner to testify to the suzerainty of the mighty Charles. Was the ruler of Orthodox Christendom to hold for the future only the title of king? On Christmas Day, as the king rose from prayer before the confession of St. Peter, Pope Leo set a crown upon his head, and the whole Roman people there assembled joined in the cry, "Hail to Charles the Augustus, crowned of God, the great and peace-bringing Emperor of the Romans." After this cry of homage, the Pope offered him the adoration due to the Byzantine emperors, and laying aside the title of Patricius, he was called Emperor and Augustus. Such is the brief report of the official Frankish annals. With it agree the statements of the papal book, only that there is no mention of the adoration, and a thrice-repeated cry of homage is spoken of. Another account, Annales Lorihamensis, tells of deliberations of the Pope, of the assembled clergy, and of the other Christian people, of deliberations that the empire was then in the possession of a woman, Irene, at Constantinople, that Charles ought to be called emperor because he held Rome, the seat of the emperors, and that Charles had yielded to the request of the priests and of the whole Christian people, and had accepted the title of emperor with the coronation by Pope Leo. Many modern historians have thought that this account makes it necessary to suppose a previous election by the Roman people, but the story is worthy of little credit. It abounds in words, but is poor in facts, and cannot be set against the harmonious and clear accounts of the Imperial annals and of the papal book. The whole proceeding of the Pope, which took Charles entirely by surprise, is so surely attested that all doubts must be silenced. Even the question how the people without premeditation could have broken out into cries of homage finds its answer in the fact that the same laudes were offered to the Patricius, and hence the cry, only slightly changed, could very well have been raised on Christmas Day 800, without previous practice. Lienhart, however, relates in his Life of Charles that the new title was at first very unwelcome to the monarch, and that Charles even said that on this day, though it was a high festival, he would not have entered the church if he had known the Pope's intention. Thus we have on the whole a trustworthy account of the proceedings on Christmas Day 800. From the assured facts we must proceed to the meaning of the coronation as a matter of law and of general history. The spontaneous action of the Pope created the office of Emperor, and the coronation was looked upon as the decisive act. There was no election by the people. Even the joyous cry offered to the newly crowned Emperor is not to be regarded as an act of election. The laudes were only joyful assent to the act which was of itself legally valid. But the Pope acted as a suddenly inspired organ of God. God himself crowned Charles as Emperor through the Pope. This view comes out clearly in the laudes offered to Charles, and it expresses the meaning of the title of Emperor. The theocratic origin of the office is certain, and this theocratic element remained. On this basis, Charles took his ground when he himself provided for the succession in 813 and commanded his son Louis to take the imperial crown that was resting on the altar and to put it upon his head. God spoke not through the Pope, but through the Emperor. End of section 93. Section 94 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Conquests and Imperial Coronation of Charles the Great, Part 5, by Gerhard Seeliger. It is certain that on the occasion of the coronation of 800, Byzantine precedents played a leading part. The coronation, hitherto unknown in the West, was due to the fact that since the middle of the 5th century, the Patriarch of Constantinople had been wont to deck the new emperor with the crown. The cry of homage goes back to an older litany for the Patricius in connection with the Byzantine usage, and in the same way the title of emperor finds a Byzantine precedent. But the proceeding of 800 was not an act in accordance with the Byzantine constitution. In spite of its resemblances to Greek usages, it was essentially something new. Historical forces, due to developments in the West and even contrary to Eastern ideas, led to the Western Empire. The foundation of the empire in the year 800 sprang not from the soil of the Byzantine constitution, but from disregard of it, and meant a complete break with it. We must suppose that the thought of the coronation was due to Leo himself, or to someone closely connected with him. At all events, his act was, in a certain sense, in sharpest contrast with the papal ideas of the donation of Constantine. For in the latter, the most important feature was an Italy independent of the emperor, but in 800 the Pope himself set the emperor as the highest secular lord over his Rome. He must have been conscious of this difference himself, but the Pope may have considered that as Patricius, Charles was already supreme, and that his absolute position was already established. And since the generally prevailing ideas pointed clearly towards the empire, it might have been regarded as an advantage for the Roman Curia if this last development was due to itself. No doubt the coronation was intended to express the strongest feeling of gratitude to the powerful king, but in this Leo deceived himself. According to accounts which are trustworthy, Charles was displeased at the unexpected event. It's not easy to understand the reason of his displeasure. Did he not wish for the crown because he felt himself a German ruler and put the German idea of the state in conscious opposition to Roman absolutism? Or was it that he did not desire it just at that time because he feared a collision with the Eastern Empire? Or did he not wish for the crown from the hand of the Pope because he foresaw the latter might build on it a right to crown, and so deduce claims to supremacy? The later policy of Charles gives many hints for the answer to these questions. We know that Charles for a long time combined no political authority with his position as emperor, and that he ignored the office in his first division of the empire in 806. We also know that he laid the greatest weight on an alliance with Byzantium, and finally that in 813, when he had to arrange for the succession, he allowed no repetition of the precedent of 800, but rejected all cooperation of the Pope. We must therefore conclude that Charles did not indeed wish to set up the idea of a Germanic priestly kingship against that of the Roman Empire, but that he held fast in 800 to that conception of a Frankish power which had raised him so high. He was not moved by fear of complications with the East, but he saw that they would arise through this step of the popes. He did not dream of the far-reaching papal pretensions of a later age, but he did not wish that so important an event as that of 800 should rest on foreign interference. At the end of the 8th century he had not himself weighed the significance of the change. He had not thought things were ripe for it. He saw in it something inexplicable, something indefinite, which was ground enough for uneasiness and hesitation. Charles certainly did not despise gifts which came to him from heaven, but he wished to ask for them himself, not to receive them unexpectedly through outside intervention. The coronation came in 800 as a surprise, but not as a chance. It sprang entirely from the initiative of the Pope, but it was not a chance idea of Leo's, which might as well not have occurred to him. It was rather the outcome of a long chain of events, the result of ordinary historical factors. It had to come, but that it came actually on that Christmas day and in the manner in which it did depended on mere chance, purely individual circumstances. Hence, the Western Empire did not suddenly bring new elements into the political life of the West. When a modern constitutional historian sees in it a radical constitutional upheaval, when he finds the kingdoms of Charles combined into the United Empire and taking their historical form, and yet considers all this to be without constitutional importance, it seems to accord little with the actual circumstances, and even to contradict the clearest assertions of our authorities. We see quite plainly that the new title of emperor at once took the place of the title of patricius, which disappeared, while the old title of king, on the contrary, remained. We must therefore conclude that those offices which before the coronation were connected with the patriciate are to be looked upon as imperial offices. Even as Charles as patricius had been protector of the Republica Romana and supreme in Christendom, so was he as emperor, only that now the monarchical elements were of more significance. As he had been king of the Franks and of the Lombards before 800, so he remained after 800. It is true that the relations of the imperial and the kingly authority were not clearly defined. There was no need, from this point of view, to distinguish the offices which were united in the person of the great monarch. It would not have been possible to draw a sharp line of distinction. Even the duties and rights which originally had certainly belonged to the patriciate, and therefore now belonged to the ruler as emperor and not as king, were soon combined with the Frankish monarchy. As emperor of the Romans, Charles was crowned, and as master of the Imperium Romanum he regarded himself from that time. But was not the seat of the empire Byzantium? Could two emperors act side by side? Men asked themselves these questions at the time, and the Annals of Lorsch sought to answer them by explaining that the Greeks had no emperor, but only an empress over them, and that therefore the imperial rank belonged to Charles, the ruler of Rome, the old seat of the Caesars. Charles had taken the office of Roman emperor in its unlimited universal extent, but he was from the first inclined to allow a limitation. He negotiated with Byzantium and earnestly sought a good understanding. According to the account of a Greek historian, Charles planned a betrothal with the Empress Irene, but the plan fell through owing to the opposition of the powerful patricius Aetius, and during the negotiations the Empress Irene was overthrown in 802. Charles eagerly sought recognition of his imperial rank from Irene's successors, from Nicephorus, then from Michael after 811, and from Leo V after 813. He went upon the assumption of a division of the Imperium, of a peaceful and independent coexistence of the Imperium Orientale and of the Imperium Occidentale. Not until 810 did he come to a preliminary agreement with Greek agents, whereby he gave up claim to Venice and the towns on the Dalmatian coast, which were even at the beginning of the 9th century occasionally under Frankish rule, and in turn was recognized as emperor by the Greeks. Michael, the successor of Nicephorus, was ready to conclude the treaty, and in the church of Aachen in 812 the Greek ambassadors solemnly saluted Charles as emperor, Basileus. But Leo V first drew up the Greek document of the treaty and sent envoys with it to Aachen, where, after Charles' death, it was solemnly delivered to Louis. This was the formal step in the creation of the Empire of the West. The coronation of 800 gave neither a new basis for the monarchical authority nor a new direction for the obligations of the state. In the year 802, an order was issued for a universal renewal of the oath of allegiance, and the religious side of the obligation was emphasized more than before. The theocratic element of the great monarchy was brought to the front. Yet this was nothing new in principle. When in 809 Charles ordered the retention of the filioque in the creed, in opposition to the action of the Pope, and when the Frankish use as a matter of fact supplanted the Roman, this influence of Charles upon doctrine was not a mere consequence of the coronation. The office of emperor only became gradually a definite political power, summing up, as it were, the separate powers of the Frankish ruler, and also giving a legal basis for the relation of this absolute authority to the Church of the Pope. When on 6 February 806, to avoid wars of succession, a division of the empire among the 3 sons of Charles was arranged in case of his death, the document was sent to the Pope for his signature, and care for the Roman Church was enjoined upon the sons. But nothing was decided about the office of emperor. A few years later, it was looked upon as an office which conferred actual authority and must be reserved for the house of Charles. In September of the year 813, an assembly was held at Aachen, and Charles with his nobles resolved to raise Louis, his only surviving son, to the position of emperor, while a grandson, Bernard, the son of his dead son Pepin, was to be appointed under-king of Italy. In his robes as emperor, Charles advanced to the altar, knelt in prayer, addressed warning words to his son, caused him to promise fulfillment of all commands, and finally bade Louis take a second crown that was lying upon the altar and place it himself upon his head. The reign of Charles as emperor was a period of quiet improvement, of great acquisitions. The wars of the earlier period had come to an end and conquest was over. His magnificent efforts to raise the conditions of social and religious life became apparent. The world power was universally recognized. Far beyond the Christian peoples of the West, Charles enjoyed unconditional respect. In East and West he was looked upon as the head of the Christian empire. To the Slavs he was so absolutely the ruler that his name, as Kral, served as an expression for royal authority, just as formerly in the West those of Caesar and Augustus had been chosen to express supreme monarchical power. On 28 January 814, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Charles died after an illness of a few days' duration at Aachen, where he had resided by preference during the last years of his reign. He was buried the same day in the basilica there, and in the manner customary in the West, lying in a closed coffin. Only a later fanciful writer was able to distort this well-attested simple fact. Count Otto of Lamello, one of those who accompanied Otto III on his remarkable visit to the grave of Charles in the year 1000, related, according to the Chronicum Novaciliensis, that Charles was found sitting on a throne like a living man, with his crown upon his head and his sceptre in his hands, the nails of which had grown through the gloves. Otto III, according to this account, had the robes set in order, the lost portion of the nose replaced by gold, and a tooth of the great dead brought away. It may well be supposed that the awful moment in which the fanciful Otto wished to greet his mighty predecessor in person dazzled the senses of the Count, whose imagination, and perhaps the desire for sensation, have led astray much learned investigation and popular ideas. Popular legends soon busied themselves with the person of the emperor, to whom following generations very soon gave the title of the Great. Even in the 9th century, all kinds of fables were told about him, and the hero became exalted into the superhuman. In the amusing little book of Notker the Stammerer, the monk of St. Gall, anecdotes and popular tales play a part. By that time, 2 generations after the death of the great king, these tales must have grown very much. In northern France the legends were especially busy, and the stories of Charles and his paladins were gathered together in poetic form in the Chanson de Geste, and later in the Chanson de Roland, to travel from France to Germany, and to live on in the Rolandslied, in the Widerhallen and in the Chronicle of the German Emperors of the 12th century. Legends had long been developed on the ecclesiastical side. The Poeta Saxo, as early as the end of the 9th century, had praised the emperor as the apostle of the land of the Saxons, and the struggle with the Saracens was also praised from this point of view. It is true that Charles could not be regarded as a saint so long as his manner of life was remembered. This caused great trouble to the strict moralist. The monk Vetti, for instance, represented Charles as suffering terrible punishments in the other world on that account, and Walfrid Strabo, who in the time of Louis turned the Visio Vettini into verse, relates that a nun had beheld the tortures of Charles and the fires of purgatory. But these memories faded, and later it was only the soldier of God, the champion of the faith, the builder of numerous churches, who was remembered. As early as the second half of the 10th century, stories were told of a journey of Charles to Jerusalem. In the 11th century this was generally believed, and Charles was exalted as a martyr on account of his many adventures. The picture of the monarch was transformed, and his character became that of a Christian ecclesiastic, even that of a monk. The purely ecclesiastical legends about Charles originated in the 12th century. His life was thought of, not as ascetic, but as holy, and the solemn canonization in 1165 was the final step in the process. No authentic portrait of Charles has come down to us, for the equestrian statuette from the treasury of the Cathedral of Metz, which is now in the Carnavalet Museum in Paris, cannot be proved to be a contemporary representation. The long moustache of the otherwise beardless rider seems rather to belong to Charles the Bald. The first Western emperor was large in body. The examination of the skeleton in the year 1861 showed a length of nearly 6 feet 4 inches. But we cannot form a clearer idea of his external appearance, in spite of the excellent description which we owe to Lienhart. This faithful counsellor and friend wrote his life soon after the death of the great emperor. His picture maintains its great value, even though it can be proved to borrow its general, and even its particular, features from the biographies of Suetonius. Lienhart made independent observations, and drew the portrait of Charles with love and intelligence. We see the old emperor before us with his majestic form, his round head resting on a neck somewhat too short and thick, and covered with beautiful white hair, and with his kindly face from which looked the large quick eyes. We learn that much that was not beautiful, such as his too great corpulence, was forgotten on account of the symmetry of his limbs and his harmonious proportions. We learn that in the 2 last years of his life, when his body had become somewhat weakened through attacks of fever, his old vigorous gait had become a little feeble, owing to the halting of one leg. We hear the emperor speaking in a curiously high voice, which was in marked contrast with the powerful form of the speaker. We have exact information even about the habits of his daily life. We see how Charles rises in the morning and receives his friends even while dressing, how he discharges the business of government, hears the reports of the palgraves, and decides difficult points of law. We learn how he was dressed, how he took hot baths, how fond he was of hunting, and how he practised swimming, if possible in company with many others, how he ate much and drank very moderately, how he liked to hear music, or to have some book read aloud during his chief meal. We even learn how he took a long rest in the middle of the day in summer, and how the activity of his mind disturbed his rest at night. Lienhart was depicting the monarch in his later years, but the picture does not show the features of an old man. The vigour of the great king remained unbroken. The whole personality of Charles is made unusually human and brought very near to us by Lienhart and by the popular stories of the monks in Gaul. It is a personality of magic power from which no one can escape, of noble amiability, with a sense of humour and naturally kind. Tender chords also echoed in this great soul, a deep love for his children, especially for his daughters, and he felt the need of close confidence on the part of his family. But there is not the pure honour of the simple father. His passion is always breaking out, a strong desire to which the moral ideas of the age could set no limits, an unusually strong inclination for the other sex, and this strong nature, so accustomed to command and to expect obedience, could set no limits to his own desires. There was a remarkable licentiousness in the private life of the emperor and his court, a want of discipline, immorality even in the eyes of a coarse age, an inclination for freedom, and at the same time for what is great. Only he who was himself above rules and ordinances demands unconditional submission to his will. For the simplicity of his character, his affability and popularity never did harm to his majesty, or made him too free. From this great nature there issued a strength which mastered everything. It was a nature full of passion, and yet of calm circumspection. Charles never formed important resolutions in his angry moments. He went his way without consideration for the rights or wishes of others, or for individuals of the different peoples, but did so only when he served the purpose of his high mission. This gave his actions invincible strength. The wideness of his interests, and his real understanding for the needs of the people is unique even amongst the greatest in history. His care was given to great things and small, even to the smallest matters, alike to the political, the social, the literary, and to the artistic life of the peoples. Everywhere he made ordinances, everywhere he gave encouragement, everywhere he took a personal part. Everywhere, of course, as the head of the community, everywhere as a man of action, as an intelligent leader of his people. He was no theorist, no dreamer, not a man of books. Quite pathetic is his endeavour to make himself acquainted with the elements of the culture of the time. In addition to German, he was master of Latin and understood Greek. But his attempts to acquire the art of writing had as little success as his endeavour to produce new ideas in the sphere of grammar or chronology. He was no great scholar, no abstract thinker. And so he showed himself in his relation to the Church and to theocratic ideas. In spite of all his interest in questions of doctrine, he had no deep or independent grasp of religious problems. The teaching of the Church was for him an unassailable truth. From this he derived his high sense of mission. He placed himself at the service of theocratic ideas in order to combine them with his quest for power. This gave his policy an unexpected moral strength. A sense of the grace of God dominated his work from the very beginning. That does not mean that he acted as a simple Christian man who was anxious about the salvation of his soul, but as the plenipotentiary of God who has to maintain earthly order in the Christian sense. Necessarily connected with the Christian theocratic idea is all that would strengthen authority in this world. On this then he seized, and this by virtue of his naturally strong character he brought to accomplishment. Charles looked upon his empire as a divine state. He felt that he had been appointed by God as the earthly head of Christians. He read and loved Augustine's book, De Civitate Dei. He believed that he had set up the Civitatis Dei, in the second empirical sense, which Augustine placed beside the Civitas Dei as the spiritual union of all saints under the grace of God, as a great earthly organization for the care of common earthly needs in a manner pleasing to God, and for the worthy preparation for the better life in the world to come. Augustine, it is true, had seen the empirical manifestation of the Civitatis Dei in the Universal Catholic Church. Charles saw no contradiction. For him the ecclesiastical body and the secular were one. He was the head, and while Augustine placed the Roman Empire as fourth in the order of world empires, and as a Civitatis Terrena in opposition to the kingdom of God, for Charles this dualism was no more. His Imperium Romanum is no Civitas Terrena. It is identical with the earthly portion of the Church founded by Christ. The words of Alcuin are significant. Charles rules the kingdom of eternal peace, founded by the blood of Christ. The empire of Charles was intended to realize the divine kingdom upon earth. On the one hand, this answered to the great tendencies which governed the life of the Christian peoples of the West, but on the other, it contradicted them. Government of the world by the laws of Christ, uniformity of Christian organization, universalism. These ideals the new Imperium Romanum of Charles seemed to serve. But in the Christian society there had long prevailed the idea of a priesthood set over the laity, the idea of the hierarchical order and of the papal primacy. and these ideas demanded unity and universalism in the sense that the supreme head of the society could not be a secular monarch, but only the Bishop of Rome. Hence, an imperial universalism could not finally overcome that of the Curia. Two different currents were perceptible in the Christian theocratic tendencies towards unity after the year 800, often working together, often against each other. And here it must be observed that the tendencies towards priestly universal rule are as little to be regarded as especially Roman as the tendencies towards the theocratic Christian imperial power as specially German. Rather, both were the outcome of a general Western development, and both have as their representatives both the Romance and the Germanic peoples. On the one hand, the universal ecclesiastical views necessarily led again and again to a priestly universal rule, and on the other hand, the increasing political needs of the rising Romance and German nations necessarily caused a desire for the independence of the state. The significance of Charles for the history of the world lies in this, that he transferred the theocratic idea of absolute sovereignty, which had begun to work as a great historical factor in Western history, from the sphere of the Roman Curia to the Frankish state. He prepared the way for the social institutions peculiar to the Middle Ages, and at the same time opened the source of unavoidable wars. Of course, there were general antecedents for this in the political life of the Franks and of the other Western peoples. But yet it was here that this mighty personality was an independent force. End of section 94.
Section 95 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Foundations of Society, Origins of Feudalism, Part 1, by Paul Vinogradoff. The whole period of European history, extending roughly from AD 476 to AD 1000, appears at first sight as an epoch of chaotic fermentation, in which it is almost impossible to perceive directing principles and settled institutions. The mere influx of hordes of barbarians was bound to break up the frame of Roman civilization and to reduce it to its rudimentary elements. But what made confusion worse confounded was the fact that the Teutonic, Slavonic, and Turanian invaders had come with social arrangements of their own, which did not disappear at the mere contact with the Roman world, leaving, as it were, a clean slate for new beginnings, but survived in a more or less shattered and modified condition. And yet, when the eye becomes somewhat accustomed to the turmoil of the Dark Ages, one cannot but perceive that certain principles and institutions have had a guiding influence in this checkered society, that there is a continuous development from Roman or barbaric roots, and that there is no other way to explain the course of events during our period but to trace the working of both these elements of social life. One of the principles of concentration, which seemed at the outset to give fair promise of robust growth, was kinship. Nature has taken care to provide the most primitive human beings with ties of relationship which raise them over individual isolation. Man and wife keep together, parents rear up their children, and brothers are naturally allied against strangers. Of course, much depends on the kind of union arising between man and wife, on the share of each parent in the bringing up of children, and on the views as to brotherhood and strangers. But before examining the particular direction taken by these notions in the case of the Teutonic tribes, with whom we are primarily concerned, let us notice the fact that, whatever shape the idea of kinship may have taken, it was certainly productive of most important consequences in the arrangement of early Germanic society. When Caesar has to tell us about the occupation of territory by a Germanic tribe, he dwells on the fact that the tribal rulers and princes assign land to clans, gentes, and kindreds of men who have joined together, cognationes hominum qui una coierunt. We need not try to put a very definitive meaning on the curious difference indicated by the two terms. It is sufficient for our present purpose to take note of the fact that the idea of kinship lies at the root of both. A Germanic tribe, as described by Caesar, was composed of clans and clan-like unions. And when Tacitus speaks of the military array of a tribe, he informs us that it was composed of families and kindreds, familiae et propinquitates. No wonder we read in the poem of Beowulf that the coward warrior disgraces his whole kindred, and that the latter has to share in his punishment. Like the Roman gentes, the Greek gene, the Celtic clans and septs, the kindreds of the Teutonic tribes were based on agnatic relationship, that is, on relationship through men, the unmarried women remaining in the family of their fathers or brothers, while the married women and their offspring joined the families of their husbands. There are not many traces of an earlier, quote-unquote, matriarchal constitution of society, except the fact mentioned by Tacitus that the Teutons considered the maternal uncle with special respect, and indeed, in taking hostages, attributed more importance to that form of relationship than to the tie between father and son. It is not unlikely that this view goes back to a state of affairs when the mother stood regularly under the protection of her brother, and her children were brought up by him and not by their father. The mother's skin maintained a certain subsidiary recognition even in later days. It never ceased to be responsible for the woman which came from it, and always afforded her protection in case of grievous ill treatment by the husband, a protection which in some cases might extend to children. Nevertheless, in the ordinary course of affairs, the father's authority was fully recognized, and the families and kindreds of the host must have been chiefly composed of agnatic groups bearing distinctive names from real or supposed ancestors and tracing their descent from him through a succession of males. In Norse custom, these agnatic relations formed the so-called Baugildi, that is, the group entitled to receive and to pay the arm rings of gold constituting the fine for homicide. The payment and reception of fines are, of course, the other side of the protection afforded by the kindred to its members. Not the state, but the kindred was primarily appealed to in the case of aggression, and the Mägds, Ads, Geschlechter, Pfarrei, or whatever the kindreds were called by different tribes, resorted to private war in order to enforce their claims and to wreak revenge on offenders. It is easy to picture to ourselves the importance of such an institution by the contrast it presents to present social arrangements, but in order to realize fully how complex this system came to be, let us cast a glance at the distribution of fines in one of the Norwegian laws, in the so-called Frostatingslof, regulating the legal customs of the northwestern province of Trondheim. Footnote: though the Norwegian and other Scandinavian laws are late in their present text, they are based on archaic customs and are commonly used by scholars to ascertain the principles of ancient Germanic law. And a footnote. In this Frostatingslof, we read first in case 6 marks of gold are adjudged, what everyone shall take and give of the rings, Baugar. The slayer or the slayer's son shall pay all the rings unless he has Vissender to help him. The question is, who are called so? And here is the answer. Quote, if the father of the slayer is alive, or his sons or brothers, father's brothers or brother's son, cousins or sons of cousins, they are all called Vissender. And they are so called because they are sure, vis, of paying the fines which are to be paid. C3. The slayer or the slayer's son shall pay to the son of the slain the principal ring of the 6 marks of gold, namely 5 marks of weighted silver. The father of the slayer shall pay as much to the father of the dead. The brother of the slayer shall pay the brother of the dead 4 marks less, 2 auras. The father's brothers and the sons of the brother of the slayer shall pay to the father's brothers and to the sons of the brother of the slain 20 auras. And the first cousins and their sons shall pay 13 auras and an urdok. By the side of the Baugildi, the agnatic group bearing the principal brunt of collisions and claiming the principal compensation payments, appear the Nefgildi, the personal supporters of the slain, respectively, of the offended man. These are connected with him through his female relations. Together with the Baugildi group, they would form what was termed a cognatio by the Romans, that is, the entire circle of kinsmen. The relative importance attached to the two sides of the relationship was generally expressed by a surrender of 2/3 of the Wehrgeld, the slain man's price, to the father's kin, and of 1/3 to the mother's kin. With mother's kin, however, one would have to reckon also the relations through sisters, aunts, nieces, etc. In fact, the Nefgildi would correspond to what the continental Germans called the spindle side of the relationship, while the Baugildi constituted the spear side. For purposes of organization, the spear side formed a solid group, while the spindle side was divided among several agnatic groups according to the position of the husbands of women supposed to carry the spindles. The natural advantage of the Baugildi, or spear kindred, found another expression in the fact that in the earlier customary law of Teutonic tribes, women were not admitted to inherit land. It was reserved to men as fighting members of the kindred, and the coat of mail went with the land inheritance. Lex Angliorum et Verinorum 6. Besides the power of protecting and revenging its members, the kindred exercised a number of other functions. It acted as a contracting party in settling marriages with members of other kindreds. It exercised the right of wardship in regard to minors. It provided a family tribunal in case of certain grievous offenses against unwritten family law, especially in the case of adultery. It supported those of its members who had been economically ruined and were unable to maintain themselves. It had to guarantee to public authorities the good behavior of its members if they were not otherwise trustworthy. Altogether, the German system of kinship at starting resembled that of Greece and Italy and of the Celtic tribes as a comprehensive arrangement of society on clan lines. One of the most momentous turning points in the history of the race consists in the fact that Germanic commonwealths did not on the whole continue to develop in this direction. The natural kindreds were too much broken and mixed up by the migrations, the protracted struggle with the Romans, and the confusion of the settlement on conquered soil. There was a loss of that continuity of tradition and comparative isolation which contributed powerfully to shape the tribal arrangements of other Aryan races, more especially of the Celts of Scotland, Wales, and Ireland, and of the Slavs in the Balkan mountains. It is interesting to notice, however, that where the necessary seclusion and continuity of tradition did exist, a complicated federation of clans might spring up. The classical case within the region of Germanic settlements is that of the Dithmarschen in Schleswig-Holstein. Quote, "The propinquitates parentellae proximi of the Dithmarschen, German Freund, or, as they are called in charters from the 14th century, the Schlachten, Geschlechter, kindreds, are close associations, the members of which are bound to help each other in private war and revenge, before the courts and in case of economic difficulties. They are very different in size, the largest being that of the Vollermannen, who, as Neacorus tells us, were able to send 500 warriors into the field. It happens that the kindreds admit new men after an examination of their worth. Most kindreds originate in voluntary leagues and associations, but the right to membership is inherited by all male descendants. The kindreds, Geschlechter, are subdivided accordingly into narrower groups of kinsmen, the Kluften and brotherhoods." End of quote. Although as a rule the arrangement on lines of relationship declined steadily and rapidly, we witness the existence and operations of kindreds in most Western countries in the earlier centuries of the Middle Ages. The Alemannic law, for instance, tells us that the disputes as to land are carried on by kindreds, genealogiae, and a Frankish edict of 571 asserts the right of direct descendants and brothers to inherit land against traditional claims of neighbors, which could only have been based on the conception of a kindred owing the land of the township. Edictum Kilpereke 3. The Burgundians were settled in Pharai, and among the Bavarians, 5 kindreds enjoyed special consideration. In a Bavarian charter of 750, the kindreds of the Agilolfings and of Fagana grant land to a bishop of Freising. In these cases, the kindreds are represented by certain leaders and their consortes et participes. The Mechths of the Angles and Saxons, the Eds of the Scandinavians, appear often in legal custom and historical narratives, and in the light of such continental parallels, it seems more than probable, though this has been disputed, that a good number of English place names containing the suffix ing were derived from settlements of kindreds. The Eskingas, Effingas, Getingas, Wokingas, mentioned in Saxon charters in Surrey, as well as numbers of similar names, have left an abiding trace in local nomenclature. In this way, the kindreds did not disappear from the history of Western Europe without leaving many traces, and such traces were most noticeable in the case of noble families keenly interested in tracing their pedigrees and able to keep their cohesion and privileges. But even of the nobility, the greater part of them arose through the success of new men, and especially through service remunerated by kings and other potentates. As for the rest of the people, it became more and more difficult to keep up the neatly framed groups of kinsmen. From being definite organizations, the kindreds were diverted into a position of aggregates of persons claiming certain rights and obligations in regard to each other. The complicated Wehrgeld protection ceases to be enforceable. A man's life is still taxed at a certain sum, but this sum will be levied under the authority of the government, and this government will try to prevent feuds and even to legislate against the economic ruin in which innocent persons are involved by the misdeeds of their relations. The same Trostatingslow, from which I have quoted a paragraph as to the distribution of rings of Wehrgeld, is very much concerned about the disorder and disasters which follow on blood feuds. In Leading 8, quote, "It is known to all to what extent a perverse custom has prevailed in this country, namely that in the case of a homicide, the relatives of the slain try to pick out from the kindred him who is best for revenge, although he may have been neither wishing, willing, nor present, when they do not want to avenge the homicide on the slayer, even if they have the means." End quote. And in Eadmund I's legislation, we find enactments which free the magas, the kindred, from all responsibility for the misdeeds of the kinsmen, unless they want of their own accord to come to his help in the matter of paying off the fine. As regards the very important department of landed property, the collective right of kinsmen as to the land yields to customs of inheritance which still savor of the original view that individuals only use the land while the kindred is the real owner, but the conception is embodied in a series of consecutive individual claims. In Norway, for instance, Odal land ought to remain in the kindred, but this means that if some possessor wishes to sell it, he has to offer it to the heirs at law for preemption, and that even after a sale to a stranger has been effected, the rightful heir may reclaim the land by paying somewhat less than the sum given for it by the outsider. Let us, however, go back to a time when the social cooperation and defensive alliance of a group of strong men was recognized as a most efficient means of getting on in the world and of meeting possible aggression. People born and bred in a mental atmosphere instinct with such views were not likely to surrender them easily, even if circumstances were against their realization on the basis of natural kinship. Blood relationship is surrounded by artificial associations assimilated to relationship, and, acting as its substitutes, by adoption, artificial brotherhood, and voluntary associations of different kinds. The practice of adoption did not attain in Teutonic countries the importance it assumed in India, Greece, or Rome. One of the causes of its lesser significance lay in the early predominance of Christianity, which prevented Germanic heathendom from developing too powerfully the side of ancestor worship. But yet we find practices of adoption constantly mentioned in different Teutonic countries. The adopted father became, of course, a patron and leader, and, on the other hand, looked to his adopted son for support and efficient help. The ceremony of setting the new child on the parent's knee was a fitting expression of the tie created by adoption. A certain difficulty in the reading of our evidence as to adoption arises, however, from the fact that a quote-unquote foster father as well as a quote-unquote foster mother was sought not for the sake of protection and lordship, but for providing the material care needed by children under age. The great people of those days were often loath to devote their time and attention to such humble occupations, and a common device was to quarter a boy with a dependent, a churl of some kind, who would have to act as a proper foster father in rearing the child in the same way as a nurse would do for infants. A curious example of the contrast between the two forms of artificial fatherhood is presented by the Norse saga of King Hakon, Ethelstan's foster son. Young Hakon is sent by his father Harald to the court of the powerful ruler of England, King Ethelstan, who receives him kindly and lets him sit on his knee, adopting him thereby as his son. No sooner has the boy sat down on the knee of the monarch of Britain than he claims Aethelstan as Harold's vassal, because he has taken up the duty of a foster father. In Scandinavian laws, adoption in the form of ættleiding, admission to the kindred, appears complicated with emancipation from slavery. The unfree man receiving his freedom drinks quote-unquote emancipation ale with the members of his new kindred and afterwards steps into a shoe roughly prepared from the hide of an ox's foreleg. This latter ceremony symbolizes the coming in of the new member of the kindred into all the rights and privileges of the kinsmen who have admitted him into their midst. The connection between both sides of the right, adoption and emancipation, seems to be provided by the frequent recourse to ættleiding in the case of sons born to Scandinavian warriors by their unfree concubines. But the ceremonies are characteristic of any kind of adoption, bringing new blood and new claimants into a kindred of old standing. Another form of union constantly occurring in Teutonic societies was artificial brotherhood. A common practice for starting it was to exchange weapons. Sometimes each of the would-be brothers made a cut on his arm or chest and mixed the blood flowing from it with that of his comrade. The newly created tie of brotherhood was usually confirmed by an oath. A historical instance of this variety is presented by the arrangement between Canute and Eadmund Ironside. This kind of artificial relationship lent itself readily to the formation of fresh associations not engrafted on existing kindreds, but carrying the idea of close alliance into the sphere of voluntary unions. We hear of afratationes among Lombards, of hermanidades in Spain, and the English guilds are a species of the same kind. The Anglo-Saxon laws tell us of guilds of wayfarers who evidently found it necessary to seek mutual support outside the ordinary family groups. In the later centuries of Anglo-Saxon history, guilds appear as religious and economic, as well as military institutions, and they are closely akin to Norse associations of the same name. Here are some paragraphs from the statutes of the Thanes Guild in Cambridge, organized sometime in the 11th century. Quote, "That, then, is first, that each should give oath on the holy relics to the others before the world, and all should support those who have the greatest right. If any guild brother die, let all the guildship bring him to where he desired, and let the guild defray half the expenses of the funeral festival after the dead. And if any guild brother stand in need of his fellow's aid, it be made known to his neighbor, and if the neighbor neglect it, let him pay £1. And if anyone slay a guild brother, let there be nothing for compensation but £8. But if the slayer scorns to pay the compensation, let the whole guildship avenge their fellow. And if any guild brother slay a man, and the slain be a 12-hind man, let each guild brother contribute a half mark for his aid. And if the slain be a Ceorl, 2 auras, and if he be Welsh, 1 aura." End of quote. The principles of artificial relationship were easily carried over into the domain of rural husbandry and landed property. A custom with which one has to reckon in all Teutonic countries is the joint household, the large family of grown-up descendants living and working with their father or grandfather. It may also consist of brothers and cousins continuing to manage their affairs in common after the death of the father or grandfather. In the first case, the practice implies a reluctance to emancipate grown-up sons and to cut out separate plots for them. In the second case, the joint household gives a peculiar cast to succession. The partners are Ganerben, joint heirs, and each has an ideal share in the common household which falls to his children or accrues to his fellows on his death. The Ganerbschaft proved an important expedient in order to reconcile the equality of personal rights among co-heirs with the unity of an efficient household. But the existence of the quote-unquote joint inheritance was not enforced by law. It resulted from agreement and tradition and could be dissolved at any given moment. The tenacity and wide diffusion of these unions in practice prove the value of such cooperative societies and the strength of the habits of mind generated by relationship. The same causes operated to give a communal cast to economic associations formed by neighbors or instituted by free agreement among strangers. We cannot generally trace the rural unions of the mark, the township, the bai, to one or the other definite cause. In some cases, they must have grown out of the settlement of natural kindreds. In other instances, they were generated by the necessity of combining for the purpose of settling claims of neighbors and arranging the forms of their cooperation. In many cases, again, they were the product of the settlement of colonizing associations or military conquerors. But in all these instances, the people forming the rural group were accustomed by their traditions of natural or artificial kinship to allow a large share for the requirements of the whole, and to combine individual efforts and claims. The contrast between individualism and communalism was not put in an abstract and uncompromising manner. Both principles were combined according to the lie of the land, the density of population, the necessities of defense, the utility of cooperation. In mountain country, the settlements would spread, while on flat land they would profit by concentration. Forest clearings would be occupied by farms of scattered pioneers. The wish to present a close front to enemies might produce nucleated villages. At the same time, even in cases of scattered settlements, there would be scope left for mutual support and the exercise of rights of commons as to wood and pasture, while in concentrated villages, the communalistic features would extend to the allotment regulation and management of agricultural strips. But all these expedients, though suggested by custom, were not in the nature of hard and fast rules, and in the face of strong inducements they were departed from. A new settler joining a rural community of old standing had to be admitted by all the shareholders of the territory, but if he had succeeded in remaining undisturbed for a year and a day, or in producing a special license to migrate from the king, he would not be ousted any more. A householder who had special opportunities as an employer of slaves, freedmen, or free tenants could easily acquire ground for his exclusive use and start on an individualistic basis. End of section 95. Section 96 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Foundations of Society, Origins of Feudalism, Part 2 by Paul Vinogradoff. There is ample evidence to show that in the earlier centuries, the customs and arrangements of kindreds and of associations resembling them were widely prevalent, while private occupation formed an exception. Matters were greatly changed by the conquest of provinces with numberless Roman estates in full working order, and with a vast population accustomed to private ownership and individualistic economy. But it took some time even then to displace old-fashioned habits, and in the northern parts of France, in England, in Germany, and in the Scandinavian countries, communalistic features in the treatment of arable and pasture asserted themselves all through the Middle Ages as more consonant with extensive tillage and a complex intermixture of the claims of single householders. The point will have to be examined again in another connection, but it is material to emphasize at once that the rural arrangements of Teutonic nations were deeply colored by practices generated during an epoch when relations of kindreds and similar associations were powerful. The possibility for strong and wealthy men to make good their position as individual owners and magnates was partly derived from a germ existing in every Teutonic household, namely from the power of the ruler of such a household over the inmates of it, both free and unfree. Even a ceorl, that is, a common free man, was master in his own house and could claim compensation for the breach of his fence or an infraction of the peace of his home. In the case of the king and other great men, the fenced court became a burg, virtually a fortress. Every ruler of a household, whether small or great, had to keep his sons, slaves, and clients in order, and was answerable for their misdeeds. On the other hand, he was their patron, offered them protection, had to stand by them in case of oppression from outsiders, and claimed compensation for any wrong inflicted on them. In this way, by the side of the family and of the guild, or voluntary association of equals, another set of powerful ties was recognized by legal custom and political authority, the relations between a patron and his clients or dependents. The lines of both sets of institutions might coincide, as for instance, when the chieftain of a kindred acted as the head of a great household, or when a guild of warriors joined under the leadership of a famous war chief. But they might also run across each other and develop independently. There was no means to make everything fit squarely into its place. The contrast between the permanent arrangements of the tribes and the shifting relations springing from personal subjection and devotion seemed very striking to Roman observers. Tacitus, in his tract on the site and usages of Germany, describes the institution of the comitatus, the following gathered around a chief. While in the tribe the stress is laid on the unconquerable spirit of independence and the lack of discipline of German warriors, in the comitatus Tacitus dwells on exactly opposite features. The follower, though of free and perhaps of noble descent, looks up to his chief, fights for his glory, ascribes his own feats of arms to his patron, seems to revel in self-abnegation and dependence. Of course, such authority is acquired and kept up only by brilliant exploits and successful raids, so that if a particular tribe gets slack in these respects, its youths are apt to leave home and to flock abroad around warriors who achieve fame and obtain booty. Thus, the comitatus appeared chiefly as a school of military prowess, and young men entered it as soon as they were deemed fit to receive arms. It was capable of developing into a mighty and permanent political factor. Arminius and Marbod were not merely tribal chiefs, but also leaders of military followings, and it is difficult to make out in every instance whether the greater part of a barbaric chieftain's authority was due to his tribal position or to his sway over his followers. The peculiar features of Germanic social organization were greatly modified by the conquest of Roman provinces and the formation of extensive states in the interior of Germany and in Scandinavian countries. The loose tribal bonds make way for territorial unions, and kingship arises everywhere as a powerful factor of development. As regards territorial arrangements, the hundred appears as a characteristic unit in nearly all countries held by Teutonic nations. It seems based on approximate estimates of the number of units of husbandry, of typical free households in a district. Each of these households had to contribute equally to the requirements of taxation and of the host, while the heads or representatives of all formed the ordinary popular courts. Such territorial divisions could not, of course, be framed with mathematical regularity, and even less could they be kept up in the course of centuries according to definite standards. But the idea of equating territorial units according to the number of households proves deeply rooted and appears, e.g., in England in the artificial hundreds based on the 100 hides of the Dane law assessment. By the side of these more or less artificial combinations rose the gaue, pagi, or shires, mostly derived from historical origins as territories settled by tribes or having formed separate commonwealths at some particular time. Such were, for instance, the southeastern shires of England: Kent, Sussex, Essex, Norfolk, Suffolk, etc. Roman writers lay stress on the tendency of Germanic nations towards autonomy of the different provinces and subdivisions of the tribe. Caesar says that in time of peace they had no common rulers, but that the princes of regions and districts administered justice and settled disputes among their own people. A section of a tribe, a gau, as it was styled, could sometimes follow its own policy. Ingviomeres Pagus, e.g., did not join with the rest of the Cherusci in Arminius's war with the Romans, but continual military operations not only forced the tribes to form larger leagues, but also to submit to more concentrated and active authorities. Kingships arose in this connection, and Tacitus tells us that royal power exercised a great influence in modifying the internal organization of the people. It was hostile to the traditional noble houses, which might play the part of dangerous rivals, and it surrounded itself with submissive followers whom it helped to promotion and wealth, so that freedmen protected by the king often surpassed men of free and even of noble descent. Tacitus's remarks on the social influence of kingship are fully borne out by the state of affairs after the conquest. It is clear that the occupation of extended territory, over which Germanic warriors were more or less dispersed, contributed powerfully to strengthen the hand of the king. Without any definite change in the constitution, by the sheer force of distance and the diversion caused by private concerns, the king became the real representative of the nation in its collective life. There could be no question of gathering the popular assembly for one of those republican meetings described by Tacitus, where kings and princes appeared as speakers, not as chiefs, and had to persuade their audience instead of giving commands. Thus the popular assemblies of the Franks degenerated into gatherings of the military array, which took place once a year in the spring, first in March, later on in May. These meetings were not unimportant, as they brought together the king and his folk and offered an occasion for some legislation and a good deal of private intercourse with persons who came from distant parts of the kingdom. But the assembly was not organized for systematic political action or for regular administrative business. So the king remained the real ruler of his people in peace and war, and the persons he had to reckon with were the princes of his house, the officers of his household, magnates of different kinds, and the clergy. The absence of a definite constitution gave rise to a great deal of violence. Indeed, violence seems to have been the moving power of government. It impressed people's imagination, and even wise rulers could not dispense with it. The famous story of the Soissons chalice is characteristic of the whole course of affairs in Gaul under the Merovingian kings. Clovis tries to save a precious chalice for the church after the taking of Soissons, and puts it by as an extra share of the loot. A common Frankish soldier, however, does not want to submit to any such privilege, and cleaves the chalice with a stroke of his battle-axe. The king is not to have more than his share, he explains, and Clovis dares not curb his unruly follower in the presence of comrades who evidently would have sympathized with the latter. He bides his time, and at the next review cleaves the man's head in remembrance of the chalice of Soissons. Everything depended on the personal authority of the king and on his exploits. Theodoric, the son of Clovis, persuades his army to take part in an expedition against Burgundy. When he plans a campaign against the Thuringians, he takes care to incite the wrath of the Franks by describing the misdeeds and offenses committed by their enemies. But if the king and the host are not of the same opinion, an unpopular king is exposed to contumelious treatment. Gregory of Tours tells the story of an altercation between Clothar I and his host. The Frankish warriors wanted to fight the Saxons, while the king urged them to desist from this plan, and warned them that if they went to war against his will, he would not go with them. Thereupon they waxed wroth and threw themselves on the king, tore up his tent, assailed him with exasperating abuse, and threatened to kill him if he did not come with them. He went with them against his wish, and they were beaten. The great means for upholding power under these circumstances was to act with relentless cruelty against enemies or rivals. The annals of Merovingian Gaul are especially notorious in this respect, but they exhibit feelings and moods which are characteristic to some extent of the whole barbaric world of those times. We read in the life of Saint Didier of Cahors of the wrath of a king who decreed terrible things. Some were maimed, others killed, others sent into exile, others again thrown into prison for life. Guntram of Burgundy swore that he would destroy the household of a rebel up to the 9th generation in order to put a stop to the pernicious custom of murdering kings. Sometimes this policy, worthy of wild beasts, achieved its aim of spreading terror, and a tyrant like Chilperic might think that he had it in his power to command anything he wished, e.g. to reform the alphabet, to improve the dogma of the Trinity, and to impose baptism on all the Jews. But the general result was that when the flush of conquest had passed, and the danger of further invasions seemed remote, all the springs and ties which hold and move society gave way. Men ceased to care for the commonwealth, Everyone was intent on his private lust and lucre. These appalling results are ascribed in as many words by Frankish chiefs to this same King Guntram, who swore to exterminate rebels in all their kith and kin. "What shall we do," they said, "when the whole people is affected by vice and everyone finds delectation in iniquity? No one fears the king, no one has any reverence for a duke or a count, and should the state of things displease some of the rulers, seditions rise at once, disturbances begin." However great the disorder of these lawless times, certain institutional features stand out as the principal means of government. The comitatus, described above on the strength of the narrative of Tacitus, did not disappear, but rather grew in importance after the conquest. To begin with, it encountered on Roman soil a relation which had most probably sprung from the same Germanic root, but had acquired new strength under imperial rule. I mean the so-called bucellarii, which appeared definitely in the Roman Empire from 395, but are connected with the older practice of employing Germans and other barbarians as guardsmen of the emperors and of generals. The bucellarius was a soldier who had taken service by private agreement with a military chief. The term is derived from bucella, a roll or biscuit of better quality than the ordinary bread provided for the use of soldiers. Thus, the very name of these hired warriors implied a privileged treatment. They received their military outfit from their chiefs, and on their death this outfit was returned to the commander. Troops of men enlisted on such lines came to play a great part in the wars of the 5th and 6th centuries. Belisarius's best soldiers were private followers of this kind, gathered from among warlike barbarian tribes. Among others, Huns were greatly appreciated as light cavalry. The Visigothic kings also kept troops of bucellarii as a regular part of their army. In other Germanic kingdoms, we find the followers, comites, under different names, but always in similar employment. In fact, the different terms afford some indication in regard to what was expected from the follower. They were Gasindi, Gesith, Gesinde, of their chiefs, that is, servants. The same notion of service was expressed by the German Degen, the Anglo-Saxon Thegen, minister, while Hiredma, Anglo-Saxon, Herdr, Norse, Hasidian, Russian, point to the fact that the follower was a member of the household of his chief. An expression derived from the tie of mutual fidelity is antrustio, Frankish, from trust, fidelity, protection, and troop of confederates. The Danish sources use federlach, society, while the German lay more stress on the fact that the members of the association were followers, Gefolge, cf. Anglo-Saxon folgere, folgot. The relation is generally initiated by two acts. Firstly, the submission of the follower to his chief, as symbolized by the former stretching out his folded hands, which the latter receives in his own. Secondly, an oath of fidelity, by which the follower promised to support his lord and to be true and faithful to him in every respect. The corresponding duties of the lord were to afford protection to his followers and to keep them well. The Beowulf poem presents a vivid description of the life of a following, a comitatus, of this kind. The communion in peace and war, the common feasting in the hall, the moral obligations incurred by the parties to the agreement. It shows also that the Herd, or Gesith, was differentiated into two halves, the elder counselors and the younger fighters, Duguth and Gogoth, excellence and youth. exactly in the same way as the quote-unquote friends of a Russian chief, druzhina, were distinguished as the seniors and the juniors. The chief provided the outfit for his followers, horses, swords, coats of mail, shields, but this outfit went back to him on the death of the follower. This is the origin of the heregiatu, Harriet, of the English followers, so well illustrated by many charters, e.g. Earl Land Charters 223, Will of Ap Alfric, and by the legislation of Canute. There was no obstacle to the collection of a following by any free warrior. Followings are distinctly admitted by Franks, Lombards, Scandinavians, and Anglo-Saxons to all who can attract them, and this is characteristic of the rudimentary state of public law in those times, inasmuch as the holding of armed retainers who have sworn fidelity to their chief does not agree well with any properly organized government. As a matter of fact, the keeping of a following was mostly restricted by economic considerations to powerful magnates, chieftains, and kings. Under ordinary circumstances, the outlay was too great for common free men. But, of course, if there appeared a prospect of looting or of starting an adventure, there was nothing to prevent famous warriors from collecting a hird of their own, and the Viking raids were to a great extent the result of such private enterprise. End of section 96. Section 97 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2, The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Foundations of Society, Origins of Feudalism, Part 3 by Paul Vinogradoff. When tribes settled down and territorial governments were put into shape, the following became an instrumentum regni, and the king's following, his trustes or gesith, assumed an exceptional importance. With the Goths of Theodoric and Athalaric, the Sejones became a body of officials. The Ostrogothic kings employed them not only as a bodyguard, but as messengers, as revising officers, as commissioners provided with special powers, and not only exempt from ordinary jurisdiction, but sent to control the regular members of the administration. In the same way, the king's thanes of later Anglo-Saxon history become a privileged official class, without whom no government can be carried on, and who lead in the host, in the wittengamot, and in the moods of the shires and hundreds. The huskarls of the Danish period were in a similar position. Their service as a fighting bodyguard is well exemplified by the Battle of Hastings and other events of the 11th century. But let us also remember that they were used, among other things, to collect the geld, as may be seen from the story of the two huskarls of Harthacnut, who were killed at Worcester. In England, as well as in France and Italy, the situation was much complicated by the fact that a great number of the followers were settled by their chiefs on separate estates, and thus ceased to be ordinary members of the chiefs' households. Still, a seat in the king's hall, along with an estate of 5 hides, was deemed one of the distinctive privileges of a king's thane. This point raises the question, what means had a government of those times to carry out its work? In every political organization, there must be some sources of income to defray expenses, or else the population must be made to provide for necessary contingencies by compulsory services of different kinds. Where did the governments of Italy, of France, of England get their money, And how were the contributions of the people towards political organization collected and administered? Nowadays, these questions would present no difficulties. We are taught by bitter experience that any effort in the preparation for war, or in judicial organization, or in improvement of roads and sanitary conditions, has to be paid for by an increase of taxes and rates. Therefore, it will be rather difficult for us to realize that early medieval governments had no taxes or rates to speak of at their disposal. The complex and oppressive system of Roman taxation could not be kept up. Already in the late years of the empire, its overburdened subjects sought refuge with the barbarians in order to escape from tax collectors. After the downfall of imperial rule, all the efforts of barbarian kings to maintain systematic taxation were in vain. They called forth insurrections, and even more powerful was a passive resistance, in which all persons concerned joined more or less. Taxes broke up into customary payments and were mixed up in an inextricable manner with rents and profits originating in private ownership. Here are extracts from 2 Lombard grants illustrating the confusion between public and private payments and rents. King Aistulf gave some land to the monastery of St. Lawrence in Bergamo, AD 755, and added the following exemptions from tribute and dues. Donamus in suprascripte ecclesia omnis cuvias, ex cubias repairs of roads and bridges, et utilitates quas homines exinde in publico habuerunt ad consuetudinem faciendum, excepto quando utilitas fuerit census faciendum, ubi consuetudinem habuerent, nam ab aliis cuviis et utilitatibus publicis quieti permaneant. The peasantry and the estates of the said monastery are thus freed from road-making, bridge-making, and other public work, although the right to levy a tax, census, where it is customary, is reserved. And here is a fragment from a donation of a certain Deacon Gallus. Ipsa suprascripta casa cum suprascriptis massariis colonis ividem residentem aliud redditum non facias, nec angarias, nec nulla scufias ad ipsa suprascripta Dei ecclesia, nisi tantum per singulos annos quator modio grano, uno animale quale abuerit, pro camissia tremisse uno, una libra cera, uno sistario mel, et amplius nulla dationem aut scufia per exsolvant, quia mihi sic actum est. The donor fixed the amount of dues in favor of the monastery according to the custom followed in his own time, and exempts expressly the coloni of the estate he is granting from all payments and services, except some specified customary rents in kind. The occasional dationes and collecti, which were still levied, did not constitute a regular fiscal system, and it may be said that the principal traces of such a system in the earlier Middle Ages are connected with progresses of the king and of royal officers, who had to be fed and provided with the necessities of life according to a certain customary scale. This is the origin of the so-called theorms of rights, of which we hear a good deal in Domesday and in Anglo-Saxon sources. Corresponding arrangements of compulsory hospitality are reported from other places, and these could easily be turned into a regular system of provender rents to be levied in the domanial courts of the king. In the laws of King Ine of Wessex, we find the following curious account of the provender rents due from 10 hides of land: 10 casks honey, 300 loaves of bread, 12 buckets of Welsh ale, 30 of clear ale, 2 full-grown oxen or 10 wethers, 10 geese, 20 chicken, 10 pieces of cheese, 1 bucketful of butter, 5 salmon, 20 pounds of fodder, and 100 eels. INE 71. The Carlovingian Restoration, and especially the desperate struggles against the Norsemen, compelled the populations of Western Europe to submit to new forms of direct taxation. Of these, the most formidable and the best known is the Danegeld, but a detailed account of it must be given elsewhere. But even the Danegeld and the continental impositions corresponding to it were never meant to cover the entire cost of administration. They were chiefly designed to meet extraordinary expenditure, to pay off pirates, to raise heavy contributions of war, etc. In this way, the question as to the ordinary means of meeting the requirements of administration has still to be answered. And the answer is clear. The regular administration of medieval states was kept up from the proceeds of crown domains. This point of view is clearly expressed, for instance, in a letter of Bede to Archbishop Egbert of York, in which the famous historian complains of the reckless squandering of the king's estates, while their property should be considered as a fund for the outfit of soldiers and officials. The connection between landholding and public service was underlined almost to a fault by historical writers until a German scholar, Paul Roth, argued that the Merovingian land charters do not show any special obligation on the part of the donees, and are in fact one-sided grants in full property, without any agreement as to service attached to them, and without any reserved right of confirmation or resumption in favor of the donor. From a technical point of view, Roth was quite right. A Merovingian grant does not disclose on the face of it the implied connection between tenure and service, but the mere fact that such grants of property and land became the regular means of recompensing services to the state is in itself of the greatest consequence. Indeed, it may be said that such unconditional grants were more dangerous for the sovereign power in the state than actual beneficia with a clearly expressed condition attached to them, because it was impossible to go on remunerating services by grants of estates in full ownership without exhausting the stock in land. A government proceeding on such lines was sure to be soon confronted by an empty exchequer and no legal means to refill it. But though no juridical condition was formulated, the Frankish or Lombard government never lost sight of the beneficia and their holders. The notion that men who had received such beneficia were expected to be especially eager in their service to the kings was not only a precept of morals, but led to practical consequences. Officials who had called forth the displeasure of their masters would very likely see their beneficia confiscated. In England, the confiscation of book land in case of treason or neglect of military duty was recognized by law. Lombard practice shows another curious expedient for asserting the superior right of the sovereign in regard to estates granted to followers. They were often given in usufruct without charter, so that the donee enjoyed only a matter-of-fact possession, without any legal right, and could be ousted at pleasure. As a higher degree of favor, this precarious tenure of the estate was exchanged for a regular title to it. Thus, the earlier period of medieval life may be characterized by the words, a regime based on grants of usufruct and of ownership in land. This fund was nearly exhausted in France towards the end of the First Dynasty, and in consequence the monarchy itself was weakened in every respect, and the Merovingian rulers had sunk into a state of rois fainéants, good-for-nothing kings, while real authority rested with the managers of the privy purse and palace stewards, the maiores domus. The national revival, occasioned by the necessity to defend Christian society against the Arabs on one side, the heathen Germans on the other, took shape of a concentration of power in the hands of the Carlovingian dynasty. And the first thing the new rulers had to do was to replenish the domanial fund and to reorganize the methods of granting estates. In order to acquire the necessary land capital, nothing was left but to lay hands on part of the enormous landed property which had been accumulated by the Church. The earlier Carlovingian rulers, more especially Charles Martel, simply appropriated ecclesiastical estates to endow their military retainers. Another device was to quarter soldiers on monasteries, and even to appoint officers, lay abbots of wealthy ecclesiastical foundations. With Pepin the Short and his brother Carloman, these irregular methods, savoring of downright pillage, were abandoned, and a kind of compromise between state and church was arrived at. We are told that in 751 a quote-unquote division of estates took place. Some were given back to the church, while other lands were registered as quote-unquote precarious loans, precarie verbo regis, conceded to laymen by ecclesiastical institutions at the request of the king, and on condition of the payment of a rent of about 1/5 of the income, none et decime, to the owners of the land. This system was based on the distinct recognition of the superior domain of the Church and on a division of the proceeds between two masters, between the holders of the eminent and of the useful domain, as we might be tempted to put it in conformity with later terminology, although from the point of view of 8th century law, the estate of the tenant was not a form of ownership, of dominium at all, but a precarious tenancy. As a matter of custom, however, these tenancies soon grew to be recognized as estates of inheritance conditioned by the performance of certain duties to the king, as well as by the payment of rents to the church. The process described exerted a great deal of influence on the formation of a general doctrine as to beneficia, in which the conditional character of such donations was emphasized and carried to practical consequences. The Carlovingians worked the administrative apparatus of their empire as formerly by means of land grants, but these grants created definitely conditional tenements. Although, as a rule, the son succeeded the father as to the quote-unquote benefice, he was made to ask for a confirmation of his father's estate and might be obliged to pay something for this confirmation. In case of a change in the person of the owner, the superior or senior lord, the practice of resuming the ownership of benefices and of issuing them again under new grants began also to come in. Thus, the technical aspect of the practice of fiefment was gradually evolved. In England, the process is not characterized by such clearly marked stages, but on the whole, the practice of grants of loan land and book land followed in the same direction, the form of quote-unquote loans being used for constituting tenements which it was especially desirable to retain in the ownership of the lord, while even as to the book land, the special obligation of layholders in regard to the crown became more and more definitely recognized. Still, the final constitution of the doctrine and of the system of fees was effected in England under the influence of French feudalism, as carried over by Norman conquest. The history of tenements conditioned by service is intimately connected with the spread of the relation between lord and follower on one side, with the growth of the economic practice of constituting tenancies on the other. As to followers, I shall merely call attention to the convenience of remunerating an armed servant by the grant of a tenement instead of keeping him as a member of the household or paying him wages. The other side of the surrounding conditions requires some further notice. Apart from the incitement towards the creation of tenements, which came from the wish to recompense officials and soldiers, there were powerful incitements to the formation of tenancies on lands held by the Church. The teaching of the Church as to the good works and salvation was eagerly taken up by the laity, who tried to make amends for all shortcomings and sins by showering gifts on ecclesiastical institutions. It is computed that about 1/3 of the soil of Gaul belonged to the Church in the Carlovingian epoch. The monastery of Fulda, the famous foundation of Boniface, gathered 15,000 mansi in a short time from pious donors. A considerable part of this property came from small people, who tried in this way not only to propitiate God, but also to win protectors in the persons of powerful ecclesiastical lords. A most common expedient, in order to guarantee the ownership of a plot to a monastery without losing one's own subsistence, was to constitute a so-called precaria oblata, that is, to grant the land and to receive it back at the same time as a dependent tenement, usually under the condition of paying some nominal rent, for the sake of a recognition of ownership. On the other hand, ecclesiastical corporations stood in need of farmers who would undertake the management of scattered portions of property, and it was a common policy for abbots and clerics to concede such dispersed smaller estates or plots to trustworthy men for more or less substantial rents on the strength of the so-called precarie date. The expression beneficium was in use for such transactions, but it became gradually specialized to denote the tenements of vassals or higher military retainers. There was thus a characteristic tendency to organize land tenures based on a combination between superior lords or seigneurs and inferior dependent tenants. The same result was reached from yet another point of view, namely through the working of the system of political obligations laid on the citizens. As taxation was undeveloped and had to be represented largely by dues from estates, the demands of the government, as expressed in personal services of the subject, were very great. The machinery of public institutions was based largely on what was afterwards called trino de necessitas, attendance at the host, repair of bridges and roads, construction of fortresses, and also on the attendance of suitors at the different public courts, more especially at the county and the hundred. Originally it was reckoned in England that one man should serve for one hide. In the Frankish territories, the unit of assessment was smaller than the hide, the mansus, hufe, roughly corresponding to the English vergate in size, although its value must have been more considerate, at least in Gaul, on account of the more intensive husbandry of the southern countries. Anyhow, it was soon found that owners of single hufen were not of much use to the army, while the army service was a crushing burden for them, and we see in all the principal countries of Western Europe attempts to graduate the standards of equipment of the members of the host by combining the poorer men into larger units. The principle of graduated general service is well expressed in Lombard legislation. The second and third clauses of Aistulf's laws subdivide the host into 3 classes according to equipment. The poorest freemen, characteristically called arimanni or exercitales, army men, are bound to attend the host with shield, bow, and arrows. The owners of 40 jugera are meant, of land, have to appear with spear, shield, and horse. The wealthiest, whose estates are computed at 7 tributary holdings, have to attend in a coat of mail, and if they own more landed property, have to muster additional soldiers in proper equipment in proportion to their wealth. Merchants should have their duties apportioned on a similar scale. A clause in the laws of Liutprand, 83, provides that judges and administrative officials should have leave to exempt a certain number of the poorer freemen from personal attendance, on condition that they should help to carry loads for the army with their horses, and perform weak work for the officials during their absence in the host. In one of several capitularies treating on the obligations of men serving in the host, Charles the Great lays down the following rules. Let every freeman possessed of 4 settled mansi of his own, or held of another as a benefice, prepare himself and go to the host on his own account, either with his senior or with the count. As to the freeman having 3 mansi of his own, let one be joined to him who is possessed of 1 mansus, and let him help the other in order that he may do service for both. A man having only 2 mansi of his own should be joined to another possessed of 2, and let one of them go to the host with the help of the other. Even if a man should only have 1 mansus, let 3 others possessed of the same quantity be joined with him, and let them give him help, so that he should proceed to the host, while the 3 others should remain at home. Even in this mitigated form, compulsory service in the host and at the courts proved too heavy a burden for the poor freemen, who, instead of attending to their own affairs, were driven to serve on protracted expeditions. This meant sheer ruin for the smaller households, and the wish to escape from the harassing demands of the military and administrative machinery led many of these smaller people to surrender their dangerous independence and to place themselves under the protection of lay or clerical magnates. This is one of the roots of the commendation, in consequence of which the plots of the lower free class shrink apace in favor of the neighboring great estates. Nor was it the only root. The disruption of the ties of kinship and the insufficiency of ordinary legal protection in those times of violent social struggles and of weak government made it necessary for kinless or broken men to look out for the support of mightier neighbors. And again, all those who had been weakened in the everyday struggle for existence, widows, orphans, men stricken by disease or economic mishaps, could do no better than commend themselves to the strong hand of a magnate, although such commendation involved a lessening of private independence and sometimes the loss of land ownership. The various forms of tenant right, cropping up in so profuse a manner, afforded convenient stages for the gradual descent of the poor freemen into a condition of clientship, of personal dependence on the quote-unquote senior. In this way, the most characteristic phenomenon of medieval society, the great estate or the manor, as they said in England, was being gradually evolved. The most complete instances of such organizations in the 9th century are presented by documents drawn from among the records of royal and of ecclesiastical administration. Charles the Great's Capitulare de Villis presents a comprehensive survey of royal estates, which is further illustrated by shorter regulations of the same kind. The Breviaria Rerum Fiscalium, the Capitulare de Disciplina Palatii Aquensis, etc. The enormous complex of crown domains is seen to consist of 3 different elements: of home farms worked under the direct control of stewards, case indominicate mansioniles, of tenements held by 3 men and half-free men, mansi ingenuiles, lidiles, and of plots occupied by settled serfs, mansi serviles. For the purposes of organization, these different mansi are sometimes concentrated into beneficia, small estates of some 4 to 10 mansi, entrusted to privileged tenants, vassalli, to whom the beneficia have been assigned in remuneration for their services. In other cases, a number of mansi are put under a steward of the king or emperor chosen from among his regular servants, ministeria. The rents in kind and in money are paid to him from the dependent mansi, and various services for tillage, reaping, mowing, threshing, carrying the produce, hedge-making, shearing sheep, and such like have to be collected and arranged at the central mansus, with which, as a rule, a home farm is connected. The ministeria are combined in groups under ville, and these again are congregated around a number of palatia, great manors in which the head stewards reside, keep accounts, and store the various products of domanial husbandry for direct consumption and for sale. The royal master and members of his family move from one of the palatia to the other with their retinue and consume part of their revenue on the spot. Although the turnover of this economy appears to be very considerable, the home farms with independent cultivation on a large scale are not common, and there are no latifundia in the sense of great plantation estates. The type of combined economy based on the mutual support of a manorial center and its satellite holdings is the prevalent one, and some of the estates are broken up into small and scattered plots. Another interesting feature consists in the fact that a second line of subdivisions and groups runs alongside the hierarchy of stewardships. The peasantry are grouped into tithings and hundreds, and these subdivisions are apparently connected with the older personal and territorial arrangements of the population. Altogether, the domanial scheme by no means excludes older popular units and institutions. The communities of the marks, for instance, continue to exist for the purpose of regulating the waste, and in districts with nucleated villages, the customary institutions of the townships also live on under the net of the manorial administration. End of section 97. Section 98 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2, The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Foundations of Society, Origins of Feudalism, Part 4 by Paul Vinogradoff. The formation of great estates went also on the lands of the Church and the laity. The machinery of their rural administration was shaped more or less on the pattern of the royal domains. But generally, in this case, the system was not so complete, and the history of its formation is more easy to trace. The possessions of private owners, both lay and clerical, are generally much scattered, having been collected by chance. Even in the fields of every single estate, the plots of the lord and of the tenants would lie intermixed. This rendered the growth of home farms difficult, and favored the imposition of rents, coupled with occasional services. The peculiar dualism of manorial authority and township association is especially noticeable on these estates. The practices of the open field system, with compulsory rotation of crops, collective management of pasture and wood, common supervision as of herds, went on as before, only that the usages and regulations of the marks and of the villages were strengthened and complicated by seigneurial authority and perquisites. The Hufen, mansi, also kept their ground for a long time, because although there was no juridical impediment to their division, The units were kept up as much as possible for economic reasons, as representing self-supporting farms provided with all the necessaries of husbandry in field and wood, in livestock and implements. When divisions took place, care was taken that they should follow certain natural fractions of the plough teams, and superfluous claimants were either bought out or settled on adjacent cottages. It is impossible to understand medieval society unless we take account of this double aspect of its life. A description of the medieval manner would be incomplete without a consideration of its bearings in public law. The medieval view of government admitted and indeed required that wealth and social influence should be accompanied by political power and public functions. Every householder had some jurisdiction, quote, under his roofgutter, end quote, unter der Dachtraufe, and within the hedge. Personal authority over domestic servants and slaves took, among other things, the shape of criminal and police jurisdiction, Dienstrecht. Again, the senior, as the center of a group of vassals, claimed the right to preside over a court composed of these vassals as his quote-unquote peers, in order to decide civil suits between them. But the most extensive application of this private view of jurisdiction is to be found in the growth of franchises, immunitas, Freiung, Freibezirk. One of the roots of this system is the condition of royal domains. Their inhabitants are naturally exempted from ordinary jurisdiction and from common fiscal exactions. They are free from toll and geld or general taxes. In matters of jurisdiction and administration, they look primarily to the royal servants and not to the ordinary judges and officials of the countries. When a portion of the royal domain is granted to a subject, its condition is not changed thereby. It keeps its privileges and stands out as a district separate from the surrounding territory. In England especially, the condition of quote-unquote ancient domain begins to form itself already before the Norman conquest. By the side of this institutional root, we notice another. As in the later empire, the government is obliged to have recourse to great landlords in order to carry out its functions of police, justice, military, and fiscal authority. Great estates become extraterritorial already under Roman rule in the 4th and 5th centuries, and it would be superfluous to point out how much more the governments of the barbarians stood in need of the help of great landowners. As early as the 6th century, we find exemptions ab introitu judicum, that is, the privilege of landowners to exclude public judges and their subordinate officials from their estates. Civil and afterwards criminal jurisdiction fell necessarily into their hands as a consequence of the grant of fines and judicial costs. In the beginning, the concession of profitable rights or perquisites of justice may have been especially valued, but the duties of jurisdiction could not be separated from the former. It was out of the question to make one set of people perform the work of judicial administration, while another set reaped its profits. From such beginnings, the franchises or immunities develop rapidly into a regular and recognized side of land ownership, and with variations in detail, the Anglo-Saxon Landrike follows the same track as the continental Immunitätsherr. The different forms of power implied by the franchise are sometimes summed up in quaint proverbial sentences. A German jingle of this kind speaks of Twink und der Bahn, coercion and command, Glockenklang und der Geschrei, belfry and summoning of the posse of neighbors, Herberge und der Atzunge, lodging and meals to be provided for the representatives of authority, Spruch, power of magistrates sitting on the bench, Frevel, criminal fines, dupe, keeping and confiscation of stolen goods, stock, prison, stein, block. With this may be compared the Anglo-Saxon enumeration: sac, soc, tol, theme, infangene theof, utfangene theof. In one important particular, the growth of continental immunity differed materially from the Anglo-Saxon process. It was usually deemed necessary on the continent to separate the actual exercise of criminal jurisdiction from the right of ecclesiastical estates or districts to claim the franchise. The bishoprics and abbeys were bound to appoint special advocati, Voogte, to exercise the judicial functions in their tribunals, and these offices tended, as everything else in those times, to become hereditary and to assume the nature of benefices. The Vogt was a kind of parasitic magnate reared on the proceeds of ecclesiastical immunities. The general results of the social processes described may be summed up under three heads. 1. A debasement and breaking up of the class of common free men. 2. The rise of a landed aristocracy. 3. The formation of a large and varied mass of half-free people. A characteristic expression of the first of these developments may be noticed in the terms applied to the common people. The quality of the free man is graphically described in a northern saga as that of a man who yokes oxen, fits out a plough, constructs a house, and builds barns, makes a cart, and guides the plough. But the bonde, bower, remained an independent person, conscious of strength, and able to stand on his rights only in the north, in Norway and Sweden. In Denmark and England, the bonde, though as free in the origin, became not only a quote-unquote husbandman, but a bondman. The Anglo-Saxon ceorl, from being the typical free householder, sank into the position of a churl sitting on land burdened with rent, gaffel. The Frankish villanus, which ought to designate a member of the township, came to be regarded as a man of vile, low origin and condition. Even Freeling and Liber occasionally assumed a shade of meaning pointing to the imperfect state of free men or of persons living under Roman law and not entirely exempt from private authority. The growth of aristocratic distinctions is reflected during the period under consideration by the figures of the weregelds. The Alemannic law already distinguishes between primi, medii, and minofledis. The Lombards speak of meliorissimi. The Frankish standard consists in the threefold increase of the weregeld for the antrustiones of the king. Although in this case the privilege was deemed a personal one, the position of antrustiones, or convivie regis, was of indirect importance for their families, and its tradition is kept up during Carlovingian times by the seniores. The Anglo-Saxon divisions are even more characteristic. In the Kentish laws, the scale of ranks is very gradual. There are subdivisions of eorls, ceorls, and lates. In Wessex, society was arranged in 3 degrees, the man worth 200, 600, and 1,200 shillings. But the middle class disappears in course of time, and the sharp contrast between 12 hindemen and 2 hindemen is made the basis for the treaties with the Danes. The weregelds cease to be a trustworthy indication of status in the 10th and 11th centuries, but the general tendency of the social process is sufficiently expressed in them. The half-free classes are very varied in their origin and social standing. The number of domestic slaves diminished rapidly, partly in consequence of manumissions, and partly because there was a greater need of farmers than of menial servants. Such of the latter as still remained assumed sometimes a privileged position on account of their duties as military retainers and stewards. They formed the group of ministeriales, from which a part of the continental knightly order traces its origin. The settled serfs, servi cassati, are assimilated more and more to the coloni and the liti or aldiones. The essence of the position of all these groups is to support the household and the home farms of their lords by rents and labor services, while at the same time tilling plots of their own. As Tacitus expressed it long ago, the serf of the Germans is like the old colonus of Rome. He has his own household and is a tributary of the master in respect of a certain quantity of corn, cloth, and livestock. Commended freemen and free tenants on a lord's land gravitate, as it were, towards the status of these half-free groups. The mere fact of paying rent and of being a tenant becomes a badge of inferiority. The jurisdictional privileges of the great landowners extend not only over their tenants but also over small neighbors. Altogether, instead of clear distinctions based on birth and personal status, we see a variety produced by the tenure of land. There has been a great deal of controversy as to how far Roman and Germanic influences account for the process described, but it seems impossible to apportion exactly the share of each. It is evident that the disruption of public authority and the aristocratic transformation of society were prepared on both sides. The general course of development was especially rapid and complete in those parts of Europe where there was most intermixture between Romance and Germanic elements, especially in the Frankish Empire. Yet England and Scandinavian countries, in spite of their peculiar position, somewhat aside of the mainstream, follow processes of their own which also lead to feudalization. This seems to warrant the conclusion that the coming of feudalism was rather the result of general tendencies than of particular national causes. After the great effort of conquest and invasion, Western European society relapsed into political life on a small scale, into aristocratically constituted local circles. End of section 98.
Section 99 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Legislation and Administration of Charles the Great, Part 1, by Gerhard Seeliger. The state of Charles the Great goes back to the foundation of the empire of the Merovingians. The 400 years of Frankish rule, 500 to 900, comprised radical changes. It is true, but a definite direction of the development from the first is clearly to be seen. The great Charles is only to be regarded as finishing what the Merovingian Clovis introduced, and the coronation of 800 as concluding a process of formation which began with the baptism of Clovis and with the acceptance of the Catholic faith on the part of the Frankish people. Always characteristic was the continued and remarkable combination of Roman system and biblical conceptions with the old German ideas, the rise of ideas of absolute monarchy and the increasing prominence of patriarchal and theocratic principles which changed the character of the state itself. Not from the initiative of the Frankish people, nor, properly speaking, from its need for expansion. Did the great Frankish conquest of the 5th and 6th centuries originate? The people had indeed their share, and the success of the movement depended on the strength and the political capacity of the people themselves. But the empire was nonetheless the personal foundation of Clovis and the dynasty. Hence we can easily understand that on the one hand, German institutions remained, and were even transferred to what was once Roman ground, and that on the other, a powerful influence through Roman systems made itself felt. And connected with the last, after the acceptance of the Catholic faith by the Franks, was the influence and increasing degree of ideas which were given through the Bible and the Christian theocratic conception of the world. The growth of the power of the Frankish monarchy is certainly not to be ascribed solely to foreign influences. It is certain that the German monarchy possessed in itself, of its own strength, the capacity for development, and that political circumstances necessitated a great growth of the monarchy in the 6th century. But foreign influences, all the same, gave the standard in no slight measure. The king stood apart before the political mass. He was inviolable. He was irresponsible. To his word, unconditional obedience was due. The idea of high treason finds entrance into the Constitution, and these expressly monarchical elements, which were originally strange to the German conceptions of society, never disappeared again in spite of all political changes. As the elevation of the Carlovingians had taken place with the liveliest sympathy of the people, or rather of the leaders of the people, a certain participation of the people in the government of the empire was revived in the first half of the 8th century, but no serious deviation or the development of the monarchy in the direction of popular or aristocratic limitation was effected. The characteristic feature of the formation of the Carlovingian state is rather the greater emphasis of the theocratic element that introduced essentially new influences into the Commonwealth, not merely strengthening the power of the kings, but also turning the whole development into new paths. A principle that had been active from the time of Clovis became in the 8th century dominant. The king derives his authority from God. He appears amid a halo of supernatural glory, but is at the same time bound to definite duties. But God has bestowed the authority in order that the people may be well ruled. An idea the social body began to be supreme, far surpassing all aims of purely private rule. If the king was in no way head of a body which in itself possessed the constitutional authority, yet he was not simply lord for the sake of lordship. The theocratic element had an ennobling tendency and raised the conception of the Commonwealth above the sphere of private rule. Effort for the well-being of mankind was demanded, and the principle salus publica suprema lex began to make itself felt. Moreover, immediately connected with this was the vast extension of the duties, which were regarded as lying within the province of the state. Although the idea of the superiority of spiritual power over secular had long been recognized, and although a universal subjection of the world to the church and its hierarchy ought to have resulted from it, the political development even of the Merovingian period had brought the church into dependence upon the state. In the Carlovingian period, that was entirely the case. The church had the most prominent place in social life. Church and state ran side by side. The empire was weighed down with ecclesiastical burdens, but the church was in the position of church of the empire, and the head of the state was at the same time head of the church. Truly, the predominance of the theocratic point of view gave to the Frankish state a new and wide prospect of its rights. Not merely was the object of the state the primitive maintenance of peace at home and of authority abroad, but all questions of the common life were drawn into the domain of the work of the state. Everything that concerned the well-being in the widest sense of its subjects was to be an object of care to the state, their material as well as their spiritual concerns, questions of this life as well as questions of the future life. It is not necessary here to say more than the task of Charles extended beyond the preservation of peace and relations to external powers. In extended degree, his care was devoted to economic conditions. The efforts of his predecessors for the promotion of commerce were continued. Measures for the maintenance and erection of bridges and roads were doubtless often undertaken from considerations of national defense, but they were also eminently calculated to serve the purposes of trade. Navigation was to be fostered and rendered safer. It is to be surmised that considerations of intercourse were chiefly taken into account in the magnificent plan for uniting the river systems of the Rhine and the Danube by a canal between the Regnitz and the Atpool. Numerous measures enable us to see how much understanding Charles brought to bear upon questions of trade. The numerous ordinances respecting tolls and customs had their origin in the same purpose. Fiscal interests were not to be neglected, but yet they were not to be the main consideration. Tolls were not to restrict trade. The general prosperity, it may even be said, was really taken into account. Business was indirectly served by manifold regulations for weights and measures, which were aimed against individual caprice and required uniformity. In the same direction point the ordinances respecting the coinage. Coinage was the royal prerogative, and this right was still preserved. Perfect centralization, it is true, was not yet aimed at, but for some time Charles was thinking of restricting the stamping of money to his places of abode, and although that was not carried out, we find under Charles considerable limitation of places of mintage. While all these measures were calculated to promote trade, Charles issued direct ordinances with regard to the manner of trade, by the restriction of excessive privileges, the prohibition of trade by night, and by regulations for the trade in horses and cattle. The exportation of certain articles was entirely forbidden, especially the exportation of corn in case of failure of the crops. A check was put upon speculation by the decree that corn might not be sold while still growing, or wine before the vintage. Steps were taken against excessive rising of prices, and indeed tariffs of prices were actually issued by the state. All these measures tended to the general well-being, and care was taken for the common interest. How this care on the part of the state began to develop was shown with special clearness in measures devoted to the relief of the poor. The plague of mendicancy was to be checked. The poorest were to be protected from want. The support of the poor was accordingly delegated by the state to individual rulers, and a kind of general poor relief was required. A decree was actually made that on bishops, abbots, and abbesses, a sum of 1 pound of silver, half a pound, and 5 soletti, respectively, should be levied, and definite sums similarly on counts and others. It was thus sought to introduce a poor rate. Under Charles, the activities of the state were enormously extended. In this connection, it is only possible to hint how they turned to the department of intellectual life also, to art and learning, and how Charles aimed at raising the intellectual plane of the laity. As a matter of fact, the official activity of Charles only recognized such limits as the economic ideas of the age laid down. We observe under Charles the first great expansion of the idea of the state itself in the history of the Christian West. It is connected with the increasing prominence of theocratic ideas, while the Coronation of 800 was but the visible completion of the long process of development. The theocratic ideas which dominated the Frankish Empire had sprung up previous to 800, and had made the Frankish king the absolute representative of Christian rule in the West. Thus the empire did not demand any essential change in the relations of the people and ruler, but substantially it only established the results of the previous political developments. It is true that special emphasis was laid on duties towards the Church in the new Oath of Allegiance, which Charles made universal in 802, but this enforced no new idea. The theocratic ideal is a great social force which exerted influence on the formation of state and society, independently of individual circumstances. Charles the Great made it equally serviceable to the state. Universal monarchy was founded with the help of theocratic ideas. But could it endure? From two sides, attempts were necessarily made to break up the Carlovingian universal empire. In the first place, the theocratic idea demanded unity of social organization of Christendom, but under the prevalent belief in the superiority of ecclesiastical over secular power, and under the requirements of the strictly hierarchical and monarchical organization of the Papal Church, Christendom was another unity not under a temporal prince, but under the Pope. Again, opposed to the universal demands of the theocratic idea, there stood the particular political needs of the different people and races, a second great social force striving for recognition. Before the powerful personality of Charles, these forces which struggled against a theocratic state ruled by a secular prince were not effective. Under Charles, all yielded to the service of the political idea represented by the Frankish monarch. After the death of Charles, however, these restrained forces burst forth again. On the one side, the particular needs of the different peoples of the great empire. On the other, that idea of union which desired a predominant position of the papacy. That outburst, however, is not our present object. Here we must only indicate that even Charles the Great was not successful in once for all subduing those internal forces hostile to his consolidated state. Further, we have to shew how the Carlovingian state sought to solve its increasingly serious problems. In the center of the national life stands the king. He represents the nation. His authority is essentially the national authority. The fate of that authority involves the fate of the state itself. The empire doubtless brought about an increase of the external strength of the monarchical position, but not any internal change. Charles already possessed as king all the elements of the power which as emperor he brought to development. The monarchy was hereditary. All male members of the royal house had rights of inheritance. The empire was to be divided into as many parts as there were claims to satisfy. That was originally the principle of the Frankish monarchy in the 6th century. But in the time of the decadence of the power of the Merovingians, it was set aside. The aims of the true powerful aristocracy and the needs of many a district of the empire for national incorporation withstood it. A selection was made among the members of the royal house. Even the powerful Carlovingians did not represent the principle of chance divisions corresponding to the private circumstances of the royal house. Charles the Great, in the year 806, drew up a scheme for the division of his empire, in case of his death, among his 3 sons then living, Louis, Pepin, and Charles. But no further division was contemplated. It was intended that only one son, the one whom the people elected, should succeed each of these kings of the divided monarchy. And then the theocratic ideas began to demand a consolidation of political organization, overlooking all individual dynastic claims to supremacy. The Ordinance of 813 is the outcome of these tendencies. The death of the sons Pepin and Charles made it possible for Louis to attain the sole monarchy, while Pepin's son Bernard only received Italy as sub-king. But in 813 an ordinance was made for the empire, which continued united, and thus comes before us that tendency to unification which attained supremacy at the very beginning of the reign of Louis, only as a result of the ideas which were coming to the front under Charles. Many of the old Germanic customs are no longer met with under the Charles the Great. For instance, the use of the ox wagon on the occasion of the visit to the great annual assembly, and the elevation on the shield which took place in the Merovingian period, when the succession was broken. On the other hand, anointing according to biblical precedent had been introduced in the Carlovingian age, just as Pepin in 751 had received the solemn anointing at the hands of Boniface and afterwards of Pope Stephen. So it became afterwards the rule. With the anointing went under Charles the coronation. Before 800, There is no certain evidence of such a ceremony in the Frankish Empire, although the Merovingians had already used crown-like diadems as ornaments. After 800 it established itself, and not only emperors but kings too were crowned, originally not necessarily an act to be performed by ecclesiastics, like the anointing. It was soon combined with the anointing in West Francia, where first a fixed ceremonial was developed. It became from the time of Charles the Bald an integral element of the ceremony, whereas in the Eastern Kingdom, where there is no evidence of coronation either in the case of Louis the German or of his sons in Amnulf, it did not perhaps become permanently the custom till after 900. As symbols of monarchical rule, we find in addition scepter and throne, which we may suppose to have first come into use in the Carlovingian time, together with the lance, attested as a royal symbol on the ring of Kildaric, and the staff distinguished at any rate in later times from scepter and lance. In the symbols and in the solemnity of the elevation, the change in the royal power is revealed. The spiritual element was placed in the foreground, its divine origin emphasized, and the priesthood played a ruling part. The personality of the monarchy stands forth quite distinct from the populace. The royal title is but simple, originally a continuation of that of the Merovingians, then independently but from the very beginning, with a significant addition by the grace of God, a custom afterwards adopted not merely in the empire of the Franks, but in the whole of the West. The imperial title was exceedingly circumstantial. Most noble Augustus, crowned of God, great and peace-bringing emperor, who rules the Roman Empire and who, by the grace of God, is king of the Franks and of the Lombards. Superabundant are the epithets of virtue and exaltation which Charles applied to himself, and with which he was saluted. Court ceremonial became the custom, and Byzantine influences served as the model. Whoever approached the emperor for any official purpose was required to prostrate himself to the ground and kiss the knee and foot of majesty. But all that was a veneer of foreign and external splendor. Underneath is clearly visible the true Germanic character in the conception and accomplishment of all national undertakings. The king was guardian of justice and peace. All stood beneath his protection. The king's peace was the general peace of the state. The king's protection covered every member of the state, but together with the general protection, which ensured peace for everyone, went a special king's protection, which was bestowed on individuals, placing the object of it in closer relation to the king and decreeing severe punishment for every injury to his person. The subject was bound to unconditional obedience to the king. An oath of allegiance was exacted, a custom not of Roman but of Merovingian origin, which had fallen into disuse and was reintroduced by Charles the Great. Obedience was, however, claimed from every subject without oath, and disregarded the king's command was severely punished. The king had the power to issue coercive ordinances and injunctions. He had the power to command. He had the power of the ban. This royal right of the ban is not to be derived from any special priestly or knightly prerogative, but it is to be simply regarded as a natural adjunct of the supreme position. It lies in the very nature of kingship to issue coercive commands. Obedience on the part of the subject flowed from the ordinary obligations of allegiance. Disobedience was disloyalty, just as disloyalty was differently punished according to the enormity of the offense, even with banishment, confiscation, or death. So in the same way, disobedience was differently punished, fixed punishments being appointed by law for definite offenses, or else the sentence was referred to the monarch's arbitrary power of punishing. The power of the ban possessed by the Frankish kings was not simply the power to order or to forbid under threat of the old fine of 60 shillings. It was, on the contrary, much further reaching. It demanded obedience on the ground of allegiance, on the ground of the legal principle that the punishment for disloyalty, whatever it be, should light on the disobedient, and that, Insofar as special punishments were not already decreed by law, the disobedient might suffer any punishment from the king's court up to complete outlawry. If the equivalent fine of 60 shillings was indicated by the king's ban, that is not to be so understood to mean that disregard of the royal authority was punished by a fine limited to 60 shillings, or that the king could only pursue any who disregarded the royal command with infliction of these definite fines. The fact is rather to be explained in another manner. In the 7th century, and first in the Lex Reporia, a fine of 60 shillings was fixed by law for definite cases of disobedience to commands issued by authority, not necessarily by the royal authority. This fine, a moderate punishment for disobedience, was further extended in Carlovingian times. The many-sided care of the state for the social life, the growing need for the exaction of punishment by the state more frequently than hitherto, tended to the infliction of the 60-shilling ban, the usual moderate punishment for disobedience, and in such a way that a trespass was legally explained as transgression of the king's command. So arose the different cases of ban in the 8th and 9th centuries. They originated in the 60-shilling fine of Reporean folk law, which inflicted this fine on disregard of summons to the royal service. But their signification became very different. In the 7th century, the 60-shilling punishment was inflicted when a definite ordinance was disregarded. But under Charles the Great, if a definite transgression was defined by law as contempt of the king's command, hence many instances of ban under the Carlovingians have nothing to do with disobedience to specific royal ordinances. But on the other hand, the 60-shilling fine, the king's ban, was not inflicted at all in processes against contemners of the royal command. But above all, it must be clearly understood that the authority of the Frankish king was never limited in such a way as to threaten the contemner of his ordinance with nothing worse than a fine of 60 shillings. Amongst those who in the first place stood beside the monarch appeared the superintendents of the 4 old court offices, the seneschal, the butler, the marshal, and the chamberlain, who not only performed their official duties in the narrowest sense, but could be employed in the most varied capacities and times, both of war and peace, as generals, ambassadors, judges, amongst others. Then the chief doorkeeper, Magister Ostiarum, the quartermaster, Manciorarius, the chief huntsman, and less important officials. A special importance for purely state business was the Palsgrave, or rather the Palsgraves, for several acted contemporaneously as deputy presidents of the palace judicial court, and of course also as ambassadors generals and in other similar official capacities. End of section 99. Section 100 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Legislation and Administration of Charles the Great, Part 2. By Gerhard Seeliger. Besides the judicial court of the palace, the chancery was of importance as a court with definite jurisdiction, the court for the preparation of documents. The president was no longer the lay referendary of Merovingian times, but an ecclesiastic, who even in the time of Charles the Great appears to have had no official title, but who was already of great importance and under Louis the Pious rose to much greater importance still. Hitherius, abbot of St. Martin at Tours, abbot Rado of St. Bast, Erkenbald, and Jeremiah, afterwards Archbishop of Sens, acted as Charles's presidents of chancery. Under these, the later chancellors, several deacons and subdeacons were employed as clerks and notaries. They were all attached to the royal chapel as court chaplains. Chapel, capella, was originally the name given to the place where the kappa, cloak, of St. Martin of Tours was preserved with other treasures, and chaplains were the guardians of these relics. In a derived sense, the body of court ecclesiastics was next designated the chapel. At their head stood the most influential ecclesiastic of the court, the primarius of the chapel. The arch-chaplain, as the title at first varying, became established under Louis the Pious. The illustrious Abbot Ferrara of St. Denis, who had taken so active a part in the elevation of Pepin to the throne, was also arch-chaplain at the beginning of the reign of Charles the Great. To him succeeded Bishop Angelram of Metz and then Archbishop Hildebald of Cologne, who were regarded as the chief advisors of the emperor, not merely in ecclesiastical, but in other matters as well. Chancery and chapel were at first only insofar connected that many chancery officials were also chaplains, and that, as we may suppose, the chapel served also at the same time for the archives. In addition, the arch-chaplain, like other high court officials, had an active connection with business dealt with in documents, and hence not unfrequently appears as the one who transmitted to the chancery the order for verification. But that implies no organic connection between chancery and chapel. Such a connection was unknown under Charles the Great, and equally so under Louis the Pious. This connection, so important for later times, was not affected till the time of Louis the German, when the arch-chaplain was placed in charge of the chancery in 854 temporarily, in 860 permanently. A court council did not exist in the time of Charles. The monarch summoned at his pleasure those about him and nobles who were staying at the court, but a council, properly speaking, did not exist. The number of those who, in the wider sense of the word, were courtiers was unusually large. There were staying there the numerous ecclesiastics and scholars, the teachers and pupils of the palace school, the one class those whom the great emperor had invited from afar, the other those who were living in preparation for the service of church and state. But there were also numerous knights in attendance, who formed the bodyguard of the monarch and were ready to undertake different duties within or without the court. In addition were the different vassals and servants of the courtier, some free, some not, and also merchants who enjoyed the emperor's special protection, and who had to supply the needs of the court and its numerous visitors, and moreover the adventurers, the travelers, who were trying their fortune, the crowd of beggars who in the Middle Ages appeared whenever there was active traffic. Vigorous life was developed at Charles's court. We see there magnificence and genius, but immorality also. But Charles was not particular about the persons he drew around him. He was himself no model, and he suffered the greatest license in those whom he liked and found useful. As holy emperor, he was addressed, though his life exhibited little holiness. He is so addressed by Alcuin, who also praises the emperor's beautiful daughter Rotrud, as distinguished for her virtues in spite of her having borne a son to Count Roderick of Maine, though not his wife. Charles would not be separated from his daughters. He would not allow their marriage, and he was therefore obliged to accept the consequences. The other daughter, Bertha, also had 2 sons by the pious abbot Agilbert of St. Riquier. In fact, the court of Charles was a center of very loose life. It was one of the first acts of the pious Louis to cleanse the court of its foul elements and to issue a strict ordinance to put an end to their dissoluteness. Strictness of morals came, but the magnificence was gone. In truth, it was on the personality of the monarch that all depended. The patriarchal tendency predominated. The central official world was in everything dependent on the varying decisions of the monarch himself. It had no independent position or strength. How could the foundation for a lasting absolute monarchy be hid under these circumstances? Before the activity of the state in the provinces is considered, it is necessary to show what material resources were available for the monarch and in what manner the individual power of the people for national purposes were put in requisition. Amongst these stand in the first place the revenues from his estates. The Frankish king was the largest landowner in the kingdom. The royal property was continually increased through confiscations, through reversions to the crown for want of heirs, through reclamation of uncultivated territory. Though the king bestowed much land as gift or as a fief, which was thereby withdrawn from his own use, what remained was sufficiently important. On the royal domains also reigned that activity which was found on all large estates, and which had developed in connection with the circumstances of the later Roman Empire, but also from the social and economic needs of the German peoples. There was no system of agriculture on a large scale. Only a comparatively small part of the domain was managed by the lord himself, terra salica, terra indominata. The greater part was occupied by dependents, who cultivated for themselves and might work at any rate in part on their own account and were only bound to certain payments and services. Fancy serviles, litules, ingenuities. Charles constituted the management of his estates a definite organization, which served as a model for the great landowners of later ages, as heads of the different farms held by soakage, which served as intermediaries between the land which was cultivated independently and the land held under conditions of service and money payment, appeared sundry mayors. Several of the small farms with their districts were united in deaneries under a dean, but of a higher rank were the chief farms, the management of which was entrusted to a jutex, or, as he was generally called later, a villicus. A system of lower and chief farms was made. The surplus products were collected on the chief farms in order to be brought, according to definite regulations, to the king's farm, or on the other hand, to be either stored or sold. Not at the end, but in the very first years of his reign, Charles issued for his domains the famous ordinance, the Capitularia de Villas, in which complete directions were given for all circumstances on the farms, for the use of every kind of farm produce, for bookkeeping and accounts, and in which the monarch's active care, even for subordinate matters of agricultural work, is so characteristically shown. A number of officials of the most different kinds for the cultivation of the royal lands. The fisci, both free and not free, come before us. The juniores and ministeriales, who stood as assistants beside the higher officials, the judices. Such were the foresters, the superintendents of the stores, celliarii, the overseers of the studs, the polidarii, and in addition the many artisans, the goldsmiths, the blacksmiths, the shoemakers, cartwrights, saddlers, etc., for whose presence in the districts the judices were to make provision and who had received a definite organization under their own masters. Towards the end of his reign, Charles compiled a complete register of the fisci, a general inventory of the crown lands. This was an important work, and fragments of the particulars which it gave have come down to us. The revenues accruing from the management of these estates certainly formed the most important material foundation of the royal power, but many others were added to these. The king was lord over all land that was not already in private possession. Out of this principle derived from Roman law, not out of an assumed prerogative of the Frankish king, arose a multitude of privileges which were also of substantial advantage to the royal power. The monarch first exercised authority over large districts so far as they were not settled. Next, he laid claim to that which was not regarded as appendage to the land itself. Animals, rivers, the hidden treasure of the soil, which were not agricultural products, although these privileges were not developed into definite rights, to mountain, salt, and hunting rights, till the age after Charles, yet the beginnings of financial profit are to be found in his day. By no means inconsiderable were the royal revenues derived from presents from foreigners, from the tribute of subjects, and from plunder taken in war. Through no war, says the historian Lienhart, were so great riches acquired as through the subjugation of the Avars. A good part of the immense treasures, it is certain, fell to the king himself. Moreover, the amount of fines must have been considerable, and the count had by law to transmit 2/3 of these receipts to the king's court. The unusual frequency of the punishment of the king's ban, the 60-shilling fine, was owing to the wish to increase the royal revenues. A general money tax, however, was not levied from the subjects. The Roman system of taxes, which the Franks found in Gaul, fell more and more into disuse, and even Charles did not try to extend it. The offering of gifts on the occasion of the great annual assembly, a custom connected with old Germanic practices, was, it is true, maintained, but it did not lead to the development of a tax in the proper sense. It only paved the way for definite imposts where, as in the case of the monasteries, a closer relation of dependence was created, exceeding simple subjection to the state. The king's tribute also, which is more frequently thought of as due, payable by individual freemen, is not to be regarded as a proper tax, and in particular not as a general personal tax. It seems rather to have arisen from a special payment for protection, and in any case it was rendered by many classes of the population, on the ground of special, not general, circumstances of dependence. The subjects are seen under obligations not to pay taxes, but to render service. This is a characteristic element in the national life of that age. The state demanded much, very much from the resources of the individual, in the form not of a tax but of personal service. These services were extraordinarily various. In a certain sense they were unlimited. In the ordinances of Charles, reference is made to custom, and the officials are strictly enjoined not to demand services beyond that. But this was only to afford protection against arbitrary acts on the part of the officials and against their making use of obligations to service for their own purposes. This service, servicium, embraced obligations of the most different kinds. The boarding, lodging, and forwarding of those traveling or working on state business, the acceptance of duties as envoys, and also cooperation in work, and buildings in the public interest, fortifications, dikes, bridges, and the like. Definite limitations of this obligatory service were not drawn. Varying customs formed the standard was often the only restriction on the power of the provincial officials who exacted it, but two obligations of the most general kind may be regarded as the most important and probably also as the most oppressive: military and judicial service. In the time of Charles, when warlike undertakings were frequent, military service must have seemed a heavy burden. It is true that special military regulations are found. In them, mention is made of those to whom crown endowments were given, who were bound to service in war as horsemen, who dwelt scattered over the land and were always at the disposal of the central authority. And in addition, we find troopers, the mounted vassals, on whom royal lands were bestowed, and who were bound to serve as mounted messengers and in the army. But the great mass of freemen remained liable to military service. Footnote: few now hold the opinion of Watts, Verfassungsgeschichte, 4th page 533 ff, that the possession of land was regarded as a condition of military service in Merovingian and Carlovingian times, and that the laws of Charles which neglect this principle are to be regarded as an innovation. End of footnote. The organization of the army, even in the time of Charles, was doubtless the special care of the upper classes, for the supply of the necessary material of war was entrusted to the nobles capable of furnishing it, and those bound to service already used to assemble under the leadership of their own lords. But nevertheless the principle was maintained that military service is a national duty of the freemen. The service was equal for all in spite of the utterly different positions of those liable. All were obliged to equip and keep themselves. On the call to arms, the panito in hostum was raised. All freemen were obliged to obey under the leadership of their lord or the count. The negligent were liable to the severe punishment for disregard of the royal command, the 60-shilling fine, while anyone who left the army without leave was guilty of heresy and lost his life as a traitor. It was in the king's power to allow modifications in particular cases. In the Merovingian period, the result of the extension of the empire was that only partial levies were made. The king could therefore take into consideration the needs of different districts and could spare many classes. The Carlovingians still more than the Merovingians, Charles in particular, sought to lighten the hardships of universal military service. Those attempts were attached to older measures, but yet they proceeded from new principles. At any rate, Charles issued no absolute ordinance, no law which was to furnish a new basis of service. As in all spheres of social life, so here, too, Charles contented himself with measures to meet particular cases, with ordinances arising from the needs of the moment, and only valid for certain districts. His reform of the army took shape through many single rules, but yet it proceeds from the uniform principle that liability to military service is to be measured by the circumstances of the one liable. The principle of equal liability of all freemen, dating back to the old German times, was originally founded on the assumption of the fairly equal economic position of the free Germans. This assumption had long been set aside through the formation of private property and through the immense difference in the possessions of individuals, but the principle of universal equal liability to military service had remained. Charles now sought to coordinate this duty to the altered circumstances. This was the new and significant point in his regulations. Those liable to serve were formally classed according to their means, a minimum of property being fixed for full liability. But as may easily be understood, in the East, only possessions in land were taken into account, while in the more advanced West, movable goods were also reckoned. A capitulary issued in 807 for the South Frankish district assumes 3 hides as the minimum for full personal service and allows the less wealthy to supply 1 man for every 3 hides, but requires contributions for the equipment and maintenance of a warrior, even from the possessors of only movable chattels. In the case of the Saxons, another capitulary fixed the standard for furnishing a warrior at 6 hides, when a military undertaking in Spain or against the Avars was in question, at 3 hides when the campaign was directed against Bohemia, but makes no minimum when the army is to march against the Sorbs. In a further law of perhaps general validity, 5 hides are taken as the unit for computation of liability. These are all bases, varying in detail, but all proceeding from a uniform principle. And those principles had a lasting effect which influenced military organization of succeeding ages outside the limits of the Frankish Empire. Other judicial reforms tended to the relief of the small man from a heavy and oppressive state duty. The judicial official, especially the count, summoned the freemen of his gaol or district to judicial assemblies. The giving of judgment was universally the business of the people. Where too frequently used, the summoning of the people to general assemblies pressed very heavily on those in more straitened circumstances. Charles was the first king who protected the small freemen against too frequent calls. In different ordinances, he directed that the people should be summoned to judicial assemblies only 2 or 3 times in the year, and that at other assemblies, meeting in case of need, only those interested in the case were to appear. And in all districts of the empire, and indeed beyond it, these measures led to an institution that lasted for centuries, the unbidden or genuine things, the general assemblies, usually held 3 times a year of all those liable to serve, which stood in contrast to the bidden things, the judicial assemblies, which occurred more frequently and doubtless according to need. This arrangement of 3 general assemblies a year for judicial purposes was probably directly connected with the introduction by Charles of the office of judge. In the Merovingian period, it was already the custom to choose a select number out of the whole body, who had to propose a verdict, the Russian burghi, who presumably were appointed for each case. In connection with this institution, Charles created in the first year of his reign the office of judges, scabini. His officials appointed from among the prominent men in the county, a somewhat large number, who were officially responsible to the king and acted as assistants to the count or one of the judges subordinate to the king, and on them rested in the first place the duty of pronouncing judgment, although there was not the least intention of excluding the purely popular element from the judicial system. Yet through the newly created office and its judicial work, the possibility was opened of dispensing with further participation of the people in all judicial assemblies, so that popular gatherings should only be summoned 3 times a year, and yet the administration of justice not to be neglected. Charles's important reform of the judicial system certainly proceeded from the same intention as is to be observed in the military reforms, and indeed generally in Charles's labors, protection for the weak and oppressed. Not that the monarch sought to hinder the great process which was bringing the small freeman more and more into dependence upon a private noble, and which in consequence of economic and social conditions was reducing the class of such freemen. But these measures manifest a considerable basis of social and political principle, like those of every executive, which considers in a wide sense the well-being of the citizens. End of section 100. Section 101 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Legislation and Administration of Charles the Great, Part 3. By Gerhard Seeliger. Before we examine more minutely the activities and organ of the state, we must consider the question whether the royal authority was dependent on the cooperation of the people, or certain classes of the people, and if so, in what manner. As a Frankish king, Charles was monarch in the true sense of the word, but he held meetings with people and nobles. Does that, then, denote a constitutional limitation of the royal powers? An account is given of national gatherings by Hinclar of Rheims in his work, De Ordine Palati. He wished to draw a picture of the happy conditions of the court of Charles the Great for the youthful West Frankish king Carloman, the grandson of Charles the Bald. And besides the accounts of men of the older generation, he used a book by Gerhard, Abbot of Corvey, on the order of the central government of Charles. It was the custom, so he relates, for national gatherings to be held not oftener than twice a year, once to arrange affairs of the empire for the current year, the other time for preliminary deliberations for the following year. In the first, all temporal and spiritual nobles took part, but in the other, only the higher nobles and selected councillors. Hincmar's account, insofar, finds confirmation in contemporary records that authors and documents of the end of the 8th and the beginning of the 9th century speak on the one hand of general national gatherings, conventus generales, placita generalia, and on the other of gatherings simply. The latter are assemblies of the nobles of the whole empire or particular districts, but the former are assemblies of the people under arms, military gatherings, the great general annual meetings, connected with the old Frankish march field. The march field originated in the Frankish tribal gatherings. It survived all changes of constitution in the 6th and 7th centuries, and maintaining itself at any rate in the Germanic East of the Frankish Empire. It awoke to new life under the Carlovingian mayors of the palace. Pepin postponed the annual assembly of the army to the 1st of May for military and economic reasons, making it a campus modius instead of a campus martius. Charles, however, did not keep to May, but according to need often chose a later date. Of course, the great annual gathering had long ceased to be a gathering of all the warriors of the whole empire. It was a gathering of the levy of the particular time and of the aristocracy. From the Mayfield, the army often marched immediately to war, but a Mayfield might be held without any military expedition following, for at the Mayfield, business of all kinds was to be discussed. Let the Mayfield be summoned, so it runs on one occasion, to treat of the safety of the fatherland and the well-being of the Franks. But the assembled people were only there to express wishes, to bring forward grievances, and to receive decisions. Only the nobles deliberated with the monarch. In truth, the great annual assembly was not the organ of the constitutional participation of the people themselves. The participation of the people was but a fiction. Important business was to be performed by king and empire, by king and people in common. This, since the rise of the Carlovingian dynasty, had been a formal principle, and still was so under Charles the Great. But in what manner the people were called to cooperate, or constituted or represented the people, was not laid down. If we may suppose that in the first days of Carlovingian rule, the Marchfield or Mayfield was regarded as the organ of popular participation, and that thus a broad popular foundation was desired for the most important decisions of the empire, yet in course of time that became less and less the case, and at first perhaps occasionally, but later on generally, it was neglected. Pepin's law of succession of 768 and the elevation of Carloman and Charles to the throne took place at small gatherings of nobles, and so did Charles's proclamation as successor of his brother in 771, and the important settlement of the empire in 806. Even important acts of legislation were not taken in hand at the great annual gatherings, but at assemblies of nobles. For instance, the decrees of the Capitularia Heristalis of 779, and the incisive rules of the Saxon law of 797, and perhaps also the comprehensive legislative measures of 802. It was therefore no innovation when under Louis the Pious important laws in the year 816 and the extensive legislation of the year 819 were debated, not at general assemblies of the empire, but at small meetings of nobles. Without doubt, there was no longer any true participation by the people, even if it was customary under Charles also to hold the General Assembly every year, and there to discuss all important affairs of the empire, especially questions of legislation. Yet the monarch was perfectly free to deal with even the most important questions at only a small meeting of nobles. If we keep these facts in view, we must ask to what purpose was the clumsy institution of the Mayfield. Now that the requirement of the Constitution that the people should meet annually to cooperate with the central government was enfeebled, and was now regarded as satisfied if the monarch consulted a considerable number of nobles and took their advice. The sole justification for the perpetuation of the Mayfield lay in military matters, to assemble the army and prepare for a campaign. For this reason, too, Charles chose different dates for holding the Mayfield, holding it amongst other times in the autumn just as military needs required. The advantage of holding an annual review of the available forces could not outbalance the heavy sacrifice imposed upon the small man. Even the one very important purpose of affording all classes of the population the opportunity of a personal connection with the center of government was no longer a great weight. Owing to the great extension of the empire, it was no longer possible, and it was besides satisfied by the institution of the king's envoys, missi dominici. Thus, in the 9th century, in times of peace, the important reasons for the assembling of the people in arms were lacking. In other words, the Mayfield lost its justification for the moment that war was no longer a regular expression of the life of the state. The Mayfield necessarily disappeared when the great regular military expedition ceased. This was already the case in the latter years of the reign of Charles the Great, and under Louis the Pious. There still occurs for a time the contrast of placida generale and placida in the old sense, that is, in the sense that by the one was meant the assembly of the people equipped for war, and by the other the meetings of the nobles. But even in the latter part of the reign of Charles, the former no longer took place annually, and instead of the people, only the nobles were summoned. The transition from the old assembly of the army to the meetings of the nobles was easily and smoothly accomplished in the following manner. The spiritual and temporal nobles who acted at the Mayfields as the representatives of the people were responsible for the carrying out of the royal summons to the great annual gatherings. To them the command was issued to appear fully equipped, hostilitor. That implied the mobilization of forces as well as the call to the great annual assembly. Inasmuch as the command to the nobles now was to appear in the royal presence, not hostilitor, but simpliciter, i.e., not with the people under arms, but with a simple escort. The change required by circumstances was brought about. The great annual gatherings, which in earlier times had been gatherings of the nation under arms, Marchfield, Mayfield, became general meetings of nobles. There still existed a difference between the general and the little assembly, but it meant by this time a distinction between general and special meetings of nobles. And Hincmar, who lived 2 generations later than Charles, knew, as may easily be understood, only national gatherings of an aristocratic character. He understood the difference between the great and the little assembly in the sense of his own time, namely as between 2 kinds of meetings of nobles. If he then attributes only preliminary deliberations to the smaller gatherings, the composition of which was, as a matter of fact, dependent on the will of the monarch, and ascribes real decisions only to the general meetings of nobles, this arises from his aristocratic conception of the Constitution and from his desire to assign the aristocracy the position of a second independent power beside the monarch. But the age of Charles the Great knew nothing of this. Thus the genuinely Germanic participation of the people in the government of the state appears strongly repressed under Charles the Great. In the Merovingian period already seemed occasionally quite subdued, while with the rise of the Germanic dynasty of the Carlovingians it made a vigorous struggle to the front again. But it was really checked by the great personality of Charles and at the same time by the advance of the theocratic element in the monarchical authority. Charles the Great did not bind himself to ask the assent of a national assembly of definite organization, but transacted the most important state business only at small gatherings of nobles, and thus made any visible limitations of his monarchical power by people or aristocracy illusory, and reduced the participation of the people, as a matter of fact, to a consultation of those classes of the people whose cooperation seemed to him desirable according to the occasion. At one time, he laid the matter before the great annual gathering, at another before a small meeting of nobles, at another before the representatives of the tribe concerned in the new laws. But in spite of this, there remains the peculiar fact that reference is always made to participation by the subjects, and that it was clearly regarded as necessary. Thus we can say that the idea of participation by the people was not fully overcome even by the violent effort of the monarchy under Charles the Great. It was greatly hindered, but it lived on to attain new force in favorable circumstances. It is a similar relation of king and people to be observed in connection with the formation of law and with legislation. Law is formed by custom and legislation. For a long time, the formation of law through custom preponderated among the Germanic peoples, though many a precept had been given in old times, and many a sage had acted as lawgiver. The systematic development of law through legislation belongs to a later stage of civilization, to the time when the Germanic races had come under the influence of the superior Roman civilization. From the 5th century, the Germanic peoples in the mass, the Westgoths, the Franks, the Burgundians, the Alemanni, the Bavarians, the Frisians, and Saxons, attained step by step to a written form of their laws as they came into immediate contact with Roman civilization. These great systematic codices, called the folk rights, were intended for the most part only to formulate the right already existing among the people, but naturally they frequently advanced consciously or unconsciously to new statutes. And then in the Frankish kingdoms, from the 6th century onwards, appended to the folk right, came special laws, royal regulations which supplemented or modified the outlines of the folk right, or dealt with new spheres of law. From the 8th decade of the 9th century, these special edicts of the king, on account of their divisions into smaller sections, capitula, were called capitularies, an expression which has been generally adopted by modern historians. Folk right and capitularies are the two great sources of the Frankish period, which afford information regarding the laws of corporate life on all sides. They are the result of those new demands of a more definite corporate life, with common aims, demands which were already arising in the older Merovingian period and reached the summit of their development and their fullest satisfaction through Charles the Great. In the year 802, so relate the Annales Larchamenses, the Emperor Charles summoned the dukes, counts, and the rest of the people with the legislators, recited and amended the different folk rights, and caused them, when so amended, to be written down, and issued the rule that the judges should judge only according to the written law. This account, freed from its exaggerations, agrees with the report of the historian Lienhart, when Charles the Great, after accepting the imperial dignity, observed that there were many defects in the laws of the people, and that the Franks had two laws differing from each other in many points. He intended supplying what was lacking, harmonizing what was contradictory, improving what was bad and useless. But of all this, he only carried through the addition to the laws of some chapters, and even these incomplete. The still unwritten laws of all the peoples who were subject to his rule, he caused to be written down. The transmission of the laws entirely confirms the accuracy of these accounts. Numerous manuscripts of the Salic and Riborian folk rights testified that in the Carlovingian period, and apparently at Charles the Great's instigation, steps were taken toward rewriting the old laws, but only verbal improvements were intended, not the removal of clauses that had long ceased to be effective. We know further that Charles caused hitherto unwritten laws to be written down, perhaps portions of the Frisian folk right, certainly those of the Saxons, the Thuringians, and the Cabalvi. The Assembly of Aachen of 802 must be regarded as the scene of these legislative efforts. Hither was summoned those familiar with the laws of the different tribes in order to procure the material. But the great emperor's comprehensive scheme of reform remained unaccomplished, and it was necessary to issue numerous regulations on particular points to correct and to supplement the old copies in order to satisfy the need for the development of the law. It was through the capitularies that this was accomplished. They had long been known in the kingdom of the Franks, but under Charles the Great they attained the vast extent to which the remains that have come down to us testify. Year by year prescripts of every possible kind were issued, decrees which claimed validity either in the whole kingdom or in the single districts, rules of a general or special character, explanations of existing regulations of these laws, supplements to correct conspicuous deficiencies in previous laws, and in addition directions from the state officials in their government. Are we to separate these laws and ordinances into two groups, according to the difference of the authorities, some in conformably to the Constitution and concerned in their origin, and according to the difference in their contents in the period of their validity? Are we to oppose folk right to the king's law? In the period before the founding of the Frankish Empire, the different German tribes had developed their law mainly according to custom and popularity. To do so was a matter for the people. But when the rule of the Merovingian kings had extended over the different Germanic tribes, this purely popular method began to be disused, and another to be followed as well. Although their own hereditary right was to remain to the members of the different tribes and what is called the principle of personality was recognized, yet a great change in the tribal law was unavoidable, due to the empire and to the royal power representing the empire. But the empire laid claim to the supreme power of making laws quite generally and unconditionally. It is, of course, regulated the right of the people, chiefly in reference to the authority of the empire, but it by no means renounced influence or laws of the members of the tribe amongst themselves, on penal, legal, and private law. And so on the one hand stands the right of the tribe, which still continued to be developed in the local courts, the folk right, while on the other hand are the laws issued by the imperial authority, which in a special way supplement the folk right and develop or often contradict it. These are the king's law, issuing directly from the king, the creator and upholder of the empire. In fact, two powers take part in the formation of the law, king and people. For the historical understanding of social institutions, it is of interest to seek their different origins, and in the case of many laws, it is of importance to determine whether they issued from the judicial consciousness of the people themselves, whom they concerned, or whether they were dictated by the royal authority. In a certain sense, the working of two different forces in the formation of the law is rightly recognized in the assertion of a legal dualism, in the contrast of folk right and king's law. But only in a certain sense. Any deeper systematic distinction is erroneous. Erroneous is the assumption that according to the Constitution, the king could exercise no influence on the right of the tribes, united in the empire, and that only in virtue of his span right, that is, his power of command, essentially contrary to law, did he decree new laws, which as king's right entered into rivalry and competition with the folk right. It is erroneous to assume that folk right is to be understood merely as customary right and the king's right as right of legislation. Erroneous are all further theories about the Constitution founded on this idea, not by virtue of a power of coercion, but by virtue of the power of making laws inherent in the monarchy, did the king influence the development of law, not only through laws but also through his officials. On occasion of delivery of judgment, did he bring into use new aims of the king's law? The opinion must be rejected that in the Frankish period, afterwards as before, the people continued to develop their right by themselves and for themselves, according to custom, while the king, on the contrary, issued ordinances resembling laws and so created a second system of law in opposition to the folk right. But another attempt, also to systematize the dualism of folk right and king's law, must be looked upon as unsuccessful. The attempt, namely, to discover the characteristic difference between folk right and the king's law of the Frankish monarchy, even in the existing laws, and to divide the laws into two groups according to their force, and more especially according to the powers responsible for their origin. One group, that of laws approved by the people and formally accepted, laws according to folk right, and the other group, that of laws issued without any decision of the people, laws according to king's law. Of such a division the ancient authorities know nothing, and assent to certain laws by the people gathered in the 100 Court was not constitutionally necessary, even though the principle was effective that laws were not to be made without the cooperation of those classes for whom they were intended. The summons to a diet of those concerned was clearly sufficient, for the participation of the people ended with participation of the subjects in diets. That is the fixed principle of the Frankish state, to which all accounts of the legislation of the Frankish kings point. End of section 101. Section 102 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History Volume 2, The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Legislation and Administration of Charles the Great, Part 4 by Gerhard, Seeliger. In connection with the contrast of folk right and king's law, the Carlovingian capitularies, which deal with secular matters and from which only capitularies containing ecclesiastical regulations are to be separated, are commonly divided into three groups according to contents, origin, and period of validity. 1. Capitula legibus, addenda. 2. Capitula per se scribenda. 3. Capitula missorum. The first is said to contain those decrees which modify or supplement laws of the folk right. The second to refer to such ordinances as concern the relation of the subjects to the empire. The third to be instruction for the king's envoys. The first, according to the usual view, were raised to law by a decision of the people. The second were called into existence on the ground of an agreement of king and diet, and did not claim lasting validity. The third owed their origin to the personal decision of the monarch alone, and were of merely temporary validity. The first embraced folk right, the second king's law, the third administrative measures. This favorite differentiation proceeds from modern legal conceptions and reads them into an age that knew nothing of such legal differences and could not know. When several explanations were necessary at the same time for one folk right, the lex salica, reporia, or the lex beaviorium, or when numerous supplements to the leges generally were to be issued, it was the custom at the king's court to combine them in special ordinances in capitula legibus addenda. If, however, there were only a few points of the law in question to be explained, while other legal measures were to be taken at the same time, they were all combined in one ordinance, but of a different origin and of a different validity there is no trace. Whether the penal or judicial clauses occur in a capitulary which simply contains analogous regulations supplementing the rules of a folk right, or whether they occur in a law referring to matters of a different character, there is no hint of a different origin, and scarcely of a difference in validity, for this was quite independent of the intrinsic significance of the law. That was merely the consequence of a purely external method of legislating applied according to circumstances. It was only applied according to circumstances for the great mass of extant capitularies. True that the Carlovingians did not and could not know anything of the principles of a threefold division. If we disregard the not very numerous Carlovingian capitularies that can be reckoned as capitula legibus addenda, and if we also disregard those ordinances which are evidently instructions for the king's envoys, there remains the great mass of the capitularies, containing regulations of the most different kinds, judicial and administrative regulations, ordinances for the army, for the administration of justice, for the church, and in civil matters. That is characteristic of the whole government under Charles the Great. The needs of the moment are satisfied. To the king's court came complaints, requests, inquiries, which were dealt with by the king and councillors, or in some cases by the assembled diet. As ecclesiastical regulations were frequently grouped together in independent ordinances, so occasionally, when the subject required or permitted it, were single groups of secular ordinances, instructions, supplements, or modifications of leges. But what had, by chance, been jointly debated and decided could also just as well be comprehended in a law. This was carried out on no intentional system. Rather, the want of a system was characteristic. Significant is the attempt of the state to provide for the development of the law by numerous disconnected measures to meet special needs of the moment. There was nothing like a principle of difference between law and prescript. nor even a clear difference between legislation and administration. Two powers were in operation, king and people. They worked in harmony. They also worked in opposition. A conflict between popular influence and royal influence necessarily manifested itself in the restricted sphere of this Frankish tribe from the moment that the monarchy in its excessive strength arose as a new independent power. But it was seen still more significantly in the districts of those other Germanic tribes, which had been brought into subjection by the Frankish king and possessed a copious system of law independently developed, and which were now to be embraced in the unity of the Frankish Empire. But the conflict of popular and royal influences was not limited to the sphere of legislation. It naturally became prominent in all spheres of corporate life. The consideration of the administration of the provinces under Charles will also show this. The ancient popular institutions on the one hand, the new desired by the central authority on the other. The Carlovingian government of the provinces was based upon the system of counties. The whole empire was divided into districts, at the head of which stood counts, an old institution already known under the Merovingians, but first consistently and fully used by Charles the Great. Thereby a long process was brought to a close, a process of competition between the institutions desired by the Frankish government and the ancient institutions of the different tribes and districts incorporated into the Frankish state. We are often no longer able to recognize what existed before the Frankish conquest and how it was overcome by institutions of the Frankish kingdom. But there had been a long struggle between the two forces, between the old popular institutions on the one hand and those proceeding from the Frankish authority on the other. In this sense, there was a significant opposition of popular and royal influences, of folk right and king's law. Gradually, we can observe the advance of what was desired by the central authority. When the Merovingians conquered Gaul and extended their rule over different tribes of the Germanic East, they did not abolish the national institutions altogether, just as they left to the different peoples their own law. So they left there also their national institutions. The tribal authorities largely remained, and were merely brought into a condition of dependence, looser or closer. But the process of centralization was continued by the Carlovingians and perfected by Charles the Great. The old institution of Herzog, or Duke, partly local ruler, partly local official, was set aside, a characteristic piece of internal policy. Duke Tassilo of Bavaria was the last representative of the internal ducal authority. After his deposition in the year 788, the Bavarian district was linked on to the usual Frankish county administration. Only among the Basque in Vasconia and the Bretons in Brittany are the native dukes, in the old Merovingian sense, still to be found, even under Charles. Elsewhere dukes are met with, but not as independent representatives of local popular authority. They are merely officials of the king, furnished with extraordinary military power to whom, sometimes only temporarily, larger provincial districts were assigned with special full powers on the borders of the empire. Their office, however, as a regular part of the constitution, was unknown under Charles. The provincial division of the land rested upon one indispensable basis, the division into counties. Naturally, on the introduction of this system, former divisions of the people and land were utilized. In Roman Gaul, the old town districts, the civitates, became the Frankish counties, Gau, or districts. In the purely German parts, the old divisions of people and land which sometimes corresponded to the old German tribes. How far old divisions were utilized or new ones created is, from the nature of the case, not open to investigation in particular instances. One thing must be clearly kept in mind in all examinations of the territorial division of the Frankish as of the later states. The designation Gau, i.e. district, Latin pagus, very often refers to the county but not always. It would be a mistake that has often been made to regard every Gau as a future county. Gau also occurs from the very beginning as the name of other administrative districts besides those of the county. It occurs, moreover, as a purely geographical description without reference to a definite administrative district. Gau and county were frequently synonymous, but occasionally were different from the beginning. Under Charles the Great, the county is the administrative district simply, the natural base of all state activities. Wherever this system of counties was wanting in Charles's empire, the imperial authority purposely abstained from a real incorporation of that district into the empire. We may say definitely that the measure of the realization of the system of counties shews us the measure of acceptance of the imperial power itself. The Garafio, Garefa, Griva, the Franks had already possessed before the foundation of the empire. Comites were already known in the Merovingian age as powerful officials of the Gaulish civitatis, where sometimes Grav and Comus stood side by side in the Merovingian kingdom, not certainly in the same Gau. The relation is rather to be so understood as that the Roman districts in connection with older arrangements possessed comites, while the purely Frankish districts had grafs. The distinction soon disappeared. The comus adopted much from the graph much from the combus. But there arose the single office of graph under the Frankish monarchy. The graph is the definite organ of royal government in judicial, fiscal, military, and administrative respects. The usual official title for the graph is under Charles the Great, the Latin word comus, and more rarely to the less definitive expression praefectus, praeses, rector, and also consul. Charles disposed of the office as he thought fit. No general uniform principle directed the choice of men. Largely it was eminent Franks who were placed in important posts of trust, whether in Franconia itself or in conquered districts, to maintain the authority of the empire in face of the native chiefs. Occasionally, however, Charles sought to win the most eminent men of the conquered race to himself by conferring upon them the most important provincial posts, and in this way to render possible the gradual reduction of the new people to an integral part of the empire. Then again, it is reported to us that he bestowed the office of count on men who were not noble, even upon freedmen. In fact, in the bestowal of offices, only the one principle prevailed, that those who were to be placed at the head of the district from whom the best service for the good of the empire might be expected. The office was bestowed for life, but of course in case of disloyalty or even of bad government, it might be withdrawn without hesitation. That Charles always reserved a free hand for himself is testified beyond doubt, and therefore the allusions to the counts owing his office to the grace of God are not so much emphasis of independence as a confession of the humility due to God. The authority of the count himself was unusually extensive and embraced everything that concerned the state. The count is the king's representative in his district, just as the authority of the state manifested itself primarily in military and judicial matters, so also did the activities of the count. The count was the supreme administrator of justice in his district. Usually he had to hold the general assemblies of the Gau, which according to the regulations of Charles, brought together all the freemen of the Gau 2 or 3 times a year in what were afterward called the regular things. Difficult law cases, it was especially enjoyed by Charles the Great. The count was to determine himself and not to leave to his subordinate officials. In the court of the centenarius or subordinate judge, it runs in one law: no man may be condemned to death, loss of freedom, or forfeiture of land or slaves that was reserved for the count or for the king's envoy. It was not intended that this higher jurisdiction should be restricted to the 3 great annual things, but only that the transfer of the most important cases into the hands of the subordinate officials should be prevented. It was a principle of the Constitution that the Count was the ordinary judge in the Gau. The organization of the army was also in the hands of the Count. By him the levies were led or superintended, and he himself went on campaign with the vassals of his district, one of his most important functions. On him it further rested to summon to the royal service and to the exact state requirements for the freemen of the Gau. He had to represent in himself the special defensive authority of the king, just as he had to see to the general peace. And just as the state in Carlovingian times extended its power in different directions, the powers of the Count also, the representative of the state in the Gau, seem unusually extensive, particularly in the direction of matters of police. In ecclesiastical affairs also the Count is to help, as though assistant to the bishop. Just as things secular and spiritual converged in Charles's kingship, so willing cooperation was desired on the part of local bearers of ecclesiastical and secular authority. The counts were directed to be obedient to the bishops and to support them in all things. Rivalry often disturbed the harmony, and Charles caused inquiry to be made how an exact definition of the count's power in spiritual matters and of the bishops in secular could be accomplished. But there was never any doubt that bishops and counts were to be equally regarded as important officials of the state. Louis the Pious caused the bishops regularly to make reports concerning the counts and the counts concerning the bishops, so that he could exercise exact control. Naturally, the count was furnished with coercive powers indispensable to all rulers. Such powers, under Charles the Great, were so regulated that punishments were even fixed for disobedience to official orders, varying according to the nature of the order in such a way that the official was allowed to determine a penalty independent of the object of the orders and graduated according to his personal authority. According to the Alemannic law, the count's ban amounted to 6 shillings, according to the Saxon Capitulary of Charles the Great. For smaller transgressions, it was 15, and for more serious cases of disobedience, 60 shillings. Not till later, when the 60-shilling penalty was more generally used and had become the punishment for disregard of a royal order, was the official who was looked upon as essentially the king's official, the count, regarded as holder of this king's ban, only a peculiar form of the system of government by counts, not an abrogation of it, is seen in the organization of the marches, which may justly be looked on as the personal work of the great emperor. That the counties situated on the border of the empire were provided with arrangements for the defense and protection of the empire is natural. We must distinguish from these border counties the March district proper, the newly conquered borderland, or else that especially arranged for border defense, provided with numerous fortifications and forming a bulwark before the counties of the empire itself. So arose under Charles himself, or at any rate, at his instance, the Spanish, Breton, Saxon, or Danish, Sorbian, Avarian, and Friulian marks. Those at the head of them were called Graf, also Margrave, Mark Herzog, and by similar titles. Sometimes border counties were in connection with the marches, and so arose especially strong power, predominantly military, which obtained for its owner the proud title of Duke. Thus we can understand when the monk of St. Gall, at the end of the 9th century, relates how on the borders of the empire Charles departed from the rule, that to one person only one county should be assigned. If we see a thoroughgoing uniformity in the division into counties, and only those districts were freed from it, which had not been completely incorporated into the empire, we cannot trace a similar uniformity in the case of the subordinate officials. Here there were great differences, and that is perfectly intelligible. In the first place, if the empire laid great weight on the carrying out of the county system and sought to put aside everything that resisted the Frankish arrangements, Of course, the old popular officials could no longer be left in the lower places. Thus, many differences are due to a continuation of the old popular system or to a connection of it with Frankish arrangements. And moreover, districts and private ownership became more and more important, and the officials of the private owners more and more assumed public functions, dispossessed the lower state officials, and took their place. Hence, in the dominions of Charles the Great, we observe different officials acting in the subordinate positions side by side, and the same official titles occur among those holding different official positions. End section 102. Section 103 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. Legislation and Administration of Charles the Great, Part 5 by Gerhard Seeliger. The officials working under the council for the most part to be divided into three classes. 1. Assistants and representatives of the count not restricted to one part of his district. 2. Superintendents of a subdivision of the county. 3. Different officials of private landowners, local superintendents or town officials with special, particularly military matters. In the first group, the missi of the counts and the viscounts can be reckoned, although a definite office of this kind can hardly be assumed. We must rather suppose that a count frequently appointed one of his subordinate officials, a centenarius and vicar, to take his place, but only temporarily, and that in such cases this subordinate appeared as missus or viscount. To the second group belongs above all the centenarius, the old Frankish official, who must be identified with the Thundernis, or the Salic Volkswirt, the old national judge, who was forced into dependence upon the king's officials, the counts, and restricted to the administration of justice in minor matters, in order to leave the hire entirely to the count. To the centenarius corresponds the vicar. It is quite clear that under Charles the Great a division of the counties into centenaries and vicariates was everywhere carried out, at least in the middle and western counties of the empire. To these subdivisions of the west corresponded the Gaul of Saxony, and to the Frankish centenarii and vicars of the Saxon Gografen. To the third group belonged not only the superintendents of the royal domains, called judices, and other officials of these domains like the Belissi, who later were found everywhere, but above all the tribunes, tribuni, and mayors scolthetti, who were found in smaller districts as executive officials. Tribuni and scolthetti are, from the first, not names for a uniform lower office, but for different, though similar, subordinate officials. There were scolthetti of the king, the count, the private landowner, and others. But great as were the difference among the officials in the state, and great as was the concession made to the peculiarities of the different peoples and to different local needs, yet Charles knew how to retain in his own hands perfect control over the whole. Indeed, it was characteristic of his government that all who had public duties to perform, who had to provide for the maintenance of law and order, even in the smallest districts, were controlled by the state and made responsible to the state. The authority of the state did not draw back from private ownership. It pressed forward everywhere. The counts supervised not only their own subordinate, but also the officials of ecclesiastical and secular lords. All belonged to the one great organism, to the universal state, in the center of which stood the monarch himself. But how could the center remain in living connection with distant parts and with the provincial officers? To solve this problem was the task of the Missi Dominici, perhaps the most peculiar of all the Carlovingian institutions. The summit of the Carlovingian constitution was the organization of the office of the king's envoys, the Missi Dominici. These were not intended to take the place of the dukes removed by the Carlovingians, nor to be bearers of a provincial authority, but to bring the king's will into the provinces and to render possible an immediate connection of the people with the supreme government of the empire. As in all institutions, so here too Charles made a link with what had long existed, while transforming it into something essentially new. The Merovingians had already employed missi in different kinds of state business, military, judicial, administrative, fiscal, but it was always particular and special duty which the missus had to perform by the king's commission. In the later Merovingian period, this institution fell into disuse, and it was not till the time of the Carlovingian mayors of the palace that it was revived. From the time of Charles Martel occurs the designation missi discurrentes. Whether that really signifies that missi was sent out to travel over a definite district to control all officials and supplement their work, and whether the missi then possessed full powers generally, cannot be decided. But it was certainly so in the first years in the reign of Charles the Great, who made the missi discurrentes, the traveling envoys, a regular institution of the state. From 779 the missi appear with the quite general function ad judiciis faciendas, i.e., to preserve the right in every direction. They acted with the counts and eventually against them for the administration of justice. They watched the work of the judges and themselves held the court. They took steps for the improvement of ecclesiastical affairs, with or without the bishop. They inspected the monasteries and they superintended all officials. Extensive as were the duties of these missi even at the beginning of Charles's reign, and essential as was their work for the organization of the empire. Yet the whole institution only reached its full development after Charles's coronation as emperor, through edicts of the Diet held at Aachen in the year 802. Charles no longer wished, so report the annals of Loesch, to send out his missi vassals, who possessed no lands. He appointed rather archbishops, bishops, and abbots, with dukes and counts, in whose case bribery need not be feared. On broad lines, their duties were characterized generally in a capitulary of 802, the particulars being appended in a long list. The whole institution, which had long established itself, now appears raised and made permanent. The empire was divided into large fixed districts, missatica, legitiones, perhaps partly already in such a way as is testified from the time of Louis the Pious, or perhaps the missatica then corresponded to the metropolitan provinces. Every year these envoys were sent out, generally 2 or 3 together, under Charles frequently an ecclesiastical and a layman. They received instructions, directions arranged in sections respecting their official duties, in which too were included general orders to be communicated to the officials and people of the missiaticum, capitula missorum. They had to give a report of their work as a rule, probably at a meeting of the empire, to make inquiries in case of doubt and to obtain new decisions from the monarch or the meeting. The missus was to enter into communication both with the officials and also with the people themselves, but to afford assistance against oppression and violence, even of the officials, was the most important duty of the royal envoys. For this reason, they were required to hold general meetings. According to a decree of Louis the Pious, this general meeting was to take place in the middle of May. But of course, in case of need, it could be divided into several meetings, to be held in different places. Here the bishops, abbots, counts, royal stewards, and representatives of the abbesses had to appear, and every count had to bring with him his vicars, centenars, and 3 or 4 of the judges. At these provincial assemblies, the envoy sought to obtain disclosures of the affairs of his province through the statements of those dwelling in the cows, who were bound to truth by oath, and of witnesses of crimes. Abuses were removed, bad officials brought to account, or even summoned before the king. That this arrangement already existed under Charles may be taken as proved. In addition to these assemblies, the envoys also held special courts of justice in the different judicial divisions of their provinces. They were, however, not to injure, but merely to control and supplement the judicial work of the regular judges, especially the counts. Hence, their judicial duties were limited to 4 months, January, April, July, October, while the remaining months were reserved for the courts of the counts. In each of these 4 months, Charles ordered courts to be held at different places with the count of the district. At other times, the envoys traveled about, inspected churches and monasteries, and everywhere saw that things were in order. Together with the regular envoys, extraordinary envoys were still used as of old on special missions, whether military, judicial, or ecclesiastical, but no great significance was ever attached to them. The importance of the whole institution rests purely on the regular envoys. The purpose of the centralization finds expression in this endeavor to preserve the unity of the whole, while justifiable local differences were recognized. Unity was to be in the kingdom. Because the king could not appear everywhere in person, his place was taken by men who were to be regarded as his representatives. Herein lies the essential character of the whole institution. Arrangements were made which enabled the king to appear personally active in all parts of the empire. The fundamental idea of the purely personal and immediate government of the monarch is thus realized. In this peculiarity lay the strength, but at the same time also the weakness of the institution itself. Its strength showed itself in the fact that thereby an immense influence of the king was made possible, and all things were quickened from the center. Its weakness was seen in the excessive dependence for strength on the personality of the monarch, and in the failure of continuous and immediate influence of the royal authority from the moment the central power failed. The institution had no strength of its own. It was absolutely dependent on the circumstances of the court. And when the influence from the center, which under Charles had been so vigorous and powerful, ceased in the later years of Louis the Pious, the institution of the royal envoys became degenerate. It either ceased entirely, or it became territorial and thereby was robbed of its proper and original living principle. Nothing manifests so clearly the whole inner development of the unified Carlovingian state as the history of the royal envoys. Nothing reveals more surely the peculiar nature of the state than this one institution. The universal empire of the great Charles could not long outlive its founder. General forces certainly were in existence which assisted the unification, such as the thought of universal unity which proceeded from the ecclesiastical conception and from the Roman Empire. It is true that the genius of Charles made these ideas of unity serviceable to his efforts for power, but he failed to equalize the diverging intellectual and material needs of the different peoples subjected to his rule, and he failed to erect a bureaucracy strong in itself and not absolutely dependent upon the changeable circumstances of the court. A bureaucracy certainly was erected, but a bureaucracy of a peculiar kind, a patriarchal bureaucracy. Such a one has no independent strength of its own. It shares for the most part the fate of the ruling family, and is chiefly supported by the ability of the monarch. If this fails, then the state itself fails. To create anything enduring of this kind was beyond the power, even of Charles the Great. It was not the advance of the feudal system that brought about the early collapse of the Carlovingian Empire. The feudal system only furnished the outer form and the external support for the decomposing tendencies. These had their root in the nature of the social development of the Western peoples themselves, in general factors of their civilization, both material and mental, and also in the personal character of the leaders of the state. End of section 103.
Section 104 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2, The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. The Papacy to Charles the Great, Part 1, by F.J. Foakes-Jackson. The growth of the papal power can be regarded from two standpoints, according as we interpret the expression in an earthly or a spiritual sense. Are we to regard the popes as rulers over large domains and at times the most powerful of Italian princes, or are we to look on them as the heads of Western Christendom, the supreme arbiters of religion and morals from Iceland to Sicily, from the Atlantic to the eastern outskirts of Germany and Hungary? At the beginning of the 7th century, they were neither, and by the end of the 11th, they were both. Until 1859, their secular dominion remained unimpaired in extent, and since 1517, they have ceased to exercise undisputed moral authority in Western Christendom. In 1870, the last vestige of their temporal power was wrested from their grasp, yet in the same year they made claims to a spiritual authority which would not have been conceded to them by the Church, even when their influence was paramount. Closely interwoven, therefore, as are the temporal and spiritual powers of the papacy, they are not identical, and however difficult it may be to separate one from the other, they must be distinguished. Yet in the present case, it is necessary to deal with the subject from both aspects, paying special attention to the question of the process of the liberation of the papacy from influences which might subsequently have controlled or fettered its development. Gregory the Great is said to have originated the medieval papacy, and this is in part true, though it took nearly 3 centuries after his work was done to produce the first of the medieval popes. Nicholas I inaugurated the line of priest-kings of Western Christendom in a truer sense than Gregory I. It is true that the earlier pontiff was far the greater man, but the office he filled was less in the eyes of his contemporaries, and he was obliged to address kings and princes in a more submissive tone than that employed by Nicholas in the 9th century. Gregory was, in fact, a great subject, possessed of vast estates and considerable wealth, able to exercise a powerful influence on the politics of his age, to arrange treaties and to delimit frontiers. But, though a great noble, he was not a sovereign prince. His lands were estates, not dominions. He spoke to emperors and kings not as their equal, but as a subordinate. He even judged them from the standpoint of an inferior. Nicholas I, on the other hand, was lord paramount in his own dominion, and addressed the princes of Western Europe with the authority of a ruler on earth, vested with spiritual powers which rendered him infinitely their superior. The task before us is to trace how this came about, showing the successive stages by which the Roman pontiffs asserted their independence of all secular authority. It is this which differentiates the papacy from every other Christian bishopric, making it both a temporal and a spiritual power, and the accomplishment of this took place between AD 604 and 868, though this chapter concludes with the year 800. The immediate successors of Gregory the Great do not appear to have given much promise of the future eminence of the throne they occupied. The popes of the 7th century succeeded one another with suspicious rapidity, few occupying the see of Rome for more than a few years. Appointed by permission of the emperor or his representative in Italy, the exarch of Ravenna, the pontiffs submitted themselves to the secular power and felt its heavy hand whenever they presumed to resist the imperial commands, even in matters spiritual. Nor was it till the 8th century, when the Lombards were extruding the Greeks, as the imperialists of Constantinople had already begun to be called, from the shores of Italy, that a series of greater popes, more fortunate than their predecessors in the duration of their pontificates, were able to assert and maintain their authority. Then it was that the Lombards, who had captured Ravenna and extended their influence to the south of Italy, and were preparing to occupy the Ducatus Romae, found themselves confronted by the Roman pontiffs claiming to represent the majesty of the empire and to seize those prerogatives which, as they maintained, had only been wrested from the hands of the Greeks in order to revert to Rome and its chief priest. Thus began those extraordinary negotiations between the popes and the Frankish rulers, who with the sanction of St. Peter were transformed first into native kings and finally into emperors and legitimate lords of the Roman world. In gratitude for these services, the kings of the Franks and emperors of the Romans made over to the See of Rome certain parts of northern and central Italy which had belonged to the empire in the 7th century. At the same time, whilst the popes were consolidating their authority over Christendom and their dominion in Italy by diplomacy, their power was being strengthened by the assertion of legal claims to all privileges which the reverence of princes was bestowing upon them. Appeals to the antiquity rather of the imagination than of history attempted to show that the claims of the Roman See were based on immemorial rights or on the acts of emperors whose names, already half legendary in the West, were bound up with the vanquished glories of imperial days. The false decretals and the donation of Constantine were demonstrating that nothing which the popes could receive or demand was beyond their rights, and casting a false glamour of legality over any claims they might choose to make. In dealing with the strange and wonderful history before us, it is remarkable that we meet with comparatively few noteworthy characters or dramatic incidents, if we except Charles the Great and his coronation at Rome. Hardly any literature worthy of the name illumines our path, and the verses which come down to us are sufficient to show that poetry was a lost art. The revival of civilization and government under Charles is only remarkable because of the darkness which preceded and followed it, and the two striking features of the age, the rise of Islam and the revival of the Roman Empire in the East, after a series of unparalleled disasters, do not come into our purview of events. Despite all this, the squalor which surrounds the period is brightened by the presence of great ideals, which men kept in their minds and before their eyes, though they were unable to give them form or substance. The remedy for the anarchy of Western Europe was sought in the ideal which the Roman Empire had left, a unity of government for the human race, and men's eyes were turned to Christian Rome to provide what was so sorely needed. The faith in Jesus Christ went far beyond the Roman law in recognizing the unity of mankind, and from it, as embodied in the Roman Church, the inheritor of the city which had been mistress of the world, the Frankish monarchs hoped that a Christian empire would arise to federate humanity. For centuries, successive generations persevered in carrying out this idea, and who can deny that it was a grand and noble one? The rise of the papal power is one of the most important events in modern history, because it was inspired by the motive which dominated the best thinkers of the Middle Ages and raised their impotent efforts above the sordid policy of their own day. Even the completeness of their failure did not rob them of the glory of having seen great visions and dreamed splendid dreams. The rise of the papal power was due alike to the necessity of political independence and to the circumstances which freed the popes from the domination of the emperors in Constantinople and the Lombard conquerors of Italy, and enabled them to secure the assistance of the Franks from beyond the Alps. It was due still more to the disintegration of the empire of Charles the Great under his unfortunate successors. It will perhaps be of assistance to us if each of these be taken separately. We will therefore discuss 1. The Papacy and the Eastern Emperors. 2. The Lombards. 3. The Franks and the new Western Empire. 1. Since the outbreak of the Arian dispute, the Eastern provinces had never known the meaning of religious peace, though the way in which that controversy had ended might have encouraged hopes that similar differences were not incapable of adjustment. Despite the attempt of Constantius to coerce his subjects to unity in his struggle with Athanasius, and despite the feebler attempts of Valens, the question was allowed much freedom of debate, and the Creed of Nicaea, as explained by the wisdom of the Cappadocian Fathers, was ultimately accepted by all. but the unfortunate dispute concerning the two natures of our Lord, partly owing to the unscrupulous character of those who engaged in it, and partly to the mutual jealousies of the great patriarchates of the East, produced schisms which seriously threatened the peace of the empire, and ultimately lost it some of its most important provinces. In this great dispute, Rome twice intervened, first in favor of Cyril in condemnation of Nestorius, and later in opposition to Dioscorus against Eutyches. On the latter occasion, the Pope, Leo the Great, put forward his famous Tome, which the Western Church considered to be a fitting end to the whole controversy. Not so thought many of the Oriental churches, especially those of Egypt and Syria, by whom the proceedings of the Council of Chalcedon were regarded as an insult to Cyril, the revered head of the Alexandrian Church. In Constantinople, a city which gained an evil name for the formidable character of its riots and seditions, parties were evenly divided between the upholders and opponents of the Council of Chalcedon, between whom the reigning emperor endeavored often in vain to hold the balance, generally at the cost of being denounced as a heretic and traitor to the faith. Policy seemed to require that the Church should come to some such agreement as was arrived at in the Arian controversy, during which the work of the Council of Nicaea, without being repudiated, was somewhat modified and explained. In like manner, it was hoped that the ambiguities of the Council of Chalcedon could be removed by the conciliatory action of the ecclesiastical authority backed by that of the emperor. In the Christian East, matters of religion and doctrine had always been considered to lie within the sphere of the imperial prerogative, and the emperor regarded himself as even more than the clergy, responsible for the maintenance of the purity of the faith. But to the Western ecclesiastics, the faith as defined by Leo was not to be explained but accepted with unquestioning obedience, and any attempt to reopen the question was an insult to his memory and to the Roman See. Accordingly, when at the instigation of Acacius of Constantinople, Zeno sanctioned, in 481, the Henoticon, or scheme of union with the Monophysites, the Roman Church broke off all intercourse with that of Constantinople. Fortunately for the prestige of the popes, Italy was under the government first of Odovacar and afterwards of Theodoric, both of whom were barbarians professing Arianism, and no intervention from Constantinople was possible. Till AD 519, the old and the new Rome remained in a condition of religious separation, and union was only brought about by the submission of the Church of the new capital. With the accession of Justinian in 527 and the subjugation of Italy by the Byzantines, 535 to 553, the papacy entered upon a series of humiliations which no barbarian ruler had even dreamed of inflicting upon it. The loyalty and submission displayed by the popes is a proof of the awe in which they held the majesty of the empire. The attitude of Justinian towards the Roman Church was frankly autocratic. He expected and exacted obedience. For the early part of his reign, he favored the Orthodox, whilst his wife, the powerful Empress Theodora, inclined to the Monophysite party. But at her death, Justinian inclined to a compromise suggested to him by Theodore Ascidas, Bishop of Caesarea. Briefly, this was to condemn the writings of three divines, specially obnoxious to the Monophysites, whilst otherwise maintaining the dignity of the Fourth General Council. Justinian has been reproached for devoting his time to the study of theology instead of attending to the politics of his empire, but in truth, its tranquility mainly depended on the theological question, and the emperor hoped that in condemning Theodore of Mopsuestia, Theodoret's writings against Cyril, and the letter of Ibis to Maris the Persian, he would render the settlement at Chalcedon acceptable to his Egyptian and other Monophysite subjects. Such was the political aim of the otherwise uninteresting controversy of the 3 chapters. That the Roman See would oppose the imperial policy was inevitable, especially as the 3 writers condemned had been acquitted at Chalcedon, and to doubt the justice of the acts of this council was disloyalty to the memory of Pope Leo. But Justinian was not accustomed to allow his will to be disputed. Pope Vigilius was hurried from Rome to Constantinople and forced to assent to the condemnation of the chapters at the Fifth General Council in 553. Never had a pope, at any rate since the days of Liberius, endured such a humiliation. So fully was this realized in the West that the churches of Illyricum and Istria made the weakness of Vigilius, hampered as he was by the promises exacted by the Empress Theodora as the price of his consecration, the pretext of a schism which lasted for a generation or more. The disasters which overtook the Eastern Empire in the 7th century might well excuse any attempt to procure ecclesiastical unity. More and more, the divisions of the Church were becoming tokens of national rather than religious sympathy. The monophysite in Egypt believed in one nature in Christ, not because he was a theologian, but because he was the natural enemy of the Melkite or Greek Christians, who declared that Christ was in two natures. The century had opened with the remarkable successes of the Persians, who seemed to have wrested from the Romans the domination of the East, and to have restored their empire to the extent it had reached in the days of Cambyses. The overthrow of the despicable Foakes in 610, however, made way for a monarch who, had he died a few years earlier than he did, would have been comparable to Alexander the Great. Heraclius rolled back the tide of conquest, restored the frontiers of the empire, recovered the Holy Cross, and humiliated Persia. Is it to be wondered at, therefore, that the victorious emperor should have made another attempt to reunite the Christians, and have listened to those who suggested that, if it could be acknowledged that in our Lord were two natures, the human and the divine, and but one working energy, energeia drastike, monophysites would unite with the supporters of Chalcedon? To this Honorius, Pope from 625 to 638, was disposed to assent, and in his correspondence he used the term one will, or una voluntas, as applying to the Savior. Hence the controversy is known as the monothelite. But the action of Honorius was profoundly unpopular in Rome, and the successes of the Muslims and the loss of Egypt and Syria were regarded as a just punishment of the heresy of Heraclius, as expressed in his Ecthesis. The monothelite controversy was fraught with humiliation for the See of Rome. Constans II, 641 to 668, the brutal grandson of Heraclius, issued his type in favor of monothelite views, and because he was opposed by Pope Martin V, he ordered the exarch Theodore Calliopas to seize the recalcitrant pontiff and bring him to Constantinople. There the Roman bishop, after enduring insult and imprisonment, which were unable to break his spirit, was deposed and banished by imperial decree to the Crimea, where he died deserted by his friends, a martyr for the faith as defined by his great predecessor Leo. During the reign of Constantine Pogonatus, in the pontificate of Agatho, 678 to 682, the Roman See obtained some reparation for the insults heaped on Martin. At the Sixth General Council, which met in Constantinople, November 7, 680, the monothelite doctrine was condemned, and with its supporters, Cyrus, Bishop of Alexandria, and two patriarchs of Constantinople, Sergius and Pyrrhus. In addition to these, a unique circumstance in ecclesiastical history, the General Council pronounced Pope Honorius to be anathema, non quidem ut hereticus, sed ut hereticorum fautor. Thus the Roman See had to accept the deep humiliation of having one of its occupants pronounced unsound in a matter of faith. A further insult was still in store for the papacy. In 692, another council was summoned to Constantinople for the purpose of completing the work of the Sixth Council by drawing up canons of discipline. This synod, generally known as the Council in Trullo, passed its canons and sent them for ratification to Pope Sergius, and on his refusal to acknowledge the work of the council, the Protospatharius was sent to arrest him, and he was threatened with the fate of Saint Martin. The Romans, however, stood by their bishop and rescued him from the imperial officer. The last pope to be summoned to Constantinople was Constantine, 708 to 715, who came at the invitation of Justinian II, or Reinhard Metis. He was, however, treated with honor by that formidable emperor and returned in safety in 711 to Rome. We have now reached the period of the last struggle between Constantinople and Rome, due, like the 3 chapters in the days of Justinian I and the Monothelete controversy in the following century, to another amazing display of the strength inherent in the empire. In the famous Isaurian dynasty, the Greco-Roman power, which had been threatened at its very source by the triumphant caliphs, once more showed itself the strongest force in the world. Again, orthodoxy made overtures of peace to monophysism, but in a very different form from those of the 6th and 7th centuries. The schismatic or heretical churches, whether Nestorian or monophysite, showed a conservatism greater than that exhibited by the Catholics in maintaining a simplicity in church ornamentation which orthodoxy had long abandoned. The images or pictures originally introduced, to use the words of John of Damascus, as books for the unlearned, had not found a place in the monophysite or Nestorian churches, but among the Orthodox had become objects of superstitious reverence. To remove this scandal and to save the Church from the reproach of Jews and Muslims, as well as to conciliate the Christians outside its pale, Leo the Isaurian in 726 issued his celebrated edict against the images and inaugurated the iconoclastic controversy. Since the monophysites opposed the attempt to represent the human appearance of our Lord as contrary to their doctrine of the loss of his manhood in the infinity of his Godhead, the edict was sure to find favor in their eyes. It is not easy to determine the precise effect of the iconoclastic decree on the Roman Church. Certainly Leo the Isaurian's reign saw the beginning of the complete abandonment of the Exarchate of Ravenna and its dependencies by the Greeks. Letters survive, professedly by Pope Gregory II, 715 to 731, to Leo, denouncing him with the utmost violence and defending the image worship with as grotesque an ignorance of the Old Testament as of the rules of common courtesy. It is now generally supposed, however, that these 2 letters are spurious, alien as they are to what we know of the wise and prudent man which Gregory II showed himself in his other dealings. Nor does there seem to have been any formal breach between the papacy and Constantinople. Down to the end of the 8th century, the popes acknowledged the emperor. But the chain was already broken. The Lombards took Ravenna, occupied the Pentapolis, and began to threaten the Ducatus Romae, already a virtually independent state with an army commanded by its duke, and with the pope almost acknowledged as the representative of the emperor. When Ravenna was taken is unknown. The whole history of the period is obscure. All that can be said with certainty is that by July 7, 751, the Exarchate had come to an end, and the Greeks were no longer a power in Italy. The Pope had also lost his Sicilian estates, which afforded his principal revenue. The experience the papacy had gained by its connection with Constantinople was not forgotten, and molded its subsequent policy. It became evident that to work out its destiny, it needed alike freedom and protection. Freedom to assert its claims to rule over the conscience of mankind, and protection from the enemies who encompassed the defenseless city. Neither of these could the Byzantine government afford. The Lombards were pressing closer on Rome, and no prospect of aid from the emperor was at hand, and in any case it would be too great a price to yield to his demands in matters theological. The aims of the empire and the East were distinct from those of Rome and the West. In the latter, there was practically no great religious difference, and the priests, secure in their monopoly of learning, were unlikely to disturb men's minds by explaining the traditional faith or adapting it to the conditions of the hour. In the more educated East, questions of the utmost moment caused serious divisions among clergy and laity alike. Nor is it without significance that Pope Agatho had to explain to the Sixth General Council that his delegates were rude and unlettered men who had to live by the labor of their hands. So far then were the rough and ignorant clergy, even of Rome, removed from their brethren of the East. But though ignorant of the arts of life, the Roman clergy had one distinct advantage over the more cultured ecclesiastics of Constantinople. They had fought a long and stubborn battle with the barbarian invaders of Italy, with no one to come to their aid, and in the struggle they developed political instincts denied to the servants of a political and spiritual despotism. Thus the popes of the 8th century learned the statecraft with which their successors were to raise the papal power to its highest pitch. From the birth of Christ, there is approximately as long an interval backwards to Romulus as forwards to the political severance of Rome from the empire, and at the latter period, the foundations of a world-governing power were as surely laid as when the first king built the walls of Rome. 2. The Lombard invaders of Italy, after a long struggle, had succeeded in dispossessing the empire of all pretense to exercise sovereignty in Italy. They had made their appearance in the year 568 under Alboin, and though Paul the Deacon testifies to the comparative mildness of their rule at first, on the death of Alboin it became intolerable. Two facts are worth bearing in mind, namely, that the Lombards are the first invaders of Italy who settled with no sort of imperial sanction, Alaric, Odovacar, and Theodoric having all had recognition from the Roman government, and further that under their occupation the theory of a united Italy was abandoned, never to be realized until the 19th century. There was further a sort of undeveloped feudalism in the Lombard settlement, by which the kingdom was divided into more or less independent dukedoms, some, like those of Spoleto and Benevento, eventually detaching themselves completely from the king's authority. After the death of Alboin in 573, there was no less than 36 dukes, each exercising unrestrained the power of a petty tyrant. But anarchical as was the condition of affairs among the Lombards at the close of the 6th century, it was becoming evident that the Byzantine government was powerless to expel them from Italy, and even that its abandonment of the peninsula was only a matter of time. End of section 104. Section 105 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2, The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. The Papacy to Charles the Great, Part 2, by F.J. Foakes-Jackson. The condition of Byzantine Italy was not altogether dissimilar from that of the Lombard territory, as at Pavia, the capital of the king, so at the exarch's seat at Ravenna, the central authority was at times deplorably weak, and in both cases the dukes were practically independent princes. The Duke of Naples, for example, was as little amenable to the exarch as the Lombard dukes of Benevento were to their sovereign. The difficulty was principally one of communication. The Lombards held the country, and the Byzantines the coast, and unless the road between Rome and Ravenna could be kept open, it was impossible for the exarch to govern, succor, or advise the pope, and in one case a pope's enthronement had to be deferred for more than a year, owing to the difficulty in obtaining confirmation of his election. Hence it was of the utmost importance to keep open the Flaminian way, leading from Rome to Ravenna and the coast, and the possession of such places as Perugia was vital to the Romans. The territory occupied in Italy by the Lombards and the Exarchate in Italy, respectively, say during the pontificate of Gregory I, 590 to 604, was approximately as follows. The Byzantines on the east coast held Istria on the Adriatic, the islands along the coast already known as Venetia, the marshes around Comacchio and Ferrara, the mouth of the Po where Ravenna is situated, and inland as far as Bologna. Practically from Venetia to Ancona, the frontiers of the empire were the Apennines and the sea. Then came a very debatable territory giving access by way of Perugia to the Roman duchy. Proceeding southward, Calabria remained imperial till 675, when Brindisi and Trento fell into the hands of Romuald, Duke of Benevento, and Bruttium and Sicily were held by the Greeks. On the western coast were two duchies, Naples and Rome. The Roman duchy was constantly shrinking, owing to the encroachment of the Lombard dukes of Benevento and Spoleto, the latter having pushed his frontier almost to the northeast wall of the city, his boundary being the old Sabine one, formed by the Tiber and the Anio. The rest of Italy was held by the Lombards, the valley of the Po being more directly under the authority of the king, whose capital was Pavia, whilst the three great almost independent duchies were Friuli or Forum Iulii, north of Venetia, Spoleto extending from the Pentapolis to the Roman duchy, and Benevento in the south. This partition of Italy was practically recognized by the treaty made, mainly by Pope Gregory I in 593, but throughout the 7th century the power of the Lombards increased, whilst that of the Exarchate diminished. It is not necessary for our purpose to trace the progress of the Lombard power till we reach the 8th century, when the popes came into sharper conflict with it than they had done since the days of Gregory I. In the century which intervened between the death of Gregory I and the accession of Gregory II, the Lombards had been transformed from Arian heretics into devout Catholics, so that the religious difficulty which parted Rome from Lombard had disappeared. The hostility of the popes to the Lombards was therefore political rather than religious. The cause of it was a feeling, inherent in the papacy, that any supreme secular power in Italy would be detrimental to its interests. This was natural and not wholly unjustifiable, as the sequence of events tends to show. The whole spirit of the Roman Church in Italy being anti-national, the predominance of one people was felt to be inconsistent with its ideal of universality. We have seen how sorely tried the patience of the clergy had been by the policy of the Byzantine Caesars, but these, at least in theory, were the rulers of the world. The Lombard kings, on the contrary, were merely local princes, representative of the two things most detested by the papacy, nationality and barbarism. An even worse evil was in store, should, as was far from unlikely, the Lombard territories become a number of independent dukedoms, for in that case the Pope would be at the mercy not even of a king, but of a petty prince, like the Duke of Spoleto, and Rome itself would be the carcass over which the Lombard chieftains would be constantly quarreling. The breach between the Lombards and the popes was therefore inevitable directly it was understood that the end of the Byzantine rule in Italy was a mere question of time. Let the monarch and his dukes be never so conciliatory and the pope never so gracious, their interests were radically dissimilar, and either the Lombard dominion must perish or the papacy must abandon the very motive of its existence. In one respect, the pontiffs had distinct advantage. They were perfectly indifferent to the fate of the Lombards, whilst these, as Catholics, held the priestly office of the bishops of Rome in the highest honor. The period, therefore, we are about to survey, from Gregory II in 715 to the accession of Hadrian I in 772, is fraught with the most important consequences, as what happened then gives the clue to the whole secular policy of the papacy for 11 centuries, from Charles the Great to Napoleon III, a policy which, despite all adverse circumstances, is not yet abandoned. The somewhat complicated relations of 6 popes, Gregory II and III, Zacharias, Stephen III, Paul, and Stephen IV, with 3 Lombard kings, Liutprand, Aistulf, and Desiderius, must now occupy the attention of the reader. Liutprand, the Lombard king, reigned 712 to 744, and this period is almost covered by the pontificates of the 2 Gregorys, 715 to 741. Men of great ability as popes and statesmen. Under Gregory II came the breach with the Exarchate, not so much on account of the iconoclastic decrees, which were not promulgated till 726, as of the heavy taxation imposed on Italy by Leo the Isaurian. The politics of the time are certainly perplexing. First, we find the Lombards on the side of the Pope, laboring to defeat the dastardly plot to murder Gregory, hatched by the exarch Paulus and Marinus, Duke of Rome. Next, the Pope takes part with the great Dukes of Spoleto and Benevento against Liutprand, who is in alliance with the empire against his vassals. Twice we find the Lombard king advancing into the Roman duchy, on the first occasion withdrawing after presenting Sutrium, which he had captured, to the Pope, on the second, in 729, marching to the very gates of Rome, only to find the intrepid Gregory entering his camp in peaceful guise, and himself conducted as a suppliant to the tomb of St. Peter. Gregory II died in 731 and was succeeded by a Syrian of the same name, who occupied the chair of Peter for 10 years. His policy was to play the Empire, Liutprand, and the Lombard dukes against one another, and he entered into an alliance with Spoleto and Benevento against their king. The Duchy of Rome was invaded by Liutprand in 739, and Gregory III made the first advances towards the Frankish Charles Martel, a momentous step in the history of the papacy. Notwithstanding this, Liutprand was throughout subservient to the papal will, and Gregory's successor, Zacharias, obtained from him several cities which had belonged to the empire. Thus the principle was recognized at Rome that the territory which the Byzantines had once held justly belonged to the Pope. Liutprand, the great Lombard benefactor of the papacy, died in 744. In the Liber Pontificalis he is called most wicked, showing that neither gifts nor piety could avert the papal animosity if a monarch's claims were in conflict with those of St. Peter. It was under the ambitious Eystuff that the mutual hostility of Pope and Lombard came to a head, despite oaths and treaties made by Liutprand and his successor Ratchis, whom Zacharias's exhortations had induced to exchange the crown for the cowl. The king persisted in the conquest of Ravenna. Instigated by Constantine V, or Copronymus, Pope Stephen III made his famous journey first to Pavia, where he remonstrated with Eystuff, and then, when he found his protests of no avail, supported by the Frankish envoys to the Lombards, the undaunted Pope crossed the Alps and met Pepin, king of the Franks, face to face. By agreement at Kiersee, in 754, Ravenna was secured for the Pope. Stephen returned to Rome and died in 757, Eystuff having been killed by a fall from his horse in the previous year. Now that the Byzantine influence at Rome had almost vanished, we begin to see that the interference of exarch and emperor in papal affairs had not been wholly an evil. The Roman priesthood, great as were its claims, was not really capable of maintaining itself without the support of some external force. For the last century and more, papal elections had been uniformly peaceful, but now that the imperial power was no longer a restraint, this peace was at an end. Paul, the brother of Stephen, was however elected after a contest with the archdeacon Theophylact, and reigned for 10 years, 757 to 767, occupied mainly in disputes with Desiderius, the last king of the Lombards, who refused, though constantly prevaricating, to observe the agreement made between Pepin and Eystuff after the Frankish invasion of 755, and to restore, redere propria propriis, to the Roman see the cities he had taken. Passing over the negotiations between the papacy and Desiderius, we may take notice of some incidents which show the weakness of the papacy and the danger which threatened it from the Lombard supremacy. The seizure of the papal chair by Toto, Duke of Nepi, who placed his brother Constantine in it after the death of Paul, the ejection of Constantine by the primicerius Christophorus and his son, the sacellarius Sergius, the choice of Stephen IV, and the horrors which followed, blindings, imprisonments, murders, and other cruelties, showed the savage lawlessness of the Romans when left to themselves. Next we have Pope Stephen and Desiderius caballing together against the two powerful papal officials, Christophorus and his son, their betrayal and cruel treatment, and the rise of Paulus Aphiarta, the real ruler of the Church and city in the later days of Stephen IV. This disgraceful state of things at the time of Stephen's death and the accession of Hadrian I showed the impotence of the Romans to govern themselves, and of Desiderius and his Lombards to restore order. A new act in the drama of papal history is about to begin, dominated by the majestic figure of Charles the Great. 3. The Franks who succeeded the Lombards as controllers of the destiny of the papacy enjoyed the distinction of having been the first of the continental Teutons to embrace the Orthodox faith, and the only ones which never held any creed save that of Nicaea. Since the days of Clovis, who had borne the title of patrician, their connection with the empire had been particularly friendly, and the Roman pontiffs had seen the wisdom of attaching this powerful and energetic nation to the See of Peter. One reason for the amity which existed between the Roman ecclesiastics and the Franks lay in the fact that, unlike other barbarian nations, they were not disposed to migrate from their home in northern Gaul, and, widely as their conquests extended, they never contemplated making Italy the center of their government. Aachen, Laon, Soissons, and Reims were the cities of the Frankish monarch, and the popes felt they could safely summon so remote a nation to deliver Rome from their enemies, and then to retire, leaving the sacred city to its ecclesiastical rulers. A still more remote nation was destined to play its part in the events of the 8th century. The conversion of England, planned by Gregory the Great and begun by Augustine, had gone on apace, and in it the Church of Rome had played a most honorable part. The Church of Canterbury, already acknowledged as a primatial see, was essentially a Roman outpost, though already it had been presided over by a native-born archbishop in the person of Frithonus, who took the name of Deus Dedit. On his death in 664, another native, by name Wighart, was elected and sent to Rome to be consecrated by Vitalian, 657–672. Wighard was presented to the Pope, but died before he could be consecrated, and Vitalian sought earnestly for a suitable successor. Failing to induce the African Hadrian to undertake the office, he accepted his nominee Theodore, a native of Tarsus, a man of ripe years and learning, to whom the infant church of the English owes so much. It must not, however, be supposed that, in thus nominating an occupant of the throne of St. Augustine, Vitalian can in any way be reproached for setting a precedent for the interference of his medieval successors in the election of English primates. It was not arrogance which made Vitalian nominate, nor did avarice induce Theodore to accept the charge of the Church in a land so remote and barbarous as Britain, and the whole business is illustrative of the care taken on behalf of the most remote churches by the Roman See of that age. The close relation which sprang up between the papacy and the descendants of Arnulf, a Frankish noble who became Bishop of Metz, who died in 624, who ultimately became the famous royal family known as the Carlovingians, was fostered by our great countryman Boniface, the indefatigable missionary in Germany during the first half of the 8th century. This remarkable man combined the zeal of a missionary with complete devotion to the Roman See, and may almost be compared to some proconsul who, in the days of Rome's secular glory, spent his life in bringing kingdoms and territories under her conquering sway. A native of Crediton and a monk of Netley near Winchester, Winfrid, for that was his original name, joined his countryman Willibrord in his missionary labors among the Frisians. Full of that zeal which makes him a worthy predecessor of Selwyn and Livingstone, he devoted his chief efforts to the conversion of the heathen. His objective was the Saxon nation beyond the Elbe, for his heart seems to have yearned towards the men of his own race. But he labored in Thuringia and among the Hessians, and finally with his own hands struck a blow at German heathenism by felling the sacred oak at Geismar. His own country sent willing monks and nuns to aid the great missionary. Monastery after monastery was founded to secure the permanence of his labors and thus to pave the way for Frankish conquest and Roman influence. His devoted labors in the cause of the gospel were supported by the blessings of the popes and the arms of the Franks, since he was both the pioneer of the See of Rome and of the rising house of Charles Martel. Pope followed pope, only to receive fresh testimonies of the loyalty of Boniface and to load him with fresh honors. In 723, the wise and statesmanlike Gregory II recognized the merits of the ardent Englishman by making him a regionarius, or bishop without a see. When we remember the perilous times of this pope, harassed alike by the iconoclastic emperors and by the prospect of the ruin of the imperial power in Italy, we cannot fail to compare him with his great predecessor and namesake, who, when the Lombards were threatening Rome, was carefully planning the conversion of England, that Gregory II could in equally anxious times find leisure to send the Englishman Winfrid, who probably then assumed the name of Bonifacius, or the Fair Speaker, to convert Germany, proves that this pope was no unworthy successor of St. Gregory the Great. Gregory III raised Boniface to the rank of an archbishop, still without confining his labors to any single city, but the real object, in thus honoring the great missionary, was to give him authority in Gaul, where the disorders of the Church, especially in Neustria, were most serious, and indeed the Roman See seems to have desired a reform of the episcopate even more than missionary extension. Boniface loyally cooperated with the popes in this object and did his utmost to enlist the support of Charles Martel. During the pontificate of the saintly Zacharias, we find Boniface at the height of his influence. Council after council was held under his presidency. The disorders among the clergy, both in Austrasia and Neustria, were suppressed, and new sees were founded in far Bavaria. In 743, the see of Mogontiatum, or Manse, was raised to the dignity of an archbishopric and conferred on Boniface, who thus became primate of all Germany. Under Stephen III, he won the crown of martyrdom after resigning his see in order to prosecute his missionary labors in 755. Such then is a brief outline of the life of the churchman who did more than anyone to bind together the Austrasian Franks and the Roman See. Boniface began his labors as a devoted servant of the papacy, but he soon recognized the fact that he could neither continue the missionary labor so dear to his own heart, nor carry out the reforms in Gaul, on which the popes were resolved, without the help of the great mayor of the palace, Charles Martel. But engaged as he was in warlike enterprise, Charles, despite the great victory of Tours in 732, which delivered Gaul from the Moslems, has not gone down to posterity as a loyal son of the Church. His followers required rewards for their services, and his enemies kept him actively employed in Gaul. Consequently, when, in 739, Gregory III appealed for the first time to the Franks to enter Italy in order to deliver the Church of Rome from Liutprand, the most generous oppressor of the Holy See known to history, Charles ignored his request, and he is further accused, not without reason, of having laid hands on the estates of the clergy. A century after his death, it was generally believed that he had incurred that righteous damnation of him by whom the property of the Church has been unjustly taken away. Charles Martel and Gregory III both died in 741. The next pope was, as we have seen, the saintly Zacharias, 741 to 752, under whom Boniface rose to the summit of his influence. The successors of Charles were his sons Pepin and Carloman. The latter prince was a monk at heart, and in 747 retired from the world, and Pepin himself was far more religiously disposed than his father. Consequently, the reform of the Church north of the Alps went on apace under Boniface, now Archbishop of Mainz and Primate of Germany. The time had now come for the house of Arnulf to assume the office, the power of which they had so long exercised. Confident in the support of the Church, Pepin inquired of Zacharias whether it would not now be advisable for him to ascend the German throne in place of the last puppet Merovingian, Childeric III. How far Boniface took part in the elevation of Pepin as king is much disputed. He had withdrawn much from public life since 747. At any rate, in 751, Childeric III was deposed, tonsured and sent into a monastery, and Pepin was solemnly anointed and was more Francorum elevatus in regno. Thus, at the hands of our great countrymen, the new Frankish dynasty came into being. It was probably owing to Boniface's influence that Pepin's brother Carloman, mayor of the palace in Austrasia, renounced the world and settled in Italy in a monastery on Monte Soracte. Thus the Roman See was continually entering into a closer and closer relationship with the most vigorous of the Teutonic nations of the north, the Austrasian Franks, who, aided by their English kinsmen beyond the sea, were spreading the gospel eastward in Europe. In the short but memorable pontificate of Stephen III, 752 to 757, Pepin laid the foundation of the temporal power of the Roman See in return for his formal recognition by the Pope. Hard pressed by the Lombard Eistuff, Stephen crossed the Alps on a visit to the Frankish king. The pontiff was met by Pepin's son Charles, then a boy of 11, who brought him to his father at Pantheon. There Pepin promised to restore to the Holy See the Exarchate of Ravenna and the rights and territories of the Roman Republic. On July 28, 754, Stephen solemnly anointed and blessed Pepin, his wife Bertranda, and his 2 sons, Charles and Carloman, pronouncing an anathema on the Franks should they ever choose a king from another family. Pepin at the same time received the title of patrician with all its undefined liabilities as protector of Rome. In the following year, Pepin held a diet or placitum at Carisiacum, that is Circe or Quirce, and decided to advance into Italy to win Stephen III his rights from the Lombards. A document was drawn up, which has unfortunately perished, setting forth what territories were to be given to the Pope. This is the donation of Pepin. Twice did the Frankish army invade Italy, on the first occasion at the Pope's personal request, and on the second, owing to the receipt of the letter which St. Peter himself was believed to have addressed to the king of the Franks. In the end, 23 cities, including Ravenna, were surrendered by Eistuff to Stephen III, who at the time of his death in April 757 had become a sovereign prince. But in gaining territory, the papacy lost independence by becoming too great a prize for any man to win without a struggle. The rest of the history of the 8th century shows that in order to enjoy that which Pepin had bestowed, the popes must become dependents of the Franks, who were thus compelled to invade Italy as conquerors to maintain the papacy which they had enriched. End of section 105. Section 106 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2, The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire. The Papacy to Charles the Great, Part 3, by F.J. Foakes-Jackson. Paul I, the successor of Stephen, enjoyed a somewhat peaceful pontificate of 10 years, AD 757 to 767, but we are able to see that the acquisition of the imperial territory on the shores of the Adriatic had further relaxed the feeble tie which still held the papacy to Constantinople. Paul had to deal with Constantine V, the most formidable of the iconoclasts, and he had to protect alike the holy images and the possessions of the Roman Church. In his correspondence with Pepin, the Greeks are styled Nefandissimi. Once the Church had obtained Ravenna and the cities of Aemilia and the Pentapolis, there could be no restoration of the Exarchate. The political connection between Rome and Constantinople was practically severed by the donation of Pepin. The king of the Franks died in 768, a year later than Paul, and we enter upon one of the most critical eras of papal history, all on which this chapter has hitherto dwelt: the severance from the imperial authority at Constantinople, the disputes with the Lombards, the alliance with the Franks, the work of Gregory II, Boniface, and Stephen III, culminates in Charles the Great. With his accession, we stand at the opening of a new epoch in the history of Western Europe, fraught with important consequences. The theological breach between East and West, the medieval theory of papacy and empire, the great strife of secular and spiritual powers are traceable to the years immediately before us. In considering the relations between the popes and the Franks during the long reign of Charles the Great, it is necessary to bear in mind that, though Pepin by his donation had made the popes into priest-kings, their position was precarious in the extreme. Italy under Lombard rule was in a state of anarchy. and Rome itself was the center of a barbarism which was intensified by being concealed under the specious name of ecclesiastical government, and claimed to represent not only the piety but the civilization of the West. When we read of kings, dukes, pontiffs, cardinals, first mentioned in the Liber Pontificalis at this time, of the Senate, of the Exercitus or Militia, when modern terms like that of the unification of Italy are applied to the policy of a ruler like the Lombard Desiderius, we may lose sight of the fact that under this specious veneer there lay an utterly disintegrated society, characterized by a savagery which could hardly be paralleled by the acknowledged barbarism of many countries north of the Alps. The pontificate of Stephen IV, 768 to 772, is, as has already been hinted, a period of violence and bloodshed, and the events which characterized it are repeated almost exactly not 30 years later, in the days of Leo III. For centuries, not even the person of a pope was safe in Rome without the protecting hand of some external authority. It is only possible here to allude to the strange story of Stephen IV, as related in the Liber Pontificalis, and to proceed to a hasty summary of the main events of the reign of Charles the Great. On Pepin's death, the Frankish dominions were divided between his two sons, Charles and Carloman. The two brothers speedily became rivals, and the scene of their machinations was Italy. Their mother Bertranda had brought about a nominal reconciliation between her two sons, Charles king in Austrasia and Carloman king in Neustria, and in the interests of peace sought to contract matrimonial alliances with the Lombard monarch Desiderius. With this end in view, she visited Italy and persuaded Charles to give up the lady whom he had perhaps irregularly married, and to take Desiderata, the daughter of the Lombard king. These projects alarmed Stephen IV, and his letter to Charles and Carloman, warning them against an alliance with the detestable Lombards, a race infected with leprosy and naturally repulsive to noble Franks, is one of the most extraordinary in the papal correspondence with the Carlovingian family, and confirms us in the idea that Stephen's passionate weakness of character was one cause of the misfortunes of this unhappy pontiff. But the alliance was short-lived. Charles repudiated his Lombard wife, and on Carloman's death in 771, the widow Gerberga placed herself and her children under the protection of Desiderius, a proof that the two brothers regarded the Lombard as the determining factor in their rivalry for the possession of the whole Frankish realm. The Pope sided with Charles against Gerberga and her children, for Desiderius, no doubt hoping that the Franks were sufficiently divided to leave him alone, had ravaged the newly acquired papal dominions in the Exarchate and the Pentapolis. Stephen died in 772 and was succeeded by two pontiffs who held the papacy for no less than 44 years, Hadrian I from 772 to 795 and Leo III from 795 to 816. Never till our own days have two successive pontificates occupied so long a period. Till the days of Pius IX, no pope so nearly attained to the traditional years of Peter as Hadrian. Judged by his actions, Hadrian was a man of vigor and ability, and if he shows himself querulous and apprehensive in his correspondence with Charles, it only reveals the extreme difficulty of the situation in which he was often placed. His first act on succeeding Stephen was successfully to repress disorder in Rome. Paulus Afiarta, the evil genius of the late pope, who had brought about the ruin of Christophorus and Sergius, was sent under arrest to Ravenna, where the Archbishop Leo, to Hadrian's indignation, put the unfortunate prisoner to death. In the following year, 773, Charles invaded Italy, defeated Desiderius, and invested his capital of Pavia. In 774, the Frankish king paid his first memorable visit to Rome and was received with due honor by the Pope and the Roman clergy. Touched by his reception and deeply impressed by his visit to the tomb of the Apostle and to the holy churches of Rome, Charles bestowed on Hadrian all that Pepin had given to the Holy See, and, if we may believe the Roman account, something more. The documentary evidence for the donation of Charles needs separate treatment, but the king is said to have included in his magnificent gift all Italy south of the Po, which the Lombards occupied. Charles returned to Pavia after his visit to Rome and completed the conquest of the Lombards. Desiderius was forced to retire into a monastery to make way for the victorious Frank, who was now king of the Lombards and patrician of Rome. Thus fell the Lombard kingdom after 2 centuries of rule in Italy, and it may here be observed that none of the nations which have occupied the territory of the empire had been able to survive the baneful atmosphere of the ruined Roman world. The Visigoths of Spain, the Vandals in Africa, the Ostrogoths in Italy, the Merovingians of Gaul had all, like the Lombards, rapidly degenerated in contact with the ancient civilization. It was beyond the limits of the empire that a new and more vigorous life was coming into being. Among the Franks in Austrasia, in monasteries of Ireland, in Britain, from which all traces of Roman dominion had been swept by the conquering Angles and Saxons, arose the makers of a new world. Columbanus, the Celtic monk, Wilfrid, the English bishop, Boniface the missionary from Devon, Charles Martel and his illustrious sons and grandson, Alcuin the Yorkshire scholar. Nearly all these hailed from lands which Tertullian had described as Romanus in excessa, Christo vero subdidit. When Charles departed from Italy in 774, Hadrian was left alone to assert his authority over the splendid principality he had acquired from his Frankish benefactors. But only by a strong hand could rights be maintained in those unsettled days, and the Pope was hard-pressed on all sides. Not only did the unconquered Lombard duchy of Benevento encroach on his territory in the south, his tenure of the exarchate was threatened by Leo, the ambitious Archbishop of Ravenna, who sought independence, and was resolved to seize the cities in his neighborhood over which the Pope claimed jurisdiction. Hadrian, one of the ablest of the popes, did his best to maintain his authority. His troops defended his frontiers against the Beneventans and even captured Terracina. But his correspondence with Charles reveals the weakness of his position. That Hadrian was a great man is certain, and Charles seems to have recognized in him somewhat of a kindred spirit to his own, and at the Pope's death, the Frankish monarch mourned as for a lost brother. But in this case, his position was less assured than his ability, and he needed the support of the arms and influence of Charles in order to maintain it. How truly Hadrian deserves to be classed among the greatest rulers of the Roman Church, and how precarious was the situation of a pope in the 8th century, is shown when we come to the disastrous commencement of the pontificate of his successor, Leo III. It is one of the ironies of fate that the pontiff, to whose lot it fell to inaugurate the Middle Ages in Western Europe, by an act second to none in dramatic circumstances and in its far-reaching consequences, was not a great ruler like Hadrian, but a man in almost every respect his inferior. Leo III, the son of Adzupius and Elizabeth, is described as a Roman priest of blameless character and abounding charity, but there is a certain mystery overhanging the early days of his pontificate. If we may judge from the names of his parents, he had not the advantage of being of noble birth, a matter of the utmost importance in his age, as not only was it regarded as one of the chief recommendations for a bishop, but it gave a man the almost indispensable support of powerful kinsmen. Hadrian, perhaps the earliest example of papal nepotism, had given the highest positions in the Roman Church to his relatives, committing to them the administration of its great wealth and extensive patrimony. The government of the Apostolic Church was vested at this time in 7 officials, who, though only in deacons' orders, took the highest rank in the hierarchy under the Pope. The chief of these, the Primaceres Notariorum, Paschalis, a nephew of Hadrian, who is also called the Consularius of the Holy See, with Campulus the Celsarius, or treasurer, another relative of the late Pope, evidently cherished deep resentment against Leo, and on the occasion of the procession of the Greater Litany on the 25th of April, 799, that is St. Mark's Day, they determined to wreak their vengeance. Joining the procession from the Lateran at the Church of St. Lawrence, the conspirators took their places beside the Pope, apologizing for not wearing their official planete on the plea of ill health. When the procession reached the monastery of Saints Stephen and Sylvester, a band of ruffians dashed forth and threw Leo to the ground. Then, with Paschalis standing at his head and Campulus at his feet, an attempt was made to blind the pontiff and to cut out his tongue. The wrecked pope was left for a while bleeding in the street, then dragged into the church of St. Sylvester and imprisoned in the Greek monastery of St. Erasmus on the Caelian Hill. Strange to say, the outrage seems to have produced no great effect on the Roman people, and Leo remained a prisoner till he had recovered from his wounds. Then his partisans rescued him, and though he is said to have been welcomed with enthusiasm at St. Peter's, he did not again enter the city, but placing himself under the charge of Winiches, Duke of Spoleto, retired thither. Then he betook himself to Charles at Panderborn, was received by the king and assured of his protection, under which he was able to re-enter Rome on the 29th of November, 799. Charles himself was fully occupied the greater part of the following year. In the spring, we find him in Neustria, looking after the defences of the shores of the Channel. In the summer, he is at Tours, visiting Alcuin and bewailing the loss of Queen Liutgardis. In August, he is holding a great placitum at Mantes, and not till autumn was well advanced did he undertake his memorable expedition to Italy, arriving at Rome on the 24th of November, 800. He came not so much as a defender of the rights of the Pope as in the capacity of his judge. Leo's fair fame, as well as his person, had suffered at the hands of his adversaries, and grave though to us, mysterious charges were spread abroad concerning him. Alcuin had received from his friend Arno, Archbishop of Salzburg, so serious an account of affairs in Rome and of Leo III that he thought it advisable to burn it, and Charles himself does not seem to have held the same opinion of Leo as he had of Hadrian. At any rate, on the 3rd of December, in the presence of the king, the Roman clergy, and the Frankish nobles, Leo solemnly exculpated himself and took an oath on the Gospels that he was guiltless of the crimes laid to his charge. It is particularly important, in view of his subsequent action, to remember that 3 weeks before, Leo had been in the humiliating position of having publicly to profess his innocence. Charles was now at the height of his glory. Master of Italy and Northern Europe, he was regarded as the representative of Christendom. A woman who had sinned foully against her own son occupied the throne of the Eastern Caesars, and the eyes of all men turned to the gigantic Frank, whose wars with the surrounding barbarians had been for the defense and propagation of the gospel. The day after Leo had professed his innocence, the priest Zacharias arrived from Jerusalem with the keys of Calvary and of the Holy Sepulchre and the banner of Jerusalem. Leo had already sent him the keys of the tomb of St. Peter, and Rome recognized him as its patrician. On Christmas Day, Charles clothed himself in the patrician's robe and went, not as a barbarian king, but as the greatest of the nobility of Rome, to the already venerable church of St. Peter. Then he knelt in prayer before the confession of the Prince of the Apostles, and the Mass began. After the reading of the Gospel, the Pope took from the altar a most precious crown and placed it upon the head of the kneeling monarch. With one voice, the assembled multitude, Frank and Roman, ecclesiastic and warrior, shouted, Carolo Piissimo Augusto, ad Deo coronato, magno et pacifico, imperatori vita et victoria. The birthday of the Christ was the birthday of the new Roman Empire. From this moment, modern history begins. Bryce. The significance of the act has been variously interpreted from the first. In the lives of the popes and in the German contemporary annals, the papal and the imperial share in the transaction have been respectively magnified. The claims of the pope to exact obedience from temporal rulers and of the emperors to regard the popes as their subjects were based throughout the Middle Ages upon the meaning attached to the coronation and unction of Charles. Without attempting to pronounce judgment on so vexed a topic, we may set forth 3 points, namely, 1. The significance of the proclamation of Charles as emperor to the world of 800. 2. The effects on the empire and the papacy respectively. And 3. Ultimate results. 1. The world understood that the nations of the West, after nearly 4 centuries of anarchy and decay, still recognized that they belonged to the Roman Empire and were resolved to seek for peace and unity under a single ruler. Charles was no more a Frankish king ruling by his might, but the lawful lord of Christendom. As the faith represented by the Pope was one, so all temporal authority was centered in the person of the emperor. Hitherto, the Roman in the West had regarded the distant Augustus in Constantinople as his lawful master, but the experience of generations had proved him powerless to protect Italy, and in theory at least, in the year 800, there was no emperor. Irene having usurped the throne of Constantine VI, the allegiance due to the Eastern Caesar could be lawfully transferred to Charles. 2. By his coronation, Charles had obtained an accession neither of territory nor of wealth, but he gained that which he could never have secured by himself. It is difficult for us to understand how great a departure from precedent his coronation was. The one title withheld from the barbarians was that of emperor. They might master Italy as Ricimer, Odovacar, Theodoric, and the Lombard kings had done. They might be decorated with the titles of consul and patrician, like Clovis. They might set up puppet emperors and rule in their name, but never did they presume themselves to assume the imperial title. To acknowledge a barbarian king to be his emperor, as Leo acknowledged Charles, was unexampled in the annals of the Roman world. This explains the astonishment of Charles when Leo III placed the crown on his head, and accounts for his assurance to Lienhart that he would never have entered St. Peter's had he suspected the intention of the Pope. The Pope, on the other hand, had by this act taken the place of the Roman people, of the Senate, and of the army. In a word, of all the powers which had in the past proclaimed an emperor. That he had done so entirely on his own initiative might have been credible of Hadrian, but scarcely of Leo, whose position was too insecure, and his character not sufficiently established to warrant so bold an action. Without the consent and approval of the Roman people and the nobles who attended Charles, he never could have assumed so mighty a role. If the Frank knelt unsuspectingly at his devotions to receive the imperial diadem, we can hardly doubt that Leo's action was the result of a carefully preconceived plan, of which many of the spectators were fully cognizant. By it, however, the papacy gained an advantage which no one then possibly foresaw. Pepin and Charles had delivered the popes from Greek oppression and Lombard tyranny. They had made them princes in Italy by securing them a kingdom which they held for 11 centuries, and in return, the papacy sanctioned the conversion of the mayors of the Palace of Austrasia, first into kings and finally into emperors, but in so doing, they laid the foundation of claims which were in later days to shake terribly the earth. The new empire was essentially the creation of the Western genius. Unlike the older imperial system, which made the emperor Justinian as truly as Augustus, supreme in matters spiritual as well as temporal, the regime inaugurated by Leo III emphasized the Augustinian ideal of the city of God, and, though in theory the Christian state in the Middle Ages was essentially one, there arose a practical dichotomy between the province of the clergy and that of the laity. That these worked sometimes in harmony, sometimes in discord, but never in complete unity, was one of the results of the Carlovingians creating the Papal States, and of the Pope's calling into being the Empire of the West. End of section 106. End of The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 2, The Rise of the Saracens and the Foundation of the Western Empire.